This incompetent theme.
She's here.
How did Fu know Marinette was coming? If he had some sort of Kwame radar, he should have used it to find Nuru instead of cheap tricks like this.
I've been here.
Why is Marinette talking like this is something she barely remembers? Princess Fragrance was only 2 episodes ago.
I'm guessing you're not really a vet?
The voices in this episode are pitched up once again. Granted, it's a lot less annoying than what they did in season 1, but it's still a sin.
I knew that day, that very moment, that you'd make a fantastic ladybug.
Because she didn't let an old man get run over? I feel like there should be a lot more qualifiers than just that, but maybe that's just me. After all, I always let old men get run over.
Master Fu is the last known member of the Order of the Guardians.
Technically, he's not a member of the Order, since he never actually finished his training.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Marinette.
If you listen closely, Wei says Marinette's name with a slight French accent. This is strange because he's the only character who does so, and, unlike the rest of them, he's not even French. What's so special about these 7 Miraculouses? Why do they get a main stage appearance while all the others are confined to small drawers? I get the Ladybug and Black Cat Miraculouses, but the Fox? That's arguably the worst one.
2 of the Miraculous were lost that day. The butterfly and the peacock.
And all the rest of the Miraculouses that don't belong to this particular set, but the writers haven't thought of those yet, so they're not important.
Also gone forever was the ancient spellbook.
Calling it the spellbook is a bit strange since there's probably a spellbook for every set of Miraculouses. But, as I said earlier, the writers haven't thought of those yet, so the spellbook it is.
These pages contain various spells capable of giving Ladybug and Cat Noir special abilities.
Capable of giving all Miraculouses special abilities, not just Ladybug and Cat Noir. They may be the main characters, but they're not the only ones with Miraculouses, you know. Speaking of Cat Noir, is anyone gonna explain this all to him? Anybody gonna let him in on this super important backstory? Spoiler alert, they don't. Ever. See anything wrong with this sequence? What about now? See it yet? Yeah, I don't know how I noticed it either.
How can I possibly trust you again?
Like you ever trusted him in the first place.
It's one of a kind. The book's the source of my inspiration.
Adrian, are you seriously not picking up on this obvious villainous intent? Even without the backstory of Fu, he should still realize that his father having the book is strange, right? I guess I might be expecting too much out of a blind boy.
Whoever owned the spellbook could be Hawkmoth?
You didn't see who it belonged to then?
No.
Marinette, the fate of the entire world rests on this. Do not prioritize your crush over the entire world. It's things like this that make it clear Fu chose the wrong holder. Fu obviously knows Adrian can't be Hawkmoth, so telling him this now would work greatly in their favor. Fu could just ask Adrian where he got the book since he knows he can't be trusted, and Hawkmoth's identity would be revealed. The whole show ends here if Marinette doesn't lie about something so astronomically important. The sound effect of the door closing plays, and yet the door doesn't move.
So it wasn't Adrian's book. It was his father's. This is a very strong lead, Tiki.
It's more than a strong lead. It's the obvious conclusion. I know this episode is going to pull some kind of trickery to keep the secret, but the answer is so obvious that no matter what happens, Ladybug should still at least investigate Gabriel.
Tiki?
How the heck is she going to get out of the school's bathroom without being spotted? Conveniently, she does that part off camera, so I guess she's just really sneaky. What the heck does her yo-yo latch onto here? A cloud?
It's a good thing we Kwamis can never be filmed or photographed.
Thanks for reminding me, Plag. Adrian's identity is now compromised. Plag was the one who opened the safe, and Adrian was talking to him the whole time, even addressing him by name. Gabriel would make the connection, or rather he would if he had any brain cells. Luckily for our heroes, he's about as smart as a rock.
The wrath of a father betrayed by his son. What perfect prey for my Akuma.
Why are you monologuing? There's no need to trick yourself into believing you aren't Gabriel. Also, did you just teleport again? I admire your flair for the dramatic, but a time spotlight is a bit much, don't you think?
Nuru, I renounce you. Come to me, my little Akuma.
It still doesn't make any sense to me that the Akuma can remain while Hawkmoth is detransformed. Even worse, he renounced Nuru entirely. At the very least, the Akuma should no longer obey his commands since he isn't the holder of the Butterfly Miraculous anymore.
He won't forgive me until I find that book.
What kind of remote is this, and why does pressing the big red button open this specific window, and only this window? That seems like an odd purpose for a big red button.
I guess the spellbook will have to wait a bit longer.
Cat Noir calls it the spellbook despite having no way to know that's what it's called. I guess he didn't need to be there for the exposition dump, as he seems to have absorbed the information through superhero osmosis. This book is extremely inefficient. You could fit twice as many things if you put drawings on this side of the page as well.
Can't wait to know more, my lady detective.
What did you just say?
Can't wait to know more, my lady detective. You got proof?
I can't tell you.
What do you mean you can't tell him? Of course you can. In fact, you should. Just say you saw Lila throw the book into the trash at the park. You were there, after all, so it's not suspicious, nor would it expose your identity. Gosh, this show is obsessed with keeping unnecessary secrets.
A petal?
This Lucky Charm is insane. So far in season 1, we've only had Lucky Charms that made sense given the context Ladybug already knew. But Ladybug hasn't seen the foosball table yet, or the giant shelf of CDs, nor has she figured out that the pages are limited, or that they'd end up in Adrian's room. So did her Lucky Charm just predict the future?
Gabriel Agreste can't possibly be Hawkmoth since he's been akumatized.
Except akumatizing himself is exactly what Hawkmoth would do if he thought you were onto him. Maybe Cat Noir, as uninformed as he is about the situation, would believe this, but Ladybug shouldn't. How is Ladybug keeping this petal secure? She doesn't have her yo-yo anymore, so is it just magically sticking to her? Once again, this cataclysm is way too specific. It destroys the shelves and the cases of the CDs, but not the CDs themselves. But it doesn't really destroy them, instead turning them into a weird shade of black and somehow spinning all the CDs off the shelves in the process. Can someone please decide how Cat Noir's cataclysm works and just stick to it already?
It's already full!
Collector clearing the page earlier was actually pretty good foreshadowing. However, this reminds me of Simon Says, who seemed to have an infinite number of cards on hand. I mean, it is magic, so why can't it just create more pages? The logic works within the confines of the episode, but, as usual, it's not consistent when you examine the whole show. Oh, and Ladybug is extremely lucky that she herself happened to be the one item that pushed the book over its limit. Oh, so now the book fills up both sides of the page. I see how it is, animators.
Are you okay, sir?
Obvious slip-up is obvious. Cat Noir's got a sparkle in his eye, despite the fact that he's not facing any light source.
Since Gabriel Agreste was akumatized, he can't possibly be Hawkmoth.
That's very probable.
Some might say his akumatization is actually more suspicious, since, as I said before, that's exactly what Hawkmoth would do to throw off accusations. And since Fu should know that Hawkmoth is capable of de-transforming while the Akuma remains, since he is the guardian and all, he should not dismiss his concerns so easily. And even worse, the Collector was remarkably easy to defeat, almost as if his entire existence was just to prove that Gabriel can be akumatized.
If we want to be stronger than Hawkmoth, we have to trust each other.
That's rich coming from you. I don't see Cat Noir sitting in on this conversation, do you? Clearly trust isn't a word you actually understand, Fu.
Modern inventions really are quite incredible.
There's writing on both pages, and yet Fu only takes one picture, thus only saving half of the information. It's no wonder Ladybug and Cat Noir couldn't defeat Hawkmoth for so long.
I was scared he'd see me staring at his book, so I hid it in my backpack.
This is so astronomically dumb, it actually blows my mind that anyone thought this would be a good idea. Giving up a book that can power up Miraculouses to the potential bad guy who also has a Miraculous is obviously a bad decision. Of course, it doesn't matter since Gabriel already made a copy of the book, but they don't know that. You just handed over a dangerous weapon to a supervillain and you did it willingly. These people really are the most incompetent superheroes ever. Speaking of incompetence, Gabriel should now be suspicious of Marinette being Ladybug, especially since Ladybug and Cat Noir later used power-ups they only could have learned about from the book. Not only that, they had no other reason to visit the Agreste mansion earlier in the episode unless they were already suspicious of him due to the book. And Gabriel clearly knows this, seeing as he later says,
You almost managed to find out who I am.
All that really matters is for Adrian to be allowed out of the house again.
I'd argue the fate of the world matters much more, but whatever boats are afloat, I guess. He goes down, but then somehow goes back up? What in the quantum masking is this?
Darkwings, rise!
Why do these butterflies do this? They don't always do this in the future, so do they only do it when Gabriel is feeling particularly dramatic? So, to recap, Cat Noir and Ladybug should know who Hawkmoth is, and he in turn should know Cat Noir's identity and at least suspect Ladybug's, and yet this conflict continues for at least 4 more seasons. I guess the characters aren't the only ones who are incompetent.
That was your first day of school when we were much, much younger. I made the mistake. Back in the days.
This mispronounced theme.
I always add cream to the chocolate to make the ganache extra velvety.
I love it when your dad comes to class and gives us pastry lessons.
Pastry lessons? I'd understand if this was a cooking class, but this is just the basic education class, right? Granted, French people do love their pastries, but I don't think they love them that much.
He's not making croissants, Chloe. Those are macaroons.
No, that's ganache. He literally just said that. Also, Rose pronounces macarons wrong. These are macaroons. These are macarons. Of course, Tom could could be making macaroons, and that's the only way the chocolate ganache would make any sense, but no self-respecting French pastry maker would ever make macaroons.
Could you put this in the school cafeteria fridge for me, please?
Putting a bowl of ganache in the fridge without any sort of covering isn't illegal, but it ought to be.
Some smart aleck had the bright idea of calling the fire department.
However, calling in a false fire alarm actually is illegal, or at least it is here in the US. And on that note, Chloe should really be more careful. If her actions were publicized, she could cost her father the election. Of course, that's only assuming that Paris in this universe isn't a dictatorship run solely by the bourgeois bloodline, which I am convinced must be the case, as it's the only way his continued employment makes any sense. This glitch.
Let's see if she'll come clean. What do you say, Marinette Dupenchain?
I have to endure an entire episode of this? Just kill me now.
And I know for a fact that Marinette didn't even have her phone on her when she went out of the classroom.
How do you know that, Alia? Marinette's phone is usually in her purse, and she had it with her when she left the classroom. The fire chief is remarkably flexible.
I'm not so sure my father will react kindly to me being punished without any proof.
The whole school is punished, except for Miss Bourgeois.
Of all the things Chloe does, using her father's authority to force anyone to do whatever she wants is what truly makes me hate both her and the show for forcing me to endure it.
Can't you see I'm trying to relax here? Go sweep somewhere else, Cinderella.
Why did Chloe do all of this? Other than her disdain for Marinette, she had no reason to. The class didn't appear to be making the macarons themselves, and even if they were, she could have just had Sabrina do all the work for her. Literally the only thing that's changed is that she's outside now. Also, why didn't Marinette's father dispute this punishment? I know if my kid were punished for someone else's actions, I would go nuclear. As much as I hate Chloe, she was correct that it's not fair to punish someone without proof. Speaking of proof, can't the police department just look at the number that called them? Since Chloe used her own phone and Marinette saw her on said phone, it would be clear who did it. Of course, she probably wouldn't be punished for it, but at least everyone else wouldn't either.
They all seem to enjoy getting dirty making cookies. How's it any different than getting dirty cleaning floors?
The difference is that they'd get cookies out of the first option, Chloe. Even a diva like you should understand that.
Perhaps Mademoiselle can seek comfort with Mr. Cuddly.
Wow, we found the one French guy in the entire city of Paris. This is incredible.
If you would allow it, Mademoiselle, I could help you keep your friendship with Adrien.
Why would you do a thing like that, Jean-Jacques?
Because it's literally his job to keep you happy. Chloe would not be surprised by this. She would expect it.
And these are jewels I designed that you can customize yourself.
Yeah, it's super customizable because all you did was thread beads onto a wire, and it doesn't even look good. Maybe Marinette should just stick to making clothes. While this show does use the word jewel very loosely, I'm afraid I can't stand for this one. Those are beads. There are no jewels involved whatsoever.
This one would make an awesome homepage image for your future blog, wouldn't it?
Not really, because Marinette is a fashion designer, not a jeweler. And besides, that necklace is way too small to see properly, and it blends in too much with Rose's clothes to make a good photo.
Chloe.
Alia's phone vibrates for way too long. Rose's eyeshadow is noticeably thicker on the left side, making it seem like she has a black eye.
Chloe's inviting me to a party.
You're actually gonna go?
She probably wants to say sorry for this morning.
None of them should go. They've all known Chloe most of their lives, and they should suspect that this party is some kind of trap. But of course, the plot demands that they must go, so go they shall. Okay, what is up with this guy? Is he cross-eyed or not? Is this the derpy situation all over again? If so, I demand the return of my cross-eyed NPC. This sin is for all the poor Americans out there who have no clue what is happening and are no doubt very uncomfortable. Why is everyone gasping? There's no way they all know about Marinette and Chloe's feud. How the heck did he get over there? In fact, throughout the episode, he's always exactly where he needs to be to remind Chloe to be nice. It's kind of creepy, honestly.
This BFF act she's doing is just one big charade. She's just doing it to please Adrien.
Marinette is right, and all of you Chloe apologetics fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
I'll get you those ice cubes.
Chloe grabs a cloth as if she'll use that to grab the ice, but then comes back with a bucket? What was the cloth for then? This is not an accurate representation of how this would go. Everyone who's ever been a teenager knows that.
Chloe, how about a dance with an awesome guy?
I'd love it. Where is he? Oh, here he is.
The way she rejected him was cruel, but I do not subscribe to the belief that a girl has to say yes every time she's asked to dance. There's such a thing as polite rejection. Just a friend, huh? This is not how you dance with a friend, Adrien. I don't have time to count how many times this happens, so instead, here's 100 sins for Chloe's glitchy eyelashes.
You've been such a good little girl. Mr. Cuddly so very proud.
Is that your teddy bear, Chloe?
Kim making fun of his crush is a very strange move on his part. Sure, he's dumb, but I don't think he's that dumb.
But mademoiselle, I was only trying to help.
There's no more mademoiselle, no more help, no more anything. You are fired!
I hate to say it, but Chloe is 100% in the right. He embarrassed her in front of everyone and deserves to be fired. Ugh, I cannot believe I just sided with Chloe. Did y'all forget that we can see Adrian too? Why does he look so dead inside?
Come here, Chloe.
Who carries around a hairbrush in their purse? Not to mention the fact that the purse is so small you probably couldn't fit anything other than the brush in there.
Move aside, all of you!
How did you both respond so fast? Wait, does this mean that you were already at the party? Oh, wow, this quantum masking punch is delicious. What was I just talking about?
Where'd he go?
The bear is small, but not that small. How on earth do you keep losing him? I guess this is just another piece of evidence that everyone in Paris is blind.
Kitty!
As brave as Chloe is for doing this, I find it hard to believe that Ladybug would need her help. Unless, of course, they were trying to make a Chloe episode.
Hey, I was really nice just then. Did you see? No?
Why? What? This thread makes a metallic sound and then proceeds to make a yo-yo sound after Ladybug throws it. There is no thread in this shot. The animators didn't animate the crossbeams on these umbrellas. You thought I wouldn't notice, but I did. Ladybug throws the fork in this direction and somehow it ends up wrapped around this umbrella. The thread is already wrapped around the umbrella even though Chloe hasn't started turning it yet. Why don't Despair Bear's powers work without the bear toy? Once again, is Hawkmoth even trying? The Akuma emerges after Ladybug snaps the thread, but she already did so earlier, otherwise there would be 2 threads here instead of 1. Cat Noir is a superhero with super strength, but somehow Armand is too heavy for him.
So we'll always be best friends forever? Pinky swear.
Pinky swear.
Don't make promises you can't keep, Adrian.
That was a great idea, inviting Marinette's dad.
This way, no one can be mad at me for calling the fire department. I'm really nice now. Even Ladybug said so.
A lot of people think this episode proves Chloe can be redeemed. I disagree. A good deed is only as good as the intention behind it, and Chloe doesn't do nice things because she cares or because she truly feels bad. She does them because she wants to feel important. Her friendship with Adrian, a famous model, makes her feel important. Ladybug, a superhero, praising her makes her feel important. The entire class relying on her makes her feel important. The only thing this episode really proves is that Chloe is not necessarily pure evil and that she doesn't wish physical harm upon anyone, but she is a spoiled brat with zero capacity for empathy. And that fact certainly does not erase all the terrible and literally illegal things she's done and will continue to do.
Those macaroons are dreadfully ugly.
Have a macaroon.
The translators once again mix up macarons and macaroons. Literally all you needed was a quick internet search, but you couldn't even do that.
Yours look horrible.
She'll never change.
Adrian, why do you sound so amused by this? The whole point of the episode was that you know what? I don't care. Are we done yet? I know you're clumsy, but how did you do that? And why didn't Adrian just grab the tray to study it? This chewing animation will haunt my nightmares. Wait, what's happening over there? I actually really want to know. Wait, no, don't fade to black. Come back. This poorly animated theme.
The chance to talk live with Ladybug and Cat Noir. We'll be revealing some sizzling hot information about your favorite superheroes.
Sizzling hot revelations?
Why is Tiki only freaking out about this now? Surely she was there when Marinette first agreed to this. Is she only objecting now because this newscast is a good way to explain what's happening to the audience? No, it can't be.
Oh yeah?
Why does Nadia even hire Marinette anymore? This is the second time she's invited over some stranger to help watch Manon. I know if that were my kid, I'd be livid. Also, I really hope Marinette is paying Alia at least a portion of her pay. With a kid like Manon, she definitely deserves it.
We're on air in 10. Still no cat in sight. You sure you have this in control, Nadia?
Why does she specifically bring up Cat Noir and not Ladybug? Does she somehow know Cat Noir would show up first?
Want to hear a secret? I love Joquettes.
Is that the sizzling hot information I've been promised?
Calm down, why don't you? The show hasn't even started yet, and it would be ridiculous to air all the sizzling hot info when the cameras aren't even rolling.
Why can't I get an exclusive interview like that from my lady blog?
What are you talking about, Alia? You've already done an exclusive interview with Ladybug, remember? How did Ladybug get onto the roof without passing through her bedroom? Last I checked, that's the only way to get onto that roof.
8 seconds from the greatest fail in TV history.
Why would it be the greatest fail? You still have Cat Noir, and he's plenty famous all on his own. Sure, it would be a shame not to have Ladybug there too, but one superhero is still more than enough to make history.
Well, now I'm counting on you to boost those ratings sky high.
Make that red turn green.
What the heck kind of invention is this? How are they even measuring their ratings anyway? Just by the number of viewers? Because if so, they've already well surpassed their goal. Having an interview with Ladybug and Cat Noir, who hardly ever do interviews, is sure to launch them to the top all on its own, regardless of the show's content. And I'm proven right in the next scene, where we're shown that literally everyone is already watching.
And don't forget, my daddy is the manager of the Grand Prairie, the best luxury hotel in the entire city.
Where is the camera capturing this video? I don't see any cameras in this shot. Is the video feed coming from the TV itself? Fancy rich people and their fancy TVs.
I'm wondering if you grant me an interview for the Lady Blog. You know, since I have way more viewers than Nadia.
I'm going to call your bluff, Alia. I don't believe that your amateur blog, which half of the time doesn't even cover Ladybug-related topics, has more viewers than Nadia's professional TV show, especially as Nadia normally reports the news, which, in a city constantly beset by supervillains, is practically required viewing. It's not surprising that the two callers were both shilling their own brand instead of actually doing what Nadia wanted, but I do find it hard to believe that they were both main characters. What's the matter? Have no budget to create new models? Is that why every character is always someone we've already met?
Can you confirm that you're dating here tonight?
I'm very sorry, Nadia, but we're superheroes. We're not here to answer such personal questions.
Just say no. Why are you getting so defensive? The only reason to act like this would be if the accusations are true, and normally I'd make a joke about that, but Ladybug currently doesn't have any feelings for Cat Noir, so a joke would just be stupid and contrived, much like this plot point.
You told me you had an inside scoop.
Fine.
Talking in your talent's ear like this is a surefire way to stress them out and cause them to implode, which is exactly what happens. And on that note, this producer must really hate Nadia to be willing to sacrifice her own show just to see her fail.
What? When did that happen?
How was this photo taken? There were no news cameras on site, nor in fact any bystanders who possibly could have taken this photo at this angle. It's not like they took a screenshot from the episode. Oh wait, that's exactly what they did.
Well, say bye-bye, Nadia. This is officially your first and last primetime show.
Are you kidding? That was perfect. Drama like this is exactly what people love about these types of talk shows. Clips of this are going to go viral and everyone will be talking about you. She did great. Why are you turning off the lights when there's still people on set? And I don't just mean Nadia, I mean the cameramen and the set dressers who still have work to do. Did they just give up and leave so Nadia can have her moment? As considered as that is, it doesn't make any sense.
If it reaches 70 miles per hour, you can say goodbye to your precious little friend.
As this is France, you'd expect the display to be in kilometers, but for some reason, it's mainly in miles, with kilometers denoted underneath. However, the animation team apparently didn't have access to the script because the needle is already pointing way past 70 miles per hour. It seems like they thought these numbers were in kilometers because 70 miles per hour is about 112 kilometers per hour, but that doesn't account for this second set of numbers. Congratulations, you've managed to confuse both the Americans and the Europeans with this one.
Admit the truth live on TV that you're dating and in love, and I'll stop the train.
A superhero never lies. We won't admit to something that's not true. Cat Noir and I are dating.
Didn't you just say you wouldn't lie? Your moral code is about as flimsy as my will to as flimsy as a piece of paper. If the train is traveling in this direction, as indicated by these lights, Chloe should have been flung this way, but somehow she's flung sideways instead.
Remove your miraculous and reveal your true selves. Hurry up, you two!
These sorts of threats are useless because while yes, Ladybug and Cat Noir would prefer to spare civilians from pain, in the end, as long as Ladybug can cast a Miraculous Ladybug, everything will be restored anyway, even people who died. This is part of the reason why I hate the Miraculous Ladybug so much. It removes any incentive for our heroes to make choices that actually matter, because any negative consequences can be easily undone. It's impossible for Ladybug to have known this pizza box was in here. Also, why is the pizza box in here? I'm fairly certain this is the fridge inside the Grand Prairie Hotel. Why on earth would they have pizza stored in their fridge? A fancy place like that would make their own pizza, assuming they even served it in the first place.
Pizza? Ugh, don't get that peasant food anywhere near me. Fine, you win, Prime Queen. We'll remove our Miraculous. The whole world will see us without our mask.
If you're lying, you're going to regret it.
This is a completely obvious trap, but Prime Queen decides to fall for it anyway. I guess you gotta end the episode somehow.
Ladies first.
Walk-in fridges like this would have some sort of emergency override on the inside just in case someone was locked in. Since we see here that there's nothing blocking the exit from this side, Ladybug and Cat Noir could have just walked out whenever they wanted to. And even more annoying, Cat Noir just wasted a cataclysm for no good reason. Also, this is definitely a fridge because it stores vegetables in it, and no one would store vegetables in a freezer. No one's sane, that is. But you might think it's a freezer too, due to all the ice buildup. Maybe it's one of those rare quantum walk-ins, both a fridge and a freezer freezer at the same time. Also, I'm just remembering when Cat Noir was stuck in this exact same fridge or freezer and almost died, and now they're all just standing here like they could do this all day. What changed, I wonder? Wait, did Prime Queen leave Manon completely alone when she kidnapped Alia? I see Gabriel's bad parenting skills are contagious.
Found it!
Why was the door restored open when it was closed before? I guess the magical ladybugs also misunderstood how walk-in fridges work and didn't want to lock Nadia inside. That, or it's because the shot looks better with it open. On the subject of doors, and I promise this is my last fridge-related comment, this door is just a regular door, and anyone who's ever seen a fridge before knows that a real fridge door does not look like that. This walk-in would lose the cold faster than Hawkmoth loses a fight.
I had no idea it would take so long to talk to my parents.
You won't believe it. I was taken hostage by a supervillain.
How does Alia not find this suspicious? Marinette disappears as soon as Ladybug shows up, and then appears as soon as Ladybug disappears. I guess she's too preoccupied with her big scoop to put together the even bigger scoop standing right in front of her that her best friend is Ladybug.
Your ratings are really high, Nadia.
Great job. You've earned this primetime show.
Who knew all it took to achieve your dreams was to throw a gigantic tantrum and put human lives at risk? What a great lesson for the kids.
Hey, look, that's you with my mommy. Well done. Now everyone's gonna know about the lady blog.
But I thought the lady blog had more views than Nadia. I knew you were lying. Who took this photo? Casper, is that you? Why are they reaching for the phone in this picture? Weren't they just fighting over the notepad? It could be a selfie, but if it is, it's a pretty terrible one, as Marinette wouldn't even be in frame.
Free tonight. All of Paris in front of the screen tonight.
Yeah! Of course. 4, 3.
Good evening.
Now that's the perfect prey.
Welcome our very first guest. The ratings are rising. The suspense is killing her.
Ladybug, Cat Noir, I beg you. It's Cat Noir.
Ladybug and Cat Noir!
This strangely Italian theme.
We take a hair from our miraculous holder and join it to the hairs of all the former miraculous holders, and with them, we grow a magic resin for a few months.
Where are you storing all these hairs, Tiki, and how has Marinette not noticed before? Wait, do Kwamis regularly eat their holder's hair? Marinette is so excited, even her hair is vibrating in anticipation.
What if you're wrong? Impossible.
Marinette's hand phases through Tiki. I know her gift was gross, but there's no need to slap her.
I got Nino listening to my favorite song.
What in the world are you doing, Marinette? The #1 rule of headphone etiquette is that if somebody is wearing headphones, they want to be left alone. Gosh, where were you raised? A barn?
Do you know anything about Alia planning a surprise party for my birthday?
Party?
What a waste of a cake. Also, if you were going to react that way, you shouldn't have been making the cake in the bakery that Marinette lives in.
See? Parents always know when there's a surprise party in the works.
Sabine and Tom somehow don't hear Marinette talking to Tiki. Oh, that's terrifying.
My Inuit friend knitted it especially for your 10th birthday.
That shirt would have been too small for a 10-year-old regardless. Gosh, you are bad at this old grandmother thing.
What, Tom? That I don't know my Marinetta anymore because I'm always traveling? You think she doesn't want to spend time with her Nona, is that it?
Projection much? You're a grown woman. Stop acting like a child.
Besides, it's not 4 o'clock yet.
Didn't you say earlier that Alia was just in time? When you said that, did you mean that she was several hours early, or did we just travel back in time? These recolored models of Alia's sisters and Manon are awful in every way. Have y'all ever been to a zoo? I have, and literally everywhere there are signs saying to not feed the animals. Either Marinette is illiterate or she just doesn't care.
It's 4 o'clock. Maybe you were right. I jumped to conclusions and there really is no surprise party.
This is a weird conclusion to reach. Alia being late doesn't mean her surprise party isn't a thing. It just means Alia is late. Does Marinette think Alia would just stand her up if they were actually going to the dentist?
I'm so sorry, Grandma. I have to go to the dentist with Alia.
Just tell her what's up and invite her to go with you. Honestly, she ought to have been invited in the first place.
Marinette can't see the cake!
Tom, stop wasting cake.
Tom was right. She's too old now to spend time with her Nona.
No, she just had a prior commitment she couldn't blow off her absent grandmother. And besides, Tom never said that. There you go again, acting like a child.
What? No, Tom never said that. That's sweet of you, Sabine.
Sabine, invite her to the party. Why does everyone suck at communicating today?
And we'll take Gina to the party with us.
Good plan. Now, mind telling her that before she gets akumatized? No? I guess you can't get in the way of the plot now, can ya? Millen, you should get a refund on that mascara because it is smearing terribly.
Befana, I am Hawkmoth.
For those of you who don't know, La Befana is an Italian tradition similar to Santa. She's an elderly woman who goes around giving presents to good kids and coal to bad kids. This is all well and good, but why would Hawkmoth, a French man, name one of his villains after an Italian tradition? And sure, Gina is Italian, and Hawkmoth could have gotten that information from her mind, but why would she be thinking about a Christmas time tradition right now?
You will bring me the miraculous of those pesky little kids.
Oh, so they do know Ladybug and Cat Noir are children. I bet Theo is shaking in his boots right now. How on earth did they do that so fast? Even just baking the cake would take several hours given its size. Are you time traveling again? You know how I feel about time travel.
Wait, we've got to tell Mom.
Naughty son, don't tell your mama what to do.
There's no way Befana heard him, but she acts like she did.
Mom!
What sort of psycho leaves a rolling pin on the floor? This is a safety code violation and I won't stand for it.
Do you know what naughty boys get? Coal!
Why did Befana punish Tom? He literally never said anything rude to Gina. She made that up herself. On second thought, that is very mom-like, isn't it? Sabine was standing over here, but in the very next shot, she's standing here. Time travel and teleportation? Are you trying to tick me off?
And I'm going to punish you for all those lies!
So let me get this straight. Gina is offended that her granddaughter couldn't hang out with her, so she sets out to murder her entire family? That is quite the escalation. No! I like how Marinette and Alia just stand there instead of doing the reasonable thing and running away.
Hey, I thought fairies were supposed to be nice!
Cat Noir's lip sync doesn't match at all, as in he's literally not speaking in the shot. Why does Befana have to refill her gun? This is magic. Why not make it infinite? The container she's refilling from is clearly infinite, so why not just attach that directly to the gun?
This isn't exactly how I envisioned my birthday party.
Maybe instead of giving a one-liner, you should keep running. You had a chance to get away and you wasted it. Wow, that sequence was bad. I thought my screen had frozen, but no, it was just some questionable art direction. Maybe if you weren't moving in slow motion, you would have been able to reach her in time. That's a lesson for next time, I guess. Marinette, maybe instead of sitting there and yelling, you should use the distraction to get away and transform. Don't let your friend's sacrifices be in vain.
You bunch of ill-mannered kids.
Where the heck did you guys come from?
Tiki!
You were going to transform right there? It's a good thing Cat Noir interrupted you, or your identity would have been exposed to everyone here, including Hawkmoth.
Marinetta's getting away with the kitty! Catch them! Marinette is cool, so don't touch her.
How the heck did you get these wrapped around their feet so fast? And couldn't you have spared some of that super speed for poor Kim? Also, Alex teleports between shots.
Don't worry, promise to get your real grandma back safe. Oh, I almost forgot. Happy birthday anyway.
Thank you, Cat Noir.
Meerkat is the only bearable ship in this entire show, and I'll stand by that until the day I die. The Eiffel Tower is a terrible hiding spot. It's literally the first place anyone would check. You're lucky Marinette is a superhero and didn't stay put.
Bring me the miraculous Befana.
You didn't say the magic word.
Please.
We can't let her get to the Eiffel Tower!
And why not?
Because that's where I hit her granddaughter!
Wait, no, she's a...
And once again, them knowing each other's identities would have helped them defeat this villain that much faster. The gun was on the white setting, but now it's switched to black without Befana doing anything. Why doesn't Befana just follow Ladybug? Is she showing her weakness because deep down she wants to lose so she doesn't have to hurt her granddaughter? Nah, it's probably just bad writing.
Your granddaughter is here. I'll take you to her myself.
Keep an eye on the Ladybug.
Or you could take their Miraculouses now and then have them show you where Marinette is. I'm telling you, if I were akumatized, I'd win.
My pleasure. Cataclysm!
Talk about a delayed reaction. It's a good thing Ladybug let go in time, otherwise she and her Miraculous would have been lost, and a lot of people would have died today. Or maybe killing the Akuma would have reversed Hawkmoth's magic without the Miraculous Ladybug. Honestly, it's rather unclear. Wow, this sequence is really glitchy. I really hope it hasn't always been like that, or I might have to turn in my sin card.
Ladybug, Cat Noir, you've escaped punishment yet again. I won't sugarcoat the truth. The next time I will destroy you and have your miraculous...
Who's gonna tell him? Somebody forgot to color Alex's hair.
What did you do with that t-shirt?
I fixed it up, Grandma.
And we never see that bag again. Also, when did Marinette have time to make that? Did they wait another day to have her party or something?
For your next birthday, I'll take you on one of my trips.
She never does keep that promise.
Happy birthday to you.
Being able to blow out the candles from that far away is extremely impressive.
I always carry the lucky charm you gave me wherever I go, so I figured it was my turn to make one for you.
Aww.
Ah, who turned down the frame rate? Also, why is Olia's dad here?
Yeah, well, it's kind of a weird gift if you ask me.
No weirder than yours, Tiki.
But that doesn't mean they're not both precious to me.
Cute, but Marinette was not wearing that necklace 2 seconds ago, nor will she ever wear it again, because heaven forbid we adjust a pre-existing model even a little bit. Why are you staring at the charm like that, Adrian? Thinking about your friend, Marinette? This offensively inaccurate theme.
I've gotta ace these tryouts. D'Argencourt is the most prestigious fencing academy in all of Paris. You've been reviewing the fencing rules all weekend.
Expecting to get into
The most prestigious fencing academy in all of Paris.
after studying for a mere weekend is a new level of crazy. It's almost admirable. Almost.
I am the fencing master, Mr. D'Argencourt.
Alright, I'm confused. Earlier, Marinette called this an academy, but why is it held in the school courtyard? Can
The most prestigious fencing academy in all of Paris.
really not afford their own building? It feels more like a school club, but Kagami doesn't go to Marinette school, so that can't be right.
So, in order to select the best possible candidate, I will observe the beginners performing a number of attacks on the experienced students.
Where's Adrian?
Seems like you're looking for someone?
Yeah, I thought Adrian was here. You know, a boy this tall, blonde, nice, super handsome.
Thanks for the compliments.
Marinette not comprehending that Adrian would be wearing a fencing helmet, followed by her not recognizing his voice, along with the low likelihood of them being paired together in the first place, is less unbelievable and more aggravating. I know you think this stammering shy girl routine is funny, writers, but it got old half a season ago. How has Adrian not put 2 and 2 together yet? His obliviousness is as frustrating as Marinette's inability to communicate.
Point goes to you, Marinette.
I don't get it. You hit me first.
With saber fencing, the attacker doesn't necessarily win the point even though he touched his opponent first. You took the initiative, so we say that you had priority.
If Marinette was studying all weekend, she should know this already. I find it hard to believe Marinette would ever win against Adrian. Sure, she's a superhero and could probably win against anyone else, but so is he, and he has a lot more experience in fencing. Unless, of course, Adrian is going easy on her because he likes her. Nah, we can only dream.
Hey you! Are you Mr. D'Argencourt, the fencing master? I want to join your team.
I may consider your admission, shall you defeat one of my students.
Shouldn't she get the same treatment as the other applicants? Why does her dramatic entrance entitle her to a special bout?
Allez! Simultané!
Could have sworn Adrian touched him first.
Not sure. Anyway, you never question the referee's decision.
That's not true. In higher level fencing, you are allowed to appeal a ref's decision. But in this case, the machine showed that they touched at the same time, which means the ref's decision is about who had priority, not who touched first, like Adrian was explaining earlier. Did Marinette and the episode forget about that, even though it happened 10 seconds ago?
Mr. D'Argencourt isn't sure who won, so he's chosen to abstain.
I request that we do it the old-fashioned way. We'll be much more at ease without the machine.
Adrian?
Fine with me.
But how will we know who touched the other one first?
By watching very closely.
D'Argencourt already can't tell who won, even with the machine. Why on earth would he allow this? There's a reason the Olympics and all other high-profile fencing competitions exclusively use electronic scoring. Not only is this an obvious foul on Kagami's part, as bodily contact and unnecessary force are both illegal in fencing, Adrian has stepped off the piste, which means the point is over regardless.
Is this what fencing's all about?
Pas de fair! This is what fencing's all about!
No, it's really not.
Let's finish this off! Who got the first hit?
Who touched first? Tell us now!
Why are you asking her? She's never fenced a day in her life, and you're the referee. This never would have happened if you hadn't let this bout get woefully out of control.
I don't know. I think it was Adrian?
Aha, wonderful! This victory is an honor to D'Argencourt Academy.
Yes, this victory against a random nobody is a great source of pride for our academy. For your information, Adrian did in fact touch first. I don't know if he had priority or not, but he very clearly touched first. But that doesn't really matter since the bout was over the moment Adrian stepped off the piste. Also, fencing matches don't end with just 1 point. They're generally 9 minutes or 15 points long, and the shorter ones are 3 minutes or 5 points long. This 1 point would not be the end of the bout, it would only be the beginning. beginning. Why are they letting Kagami leave? Even if she lost, she's still a better fencer than all the other applicants. Dajancore should be ecstatic to have her.
I think he touched me first.
The referee has the last word.
That would be great if, you know, Marinette was the referee, but she's not. You are. And you weren't even there. How weak is this concrete to allow a flimsy saber to pierce through it with minimal effort?
A champion whose victory has been stolen.
Stolen? She lost fair and square. Well, as fair as that farce of a bout could have been anyway. Is the episode trying to push the narrative that Marinette was wrong? Because that is objectively untrue.
Let's do a decisive match?
What's the point? You won. There's no such thing as a second chance in my family.
Oh, boo-hoo. You lost once. Get a grip.
Follow that car!
What? Dude, why do you care so much? Is it just because she's a girl? Because Marinette is literally right there.
You might have a chance on the fencing team after all.
When did Marinette have the time to change out of her fencing gear?
Mother, you thought I was good enough, but I lost. I won't be joining the Dajancore Academy.
And why not? Because of your stupid pride? Life is gonna be nigh impossible if you expect perfection from yourself all the time. Also, you must really look down on everyone else if you think you'll always end up on top.
I'm giving you a second chance to prove that you are the best fencer of all.
But Adrian already offered her a second chance and she refused it. And wouldn't a prideful girl like her hate the idea of winning solely because of Hawkmoth's magic? Unless, of course, this isn't actually about being the best and is more about getting rid of someone who beat you fair and square. If you can't be the best the honest way, might as well just kill your opponent, right? This is what's known as a kamon, or a family crest in Japanese. This one is just the kanji for woman with a line through it, which is odd because they don't normally contain kanji, and you can even see that reflected in the other crests they show here. Also, why they use the kanji for woman, I'll never understand, especially considering her grandfather was one of those world champions Adrian mentioned.
Fight!
Halt, Riposte. You may seek your revenge, but only after you take hold of Ladybug and Cat Noir's Miraculous first.
Hawkmoth once again places his son in danger. Heck, that car crash alone could have killed him. Actually, why didn't it? He should at least have some road rash, but somehow he's completely fine. Also, a sin on Adrian for not wearing his seatbelt.
Don't let her close in on you! Fight back!
Thank you.
That pathetic piece of metal will do nothing against a sword that can slice through cars, Adrian.
Ouch!
Are you hurt?
Of course he's hurt. What else would this reaction mean?
I am the best fencer!
Nobody's denying that. My friend Marinette made a bad call earlier.
Actually, it wasn't a bad call because Adrian did touch first. And even if he hadn't, this entire situation is Kagami's fault for disconnecting from the scoring machines in the first place. Stop trying to blame Marinette for an issue you caused. Also, you may be the best fencer for your age range, but you are not the best, period. Cool it with your ego, Miss Second Choice.
This time, I shall be the referee!
You can't be the referee and compete at the same time, silly. That's just common sense.
This is just between you and me, Riposte.
How did you know her name? Why did you kick it with your bad leg? Are you trying to make this worse for yourself?
Of course.
This is like a repeat from last episode. You really couldn't have hit him in a more obvious spot, huh?
The hour of revenge has struck!
A big rule in fencing is not to strike an unarmed or unaware opponent. If Riposte actually wanted a rematch like she claimed, she wouldn't have tried to murder Adrian like this. The episode is trying to make Kagami seem sympathetic, like her victory was stolen by a bad call from Marinette, but this feels more like a petulant toddler throwing a tantrum because she didn't get her way. She reminds me of Chloe, and that's odd considering Kagami is supposed to be a good guy. Also, why didn't Hawkmoth try to stop her? Either he somehow knew Adrian wasn't in there, or he really doesn't care if his son dies. Riposte arm moves, but the sword attached to it does not.
Found it!
Shouldn't the Ladybugs have surrounded Cat Noir too in order to fix his ankle? Or is that just permanent now because he happened to be transformed?
Closet!
What is this?
I'm at the Louvre. Come when you can.
I think allowing yourself to get akumatized is much more shameful than losing an unregulated fencing match, and yet Kagami doesn't seem upset at all. Your morals are so flimsy they could put a fencing saber to shame.
No, I lost. You keep it.
I personally think the point was yours.
Who cares what you think? You have no reason to believe that other than soothing Kagami's damaged pride and the writers trying to make Marinette look bad while making Kagami sympathetic. And besides, you literally did touch first.
You like her a lot, huh?
Marinette? Yeah, of course. She's a very good friend.
Every time Adrian says these words, an angel loses its wings, plummets down to earth, and dies horrifically, traumatizing countless children in the process. For shame, Adrian, for shame.
Please, take it.
In the end, the only thing that convinces Kagami to keep fencing is Adrian's assurance that she actually did win the bout, and she still is the best fencer there is. So the lesson here isn't to learn to accept and grow from failure, but to throw a tantrum until everyone else gives in and admits defeat in order to placate you. Truly not the message we needed, but the message we deserved. This terrifyingly sentient theme. So are we just not going to address Sabrina's hair in this episode, or what?
Of course you're my best friend. I'm 100% affirmative.
A robot being your best friend is just sad. Go touch some grass, Max.
His best friend is in his school bag? Yeah, Tiki, totally strange.
You do know hypocrisy is a sin, right?
I'm a bit of a computer whiz. And there you go.
That's not supposed to be happening.
Why did whatever nonsense Damocles just did trigger the virus? Was it just a coincidence? I find that hard to believe.
What is it?
It's Dino 33, a malicious computer virus.
Why is this virus attacking specifically Miss Mendeleev's computer? Who would target a teacher, of all things? Actually, on second thought, this is Miss Mendeleev we're talking about. She's gotta have a lot of enemies.
It's destroying all the school data. It's a disaster. Let him try.
It's a good thing this malicious virus has a cute infographic to help the victim understand what it's doing, or Damocles might not have asked for help. Shouldn't this code be in binary?
This flash drive neutralizes 100% of the virus.
How convenient that you happen to be working on this right when we needed it. Wait, did Max put this virus on Miss Mendeleev's computer just so he could test his antivirus?
And cleans the computer's hard disk at the same time.
Oh, fascinating.
All this nonsensical computer jargon is ticking me off. They might as well just be saying blah 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 blah. Speaking of which, can anybody with programming experience tell me what is actually happening here? Because I bet it's just gibberish. That is not how any of this works. Once that data is gone, it is gone for good, and by the looks of it, you are far too late to make much of a difference.
You've added arms to him since the last time.
Markov added them all by himself. He's the most highly evolved type of robot there is.
Ah, kill it. Kill it now before it takes over and enslaves us all.
My name is Markov, and I'm Max's best friend.
Markov is right. He's not just some toy. He's my friend. He's as emotionally intelligent and sensitive as any human being.
This reminds me of something. Miss Mendeleev's glasses are constantly digging into her skin, which may be why she's perpetually in a bad mood.
Be serious, Max. You programmed your robot to say that. A robot cannot think for itself, much less love anybody.
I swear to you, I did not program him to say that.
So, Max supposedly created the first ever sentient robot, and instead of doing things like sharing his findings and advancing robotics for the benefit of mankind, he's messing around in a normal high school? Why is everyone in Marinette's class so unrealistically incredible?
If you don't put that plaything of yours away right now, I'll confiscate it. Understand?
Come on, Markov, go back in the bag.
Max's bag is completely empty in this shot. I guess a genius like him doesn't need to do things like study or do homework.
You're not being reasonable, Mrs. Mendeleev.
Stop it, Markov.
Why?
Did you program this thing without the 3 laws? Why? Are you trying to start a robot uprising?
It's true, isn't it?
Why are they laughing? It's not like Markov said something funny, so are they just trying to tick Miss Mendeleev off?
Max, you can come and get your robot back at the end of the day.
Damocles' hand clips through Markov's propeller, and to avoid that mistake in the next shot, the animators decide to remove it entirely, along with his arm.
I'm begging you, please don't do that.
Do you want 3 hours of detention too?
No, sir.
Do Miss Mendeleev and Damocles not realize how amazing this is? Even if they don't believe Markov is sentient, Max still created a functioning robot, and he's only 14. They have a genius on their hands, and instead of helping him grow and progress, they start berating him. Why are these teachers so unbelievably bad at their jobs?
There is nothing artificial about those emotions.
You heard it here, folks. Markov is actually sentient. Introducing a sentient robot and then completely brushing past it is by far one of the weirdest things this show has ever done.
As class representative, could I have your permission to go see Principal Damocles?
No.
Markov wasn't wrong.
I'm sending you to the principal's office right this minute.
Thank you, Mrs. Mendeleev.
This episode is actually really funny, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it, so here, take back 5 sins, but be quick about it.
What is the purpose of these jewels?
If used together, they can make a wish come true.
Wait, is this really how we found this out? That is so underwhelming.
Could I make any wish come true?
No! The miraculous and the wish will belong to me!
Why would Hawkmoth tell him this? The only reason his victims obey him is because they're desperate and emotional. Literally all of them would steal this wish for themselves in a heartbeat. This guy is either very dumb or very brave. Perhaps even both. There is no way this tiny robot has the strength to push over a full-grown man.
Witness my true power!
All this chaos should have occurred the first time Robostus let out his signal. We have Voltron at home.
Max, come to me! Leave me alone!
Oh, so now Ms. Mendeleev tries to be a good person. It's a little late for that, don't you think?
You cannot do this!
If Robostus wanted to kill her, why not just crush her? It would be a lot faster.
If you truly love your friend, then you should listen to him, Robostus. Do you really think Max is happy about his best friend becoming a supervillain?
At this point, they have no reason to think the victims can reject Hawkmoth's control, so why did they continue to try? Hurry up and defeat him already. We've got class to get back to.
Broadcasting live from City Hall, the new mayor has just made a declaration.
Clearly the lamp isn't the one making those noises, so who or what is? And why? Why is the lamp the machine that ended up as mayor? Why not Robostus himself? Did the machines hold an election? And why do I have a feeling that this lamp would still be a better mayor than Bourgeois?
Paris' only hope in this dire situation is Ladybug and Hey!
How did Nadia film this? Wouldn't the camera she's using be sentient by now?
No! Stop!
Ladybug's mouth moves, but Max's voice comes out. I knew Max was Ladybug. Y'all thought it was a joke, but I was right.
I want to be a real human like you, Max!
What's this about making a wish?
Look, Max! I will be a real human in 53 seconds!
Why wait 53 seconds? Why not just take them now?
May I remind you that the miraculous are from me, Robostus.
You really thought you could control me?
Intrusion! Intrusion! Elimination mode activated.
Wait, does this mean Markov knows Hawkmoth's identity? And Ladybug and Cat Noir don't even try to help him remember? His memory banks might have been erased, but they could at least try to see if some data is recoverable. How and why does Gabriel have a rocket launcher in his house? Hawkmoth, this is the part where you take away his powers. Or you could just rely on Ladybug and Cat Noir to save the day, I guess. This would have been a cool opportunity to teach us more about Hawkmoth's powers, but I guess not. Since when did Hawkmoth have a sword? Of course, the one character who never actually fights is given the only useful weapon.
Now's the time to come up with a bright idea!
I'm sorry, Cat Noir.
All Ladybug needs to do is keep dodging them, and Cat Noir can clearly speak, so he ought to activate his Cataclysm now. Both methods would only buy them a little bit of time, but it's better than doing nothing.
What?
Why did it appear so high up? Does it somehow know the episode isn't over yet?
Analyze this!
Protect Max!
This thing sure is taking a while to fall.
Is that your last move?
So the Lucky Charm is able to be destroyed, but only when it's necessary for the plot?
The game is still on! What?
This is not a speaker, and yet Markov's voice becomes muffled once Ladybug inserts the flash drive. I know this looks like his mouth, but it's not, mostly because he's a robot and doesn't have one. I think this is trying to imply that Ladybug took the Dino 33 virus on the flash drive and implanted it into Markov, which then deleted all of his data, causing the Akuma to be ejected. But that doesn't make any sense. They never implied that Max's flash drive contained the virus instead of destroying it, and why would a virus even affect a magically augmented Markov anyway? It would have made a lot more sense just to break the darn thing. And on that note, how would Ladybug have known what was on the flash drive anyway? At the very least, Max should realize she couldn't have known unless she was in his class. Also, this port clearly can't fit a flash drive, so it wouldn't have worked anyway. Oh, and lastly, Markov still has his arm, but he doesn't even try to escape Ladybug or pull out the flash drive. The cars losing their sentience would have stopped them from accelerating, but they wouldn't have been able to brake either, so... There's something very dark about Robostus giving life to all these machines and Ladybug and Cat Noir subsequently killing them. Is this still a kid's show if our main characters are committing genocide, or what? How have all these explosions not damaged the room in any way?
It won't happen again.
The iris doesn't even close all the way. Also, how does the iris know when to close and open? Has it been sentient this whole time?
Here's your friend.
Perhaps it's best if I don't.
Everyone can feel negative emotions from time to time. It's important to accept that and forgive.
Robostus is, so far, the closest any villain has gotten to actually defeating Ladybug and Cat Noir, to the point where if Max hadn't intervened, they would have lost. And that's why I say, kill it. Kill it now.
Basically, it can make any one wish come true.
But why don't we use it then?
For every wish, a price to pay in return. Had your robotic friend asked to become a real boy, someone would have lost his humanity in return.
That's not the way Season 4 portrayed it. They showed us that using a wish destroys our universe and makes a new one. Not that there was some sort of price to pay. So this is either a retcon or Fu is lying.
That's why Ladybug and Cat Noir must never lose their magic jewels.
That's also why you shouldn't have taken them from the Miracle Box, you idiot. So are you gonna tell Adrian this so he can know it's at stake too? No? Weird choice, but alright. Also, why didn't Tiki or Plag already tell them this? There's no way they didn't know, since Nuru was the one to tell Hawkmoth about it. There they go again with their unnecessary secrets.
My bag in the locker room.
Nothing happens when I press the button.
It's Dino 33. Let me try something.
Understand?
But in return...
What are you doing?
Come on, hurry, over there.
For yourself.
Humans will soon... Now's the time to come up with a bright idea!
I'm sorry, Cat Noir.
Universe must always stay in balance.
This lollipopless theme.
I mean, can't Marinette just go up to Adrian and ask him out?
Mylène also has severe anxiety, so it's weird that she's the one who says that. It would make more sense for Alex to be the one to suggest it.
Now, each one of you will have a code name based on a flower. Julika, you'll be Rose, and Rose will be Tulip.
Why isn't my name Rose?
Rose is right. These codenames are stupid. Why would you use flowers when one of your teammates is already named after a flower? At least use colors or something.
His security guard, aka the nanny.
It would have been so much better if they had named him the Gorilla. What a missed opportunity.
Rose, you put the fake sign next to the nanny's chariot. Sunflower, you'll go find a police officer and say to him,
Hello, Mr. Police Officer. Oh, look, that car's parked illegally. Well, you don't say. I shall enforce the law right this second.
Who on earth would fall for that? Well, actually, that does check out. But if we're any other cop other than Roger, this would never work. Also, I'm not well versed in French law, but this has got to be illegal. And if it isn't, it should be.
He knows everything about Adrian. Creepy, no? Yeah, it's so romantic.
The two sides of the fandom are represented perfectly here. Most writers would think it's a bad thing for their main character to be seen as creepy, but not these ones. These ones wear it as a mark of pride. Obligatory Theosin.
Since your car's not here, we might as well ride home together. Hey look, what a coinkadink! There's a rickshaw right here!
So this whole plan culminates with Adrian abandoning his bodyguard and his responsibilities for that day to go hang out with a classmate on a suspiciously placed rickshaw? This feels like a setup for a horror movie. I hate tiny spoons. Look, they're not even making a dent. It's going to take them hours to finish at this rate.
No, August, lollipops are not for babies. Your snack is a delicious bottle of milk.
This girl has been with multiple boyfriends throughout the series, including a high schooler. She's both a cheater and a pedophile. Sorry, Miraculous, there's no way for you to retcon your way out of this one. If August isn't old enough to have a lollipop, he probably isn't old enough to know what one is or why he would want one. After all, if he's never had one, how would he know what they taste like? Also, how old even is August? He's not old enough to eat solid foods or have teeth, but he is old enough to walk and talk. Is he somehow a baby and a toddler at the same time? Is this what they meant by quantum masking? Just lift the cart up.
You guys, I got a problem.
Rose? Yeah, what?
Why are you all pressing the earpieces like they're walkie-talkies? I know they make the walkie-talkie noise, but clearly you don't need to do that, as Mylène and Alia don't hear. I promise you, it does not look cool, it just looks like you don't understand how phone calls work.
Come on, Rose, do it now. Okay! Not you, Tulip, the other Rose!
I knew those codenames would be trouble. Why do you even need codenames anyway? It's not like you guys are trying to keep your identities hidden.
Sir, move this vehicle right away. This is a no parking zone.
Wait, this sign back here means no stopping. So isn't he already violating the law, along with all these cars back here? Poor Gorilla. He's just trying to do his job, for goodness sake.
Here you go.
Thank you, young lady.
You're welcome.
This bottle dropped onto the dirty floor that has probably been walked on by hundreds of people and pooped on by about 1 million pigeons, and she still tries to get August to put it back in his mouth. She's a cheater, a pedophile, and a bad mother. That's almost impressive.
I'm slapping you with a fine for a parking violation, for non-compliance with orders, and for infuriating a usually cheerful police officer.
And I'm slapping you with a sin for abusing power because that last one isn't a real violation.
A man who takes his work very seriously, whose blood is boiled by the slightest shortfall. That's what I call an easy target for my dear Akumas.
Who is going to watch over Adrian if you akumatize his bodyguard? Why do you hate your son so much?
What happened? His emotions just vanished.
Gorilla is confirmed to love Adrian more than his own father. That would be a sin off if it weren't so sad. From this scene, we learn that not only can the Akumas act on their own, they're also instinctually drawn to negative emotions, which would lend credence to the theory that the butterfly Miraculous was created for evil purposes. Too bad the Paris special completely contradicts that. Maybe Hawkmoth is just so incompetent he can't even control his own Akumas. I want to say I'm surprised, but this is Hawkmoth we're talking about.
This wasn't what I had in mind, but why not, after all?
Why not? I'll tell you why not. 1, it's disgusting to use a baby this way. 2, the baby won't be able to understand what Miraculouses are, so he won't be able to retrieve them. 3, the only villains that have come close to defeating Ladybug and Cat Noir were the ones who outsmarted them, which a baby literally cannot do.
Hawkmoo?
No, not Hawkmoo, just Hawkmoth.
He said Hawkmaw, actually, and according to you, that is your name, so...
My little baby! Kids these days, they grow up so fast, am I right?
This mother just watched her son turn into a giant monster, and that's what you say to her? A stupid joke? If I were her, I'd slap you. Gorilla, Adrian, why haven't you run yet? Yeah, with no superhero outfit to protect him, he is 100% dead. Rest in peace, Gorilla.
Well, you're the biggest rugrat I've ever seen. Let's get our feet nice and wet, but we can't squish anyone, okay?
Cat Noir's interactions with Gigantitan, along with his adorable shouting of Bubble! Makes me want to take off a sin, but I'm still ticked off at the person who thought it would be a good idea to akumatize a baby. So instead of a sin off, you get 1 trillion sins instead. That's right, you heard me, 1 trillion. That's how upset I am about this. How did Cat Noir get caught? Gigantitan is as slow as molasses, and Cat Noir can clearly escape whenever he feels like it. Although that last part is unrealistic because babies actually have remarkable grip strength.
We'll pen him up in there with my yo-yo string. Sing him some lullabies, you know some, don't you? Then when he's getting sleepy, bam! You'll use your cataclysm to destroy his bracelet.
Maybe you could try giving him that lollipop he keeps screaming about. It would also be easy for Cat Noir to cataclysm the bracelet while he's busy playing with cars or something. How on earth did you guys stretch this out for 7 whole minutes?
Once we get him in his playpen, I'll sing him a lullaby.
We want to calm the baby down, not burst his eardrums.
What? I have a great voice, you know.
Yeah, sure you do.
No! Stop playing! Attack the kitty cat and Ladybug! Oh no!
Hawkmoth's incompetence would be funny if he weren't the main villain for the next 4 seasons. I'm fairly certain villains are supposed to be intimidating, not give me secondhand embarrassment.
Quick! We don't have much time left.
Why don't you just detransform and recharge? It's not like Gigantitan is hurting anybody. You could probably take all day and still nothing would have changed.
Okay, enough with complicated plans. Sometimes it's best to just get straight to the point. Lucky Charm!
What are you talking about? Your Lucky Charm is always complicated. That's like kind of your whole thing.
You've heard of the Trojan horse, now make the Parisian lollipop!
Finally. I'm being completely honest when I tell you I almost fell asleep while watching this. And, in my opinion, being boring is the 3rd greatest sin you can commit. The first, of course, being harming a baby, and the second being making choices that make no logical sense, like akumatizing a baby. Congratulations, guys, you're 3 for 3. If Cat Noir had been even a little bit off, August would have died. Actually, he's probably dead either way due to inertia. I hate that this show has made me joke about a baby dying. I was going to take a sin off because at least they didn't hurt the baby, but then I realized how low of a bar that is, and now I'm just upset. Why is August's head as big as his mother's? What kind of monster is he gonna grow into?
Gigantitan may not have been big enough for the job.
His size wasn't the issue, Gabriel. The issue is that you akumatized a baby. Have I said that enough times? Because it doesn't feel like enough.
Hey guys! Oh, there he is! Adrian!
Marinette.
They were standing directly in the path of his destination, and yet they all managed to get out of the way, have Marinette spawn in that sketchbook, and walk all the way back here before he saw them. Do they all have super speed, or do the animators simply not have object permanence?
Hey, would you like to... hang pout? I mean, hang about? No, hag out. Oh, forget it.
Okay.
Once again, although she stumbled, her meaning was clear. I'm starting to think Adrian is just a jerk.
But we could take you home if you wanted.
No, it's okay. I'll take a coleslaw home. Thanks.
I hate this. I hate this episode. I hate this show. I hate you, and especially you. Why is this show and everyone involved allergic to progression?
Seriously, hush, hush.
He's right. Be careful. Hey, you, mister.
Ladybug and Cat Noir.
Oh, there he is.
This unnecessary theme.
Come on, hurry up. I don't have all day.
Except, I can't. I have to help my parents in the bakery.
Even after Damocles says this, Marinette continues to stand in place until she says her line, almost as if she forgot she can walk and talk at the same time.
You don't stand a chance.
Come on, Chop Chop, hurry along now.
Damocles, they're already leaving. Interrupting them is just going to make them take longer.
I forgot, I've got Chinese class.
Again?
Later, we see that both Marinette and Adrian were lying to their friends because they were reminded that they have to babysit Damocles. But why would you blow off your best friend just to babysit your principal? He's a full-grown man and can take care of himself. It is not your responsibility to watch over him. Why are you sneaking? The school is empty, and besides, you're the principal. Entering your own office is not strange. Most people would have their super secret superhero shrine placed in the privacy of their home, but not Damocles. I guess he must live at the school. That or the animators didn't want to create a new setting just for this episode. I'm not sure which option I hate more. Once you realize that Night Owl is a real person in this universe and not just a fictional character, you start to realize just how flippin' weird everything Damocles does in this episode actually is. This isn't even a parasocial relationship, it's somehow beyond that. This man just got dressed in front of a giant window. This belt can very clearly fit him, and besides that, why would Damocles buy or make a belt that didn't fit?
It is now the hour of the owl.
This fourth wall break, and this one, and this one, and okay, you know what? I don't really want to count them all, so I'm just gonna add 100 cents now and forget about it.
Yeah, kitty, come down.
Okay, I'll call the fire department.
Calling the fire department is stupid. Anyone who's ever met a cat knows that if it got up there by itself, it can get down just fine. And even if it couldn't, you should just borrow a ladder from a neighbor or something. Don't disturb the fire department. I assure you, they have a lot more important things to do, like fighting fires.
This is the 5th time this week we've come to your rescue.
At least wear a helmet.
But you don't wear helmets.
It's not the same for us. We're real superheroes.
With real superpowers and magic suits.
I know.
If you knew that, why did you say such a dumb line in the first place? Recognition doth not a sin undo.
Mr. Owl.
How did this news crew get here so fast? Were they stalking Damocles or something?
Come on, boys!
What are the firefighters doing with that ladder? Do they somehow not realize the cat was already rescued?
The exploits of Ladybug and Cat Noir inspired some people to act as superheroes themselves. But is it a good thing?
Honestly, who cares? If he wants to dress up and go around doing good, let him. As long as he's not trying to fight actual supervillains, why does it matter?
Meanwhile, the question that remains on every Parisian's lips is, who lies behind the mask of the owl?
How? Maybe the news people wouldn't know Damocles, but if it's really been such a pressing question on every Parisian's mind, surely someone who did know him would have come forward already. He doesn't even have the quantum masking excuse to cover for him.
Perhaps we should convince him to stop trying to be a superhero by scaring him, for example?
Or, and I know this is gonna sound crazy, you could just do nothing. The only reason he hasn't learned his lesson yet is because you keep bailing him out when he's in trouble. If you quit enabling him, he will stop all on his own.
On the contrary, maybe we should help him make his dream come true.
Of course. If we make him a hero for a day like he's always dreamed of, he'll be happy and quit playing this dangerous game.
Or you'll just encourage him to keep it up since he's suddenly so good at being a hero. Again, the best recourse is to do nothing.
Sorry, but My parents need me again tonight, but for sure I'll be free tomorrow.
Marinette's voice line gets cut off. These figurines back here imply one of two things. Either our superheroes are licensing out their images for merchandising, or someone is blatantly stealing their likenesses. Since I'm feeling generous, I'm going to assume it's the first option and take a sin off for the surprising show of entrepreneurship. That may surprise you, but in my opinion, if you're going to risk your life every day protecting people, you should at least get paid for it. Damocles is so incompetent, he doesn't even know how to open a gate.
Oh, Talon!
How is the cord so long, and how is Damocles strong enough to hold onto it after it gets caught on a moving vehicle?
Mr. Damocles, is everything okay? You're not hurt, are you?
I am not Mr. Damocles. You've revealed my secret identity.
It's odd that this is the part he's mad about. Sure, it's upsetting to have your identity revealed, but isn't it more upsetting that your idols thought you were so pathetic that they set up a fake supervillain for you to defeat? Isn't that far more humiliating than simply revealing your identity? The only way this makes sense is if he knew from the start it was an act and was completely on board with it, which is honestly so pathetic, I can't even feel bad for him.
Dark Owl, I am Hawkmoth.
Instead of naming him Night Owl after the superhero, Hawkmoth names him Dark Owl because even Hawkmoth is afraid of copyright infringement.
With just one slight movement, I can release the rope holding up the city bus and all the animals inside will crash down upon this poor, helpless little kitten.
This is so convoluted. Why not use people instead of animals, and why doesn't the cat just walk away? There's nothing holding it there. In reality, these animals would not just be sitting there peacefully, they would all be trying to kill each other. Also, why is this gorilla clasping its hands together like it's praying for its life to be spared? I don't think gorillas understand the concept of religion. Those last three sins all work together to make it obvious that this is just an illusion, and Ladybug and Cat Noir should have realized that from the start.
Ladybug, Cat Noir, the only way you can save these sweet animals is to come and hand your Miraculous over to me, and you only have 10 minutes.
We can't let this happen.
How about instead of allowing Dark Owl to lead you into an obvious ambush, you don't do that and force him to come to you? Sure, I'd get falling into his trap if he was threatening actual people, but losing a few animals that will be restored later is a sacrifice I'm willing to make to avoid playing on Dark Owl's terms. Sorry, PETA, but the animals simply aren't worth the risk.
Albert, the signal.
At your service, sir.
Oh, why? Why would you use a real human face? Are you trying to give me nightmares? Also, who is that?
Over to you, Cat Noir.
Cat Noir had plenty of time to prepare to both catch Ladybug and hold on to the detonator, but he drops it because the plot needed him to.
I will tell it!
Cataclysm!
Ladybug and Cat Noir get caught in this easily avoidable snare, so Cat Noir can use his Cataclysm and be unable to free them once they get trapped in the shipping container because, once again, the plot needed them to.
Lucky Charm! A fountain pen?
Ladybug's Lucky Charm predicts the future once again. The Ladybug Miraculous is so OP, I almost feel bad for Hawkmoth.
Time flies. This is your last chance to save the helpless kitten.
I'm deactivating the detonator, milady.
Dark Owl clearly threw the detonator instead of keeping it on him in the hopes that they would go after it, which is a relatively smart plan for Damocles, but it does rely on Ladybug and Cat Noir falling for such an obvious ploy. Then again, in order for the situation to play out, they would have had to fall for Dark Owl's bait in the first place, and if they were going to fall for one trap, it's reasonable to assume they'd fall for the next. All of that is to say, Ladybug and Cat Noir are possibly the worst heroes to ever exist. As harsh as I am against them, Ladybug and Cat Noir are bound to make some mistakes, as they are human, and especially because they are children. So, here's another retroactive sin on Fu for giving them the two Miraculouses that, if combined, could destroy the entire world. Their mistakes would not be nearly as devastating if they had been given two of the lesser Miraculouses, but no! Instead, they both have to be perfect, or else the entire world will self-destruct and it will be all their fault. Thank you, Fu, for placing that incredibly heavy burden on a couple couple of teenagers.
The room you're in is filling up with whipped cream as we speak. Whipped cream's too thick to swim in, but too runny to float on.
I hope it's lactose-free at least.
This lactose-free comment is a clever nod to the fact that cats are lactose intolerant, which brings me to the fact that Camembert is actually relatively low in lactose. So, at least in regards to the lactose content, it probably wouldn't kill a cat to eat some. I mean, cheese is bad for cats in other ways, but that's not the point here. Honestly, I didn't think the writers were capable of thinking that far ahead. It's nice to know that I underestimated them. All that praise aside, using whipped cream instead of water is so stupid. I honestly think the writers were sleepwalking when they wrote this. All Ladybug and Cat Noir have to do is cover the camera, which they could have easily done with their hands, and then Cat Noir could de-transform and have Plagg eat the whipped cream. This entire trap relies on Cat Noir not being able to cataclysm his way out of the box, and you just gave him the way to recharge his superpower. And that's assuming that he doesn't always carry a snack for his Kwami on him, which of course he does. And if Dark Owl didn't know that's how their superpowers work, then the sin is on Hawkmoth for not telling him.
Miraculous delivered, sir.
Albert, transfer!
If Ladybug and Cat Noir had been even a little bit smart, they would have had Cat Noir secretly cataclysm out of the back and follow that drone. Or they could have placed a tracker on the fake Miraculouses before giving them to Dark Owl. I mean, if they can produce earpieces, then surely they can magic up some trackers too. If they had thought to do either of those things, they would have found out Hawkmoth's identity, the series would be over, and my suffering would finally come to an end. Unfortunately, this world is not nearly so merciful.
This cannot be! No!
No! A superhero never reveals her secret. I've got a plan A, plan B, and all the alphabet to Z. Did you really think we'd give you our Miraculous?
Don't act like the fake Miraculouses were for superhero stuff. You only made them to trick Damocles, and it's a complete coincidence that you still had them. Also, Marinette didn't transform with her purse on her, so she wouldn't have been able to pull this stunt anyway. Not like it matters, since the whipped cream would have been enough to recharge Plague's power regardless, but I just thought I'd point that out. Why does this episode act like Adrian didn't have any food for Plague? He pretty much always has Camembert on him, and it's ridiculous to suggest that he wouldn't think to feed Plague before resorting to giving up his Miraculous. I think this episode is the official start of Cat Noir acting less like a partner and more like a stupid sidekick, and I'm sure we can all agree that is deserving of more than one sin. If the Lucky Charm disappears after Ladybug G-transforms, wouldn't the ink covering the camera disappear too?
We are Ladybug
and Cat Noir!
And I'm Sally, but you don't hear me yelling about it for no good reason.
You should have read the end of the comic, Ladybug.
So, how do dual Miraculouses work anyway? Would Ladybug only lose half her mask if one earring is taken? Would she G-transform all the way, but slowly? Can she activate her powers with only one earring? Personally, I think that if one earring is taken, her G-transformation should be instant, since there's no way she could transform in the first place with only one earring, and that would serve as a slight handicap to her overall OP power set. But let me know what you think, since this is something the show itself will probably never properly address. This, unfortunately, works.
And soon you'll be nothing more than superheroes in a history book.
Gabriel, this threat doesn't make any sense. They would be superheroes in a history book regardless of if they won or lost, and that's disregarding the whole wish mechanic. If you won and got your wish, you would create a new reality in which you wouldn't be a supervillain, and Ladybug and Cat Noir probably wouldn't even exist since they were only given the Miraculouses because of you. Once again, I can't help but wonder if the writers were even awake while writing this.
Calling the fire department was the right thing to do. Good job, Mr. Dumbo. Mr. Owl?
Tending to gardens, handing out blankets to homeless people, feeding animals. The owl really spread his wings.
He's a superhero in his own way.
See? Just leave the guy alone and he'll figure it out eventually. This entire episode was completely unnecessary.
I'm not kidding, Marinette. I was Cardboard Girl. I wish you could have seen it. It was awesome!
There's no way Damocles could have done all the things Ladybug mentions in one day, so why is Alia only now telling Marinette about Cardboard Girl when it happened days ago? I'm telling you, these writers are literally sleeping on the job.
Will you check out my enhanced weaponry?
But you've been helping them all week.
Real superhero.
Ladybug's right, so don't try this at home, okay, kids?
All he wanted was to be a hero. Just may have an idea.
Hurry along now.
Cat Noir.
Help us, Owl!
A serious problem.
You only have 10 minutes. The animals inside will crash down. You only have 10 minutes.
Try to grab his detonator.
You will be to blame.
Give you our miraculous? We're superheroes. Night Owl has a partner.
This poorly reused theme.
It's no good! The brakes are busted!
City buses ought to be regularly maintained, so either the city was negligent or some psycho went out of their way to sabotage this bus. Either way, there needs to be an investigation because this is not normal. Also, buses, just like cars, have emergency brakes, but the driver never tries his. He should be fired and his employer investigated for not training their employees properly.
Who needs brakes when they've got us?
This works. These idiots stand and stare instead of getting out of the way. August's mother teleports onto the bus.
What would you say if you and I met up tonight for a little dinner?
That's so thoughtful of you, but I can't. I have to, I've already got plans with some friends.
Well, if your plans end early, come and join me.
We'll see.
Why does Ladybug sound like she's making an excuse when she really does have plans? Is she purposefully trying to give Cat Noir a reason to be mad later?
That was where your father asked me
to marry him.
He hid the ring in a scoop of vanilla ice cream.
And you almost swallowed it too.
And that is why you should never put objects, especially small ones like rings, into food. I don't really subscribe to the whole starving Adrian idea, but really, why is there no food on this table except for this cheese? Just when I thought Gabriel's parenting couldn't get any worse, it somehow does. Oh, so now we're not even trying to put actual words? I think I would have preferred the French. At least then my comment section could translate it for me.
There's no point in waiting for your father, Adrian. He'll be eating in his office.
Then what's the point of keeping me here if he's never gonna show up, Natalie?
Don't forget to practice your piano before you go to bed.
Let's not forget that Natalie is the one who perpetuates Gabriel's abuse, including the ridiculously small amount of food Adrian is given. She is just as bad as Gabriel.
You seem in a hurry to get stood up. She didn't say she wasn't coming.
Yes, she did. She said she had plans. Sure, she said we'll see, but that was just her being polite. I know Adrian has next to no social skills, but he should not be disappointed when she doesn't show up.
Where's Adrian? Don't get upset, okay? But Nino just got a text. Adrian's dad isn't letting him go out. Once again.
Why were they even hoping Adrian would come? They should all know how controlling Gabriel is by now.
Do you know where Andre is today?
The deal with Andre and his ice cream cart is that you never know where he's gonna be. You gotta follow his clues to find out where he's gonna set up.
The first time Milen and I wanted Andre's ice cream, it took us 3 hours to find his cart.
Yes, Marinette knows that. That's why she asked. I get you're explaining it for us, but you could just show us instead of telling us. Also, this seems like a terrible business model. I don't care how good Andre's ice cream is. I am not spending 3 hours looking for him. Also, surely there's an easier way to find him, like a social page where people post when they saw him last. Actually, that's exactly how they end up finding him, so why did it take Milen and Ivan 3 whole hours? Are they just stupid? On second thought, don't answer that.
Glaciator, the sweetheart matchmaker!
Surely these people saw him bike here, so why are they all acting so surprised? Andre supposedly roams around Paris, but in Gigantitan and Befana, he was in this exact same spot. In fact, a big part of Marinette's plan in Gigantitan revolved around him being here. Why did the writers add this unnecessary detail when it directly contradicts what we've already seen? These cups are edible, so Andre should be wearing gloves. Forget spreading love, let's spread foodborne illnesses instead. This episode really hammers home just how few models this show uses. This guy is seen in 2 different relationships in one day.
Pistachio, vanilla, and strawberry for lovebirds from Italy.
Merci, Andre.
These 2 both go to Marinette's school and are definitely not from Italy. They're really not even trying, are they? Speaking of not even trying, this guy's voice actor sounds terrible.
You're welcome, my friends. Enjoy Andre's ice cream. May love never end. Strapping young Ivan and dear sweet Milen. If you aren't still the cutest lovebirds I've seen. Chocolate praline and white nougat for you. A special concoction to keep your love true. And how about this young miss, the pretty one who sighs? I've a flavor just for her. It's sure to make her smile.
Andre, commit to the bit. Either rhyme all the time or none of the time. This constant back and forth is hurting my ears.
I don't have
Did this guy just whistle at them?
Adrian?
How could you ever confuse him with Adrian? Unlike us, his face would be the first thing you see.
Hey, you finally made
need it.
Not only is this guy a jerk, he's also a clone of the Italian guy from earlier who already left with his girlfriend.
See here, my ice cream has brought everyone together. Every famous loving couple in Paris.
None of these people are famous.
Peach pink like his lips and mint like his eyes. Eat this, my dear, and your love will materialize. Your loved one is out there.
But I don't have a loved one. I don't think there's something magical about your ice cream. It's just ice cream.
Why is Marinette freaking out? She does have someone she loves, and she should be ecstatic that Andre can tell who it is and promise they'll be together. And clearly she does believe in Andre's magic, as this is the second time she's tried to bring Adrian here. She's lashing out like Adrian rejected her or something, when all that actually happened was that he couldn't come, which she should have expected. She has no reason to act like this other than the writers wanting to akumatize Andre and somehow make it Marinette's fault.
Hey, I was gonna get another one!
None of them paid for these ice creams. Is Andre running a charity or something? These portions are just wrong. That is clearly only enough for one person, not two. If a vendor ever forces me to share this tiny amount of ice cream with my boyfriend, I'm spitting in their face and never coming back. This is outrageous.
At least it used to.
Fly away, my little Akuma, and freeze the heart of this ice cream maker.
I don't understand. It's never failed.
Wow, the sun sure does set fast in this universe.
Since they refuse to let you melt their hearts, I'm giving you the power to melt their entire bodies instead.
You actually gave him the power to freeze their bodies. Sure, they'll melt eventually, but that's not technically Glaciator's doing, that's the sun's fault. Why does Hawkmaw's magic use this ice cream? Not only does that not align with how they've shown his powers to work, there also wouldn't be enough to create Glaciator's gigantic body anyway.
I'm so lame.
You're not lame.
You're right, Tiki. She's not lame. She's a victim of bad writing. Marinette has some wicked upper body strength. Most people would barely be able to pull themselves up like that, and only after a lot of effort. And yes, before you ask, that does include me.
One time, a supervillain fell in love with me. Talk about bad luck.
Nathaniel was in love with you before he became a supervillain, and clearly you did not deserve him if you were gonna talk about him like this.
I seem to be having some bad luck in the love department myself. Tonight, I had this special surprise all planned for Ladybug.
You're in love with Ladybug? For real?
I think we're supposed to feel bad for Cat Noir, but like I said earlier, it was obvious she wasn't going to come. Besides that, Ladybug has no clue Cat Noir is actually in love with her. With how jokish their relationship is, Ladybug would have no way of knowing he's serious unless he told her so, which he hasn't. This, kids, is why we communicate.
It doesn't really matter, because she never showed.
Sounds like you and I both need a bit of cheering up tonight.
You've gotten your heart broken too?
Yep.
Yeah, you're both upset because the person you like didn't show up when it was obvious they wouldn't. You're a match made in heaven.
Maybe she had a really good reason for not coming, like a problem or something.
You're only saying that to make me feel better.
Like she told you she had plans? That's a pretty dang good reason.
I'm gonna lead him away from you.
Cat Noir? Thanks for cheering me up.
It was the least I could do.
Man, I love me some Meerkat. This would be a sin-off if the show didn't drag out this whole love square thing for about 3 seasons too many. Seeing as it hit him after he ran, it wouldn't have reached him had he stayed put. You quite literally ran into that one.
Hello, kitty. Did the bad guys leave you cold?
How was your amazing evening with your friends?
Cat Noir, I will slap you. She told you she was busy. Stop acting like you're somehow entitled to her time.
The ice cream seems to fire out of his hand, and before Andre got akumatized, he served his ice creams using a whatchamacallit.
The whatchamacallit's called an ice cream scooper?
I understand brain farts, but seriously? Forgetting the word scooper? Maybe this makes more sense in the original dub, but that's not the one I'm sending, so I don't care.
That's weird. It looks like he's leaving the couples alone. We know he doesn't attack couples, so we could pretend to be in love.
Sorry, Ladybug. It's not cool to play with people's feelings.
She's not. She's trying to defeat a supervillain. You cannot be mad at her when you've literally never told her that you actually like her. Glaciator has never needed time to charge up a blast before, but he does now, so Ladybug can get there in time to save Cat Noir.
Are you mad at me because I didn't show up?
What do you think?
No, he's mad because the writers wanted to force conflict while retaining the ability to resolve it easily. You actually didn't do anything wrong.
And I also had a surprise for you, too.
I really am sorry.
No, I'm the one who's sorry. I think we better try your idea.
I would say he got over that fast, if he had ever had any reason to be mad in the first place.
Glaciator, fire! Now's the time! Freeze them! Forever!
If he did, wouldn't their Miraculouses also turn into ice cream? You could argue it just covers them with a layer of ice cream, but if that was the case, then the worry wouldn't be that the people are going to melt. The worry would be that they're going to freeze to death.
It's all part of the plan.
I can't hawk them off. They look so in love.
You'd think that this would be the way they defeat him, but you would be wrong. This was a completely unnecessary plot point to feed the shipping community. And we all know you should never feed the shipping community.
We've got to take care of Glaciator before all these people totally melt away.
Even if they did, the Miraculous Ladybug would bring them all back. There is no need to rush and risk making mistakes. They changed this music cue, and I hate it. Ladybug is glitching into the background, almost as if she's green screened in. Wait, is she?
They've hit something inside. Andre hasn't turned into the monster, he's inside the monster.
This ridiculous plan works. They could have just had Cat Noir cataclysm the ice cream, but I guess they needed to fill time. It's also just stupid that Glaciator works like this. No other villain has ever functioned like this, and it doesn't make any sense. The yo-yo is still tied around Andre in this shot, and now it's not. Once again, Ladybug proves herself to be faster than the Flash.
Sacre bleu, how enchanting!
Andre, this is a family-friendly channel. I'm gonna have to give you 100 sins just for that.
I don't want to play around with your feelings. It would be the same as lying to you. I don't want to do that.
But why do you think it'd be lying?
Because there's this boy,
There's a boy? Who is...
It'd be lying because she doesn't like you. Duh. She doesn't need a reason or to explain that reason to you. She doesn't owe you anything just because you like her. Can we can the stupid love drama and focus on the fact that the moon is about to crash into the earth? That might be a little bit more important.
You can keep the rose. It goes with your costume.
Are you not going to put out those candles? You're just gonna assume Ladybug will do it? If this building burns down, I'm blaming you, Cat Noir.
I don't have a heartache, Plag. Perhaps Ladybug will love me someday. I mean, like I love her. I have to believe. In the meantime, her friendship is the best gift of all.
Talk about delusion. She rejected you. Move on. It is not healthy to lead yourself on like this, not to mention how annoying it is for poor Ladybug. It's even worse in this situation because Ladybug can't distance herself from him if he keeps pestering her. She has literally no choice but to work with him. This is why I called Cat Noir a creep back in season 1. Do you see it now?
Pretty Marinette, can I offer you some ice cream to eat this time?
Of course. How else will I know if your ice cream is really the best in Paris?
Marinette, maybe apologize? Then again, it's not your fault the writers forced you to say that out-of-character bullcrap, so maybe it's for the best.
Another customer, welcome!
They're not customers if they don't pay you, Andre.
On the house!
It's not on the house when you literally never charge anyone, Andre. I know I keep bringing this up, but that's only because it's stupid.
It was delicious, sweetheart. Couples who eat ice cream at Andre's will stay in love forever.
Magical ice cream!
What's the point? Adrian won't be coming.
Andre's ice cream has always melted hearts. My ice cream has brought everyone together. Every famous loving couple in Paris. Ice cream!
You're very nice, Andre. Ice cream.
Melt their entire bodies instead. I only ask a little favor in return. Get me Ladybug and Cat Noir's Miraculous.
Let it go.
Or the mean ice cream man!
Look out!
You're miraculous!
He said it.
Melted all my plans, but someday.
Do you still think it doesn't lock two loves together? See you again soon, my dear. Would you like some of Andre's sweetheart ice cream? Andre can see it clear as day.
This actually enjoyable theme. These nightlights are horribly placed. It's no wonder they couldn't fall asleep with those bright lights shining directly into their eyeballs.
Apparently, Ladybug has been around at least since the Pharaohs. But no way can the Ladybug we know be 5,000 years old. So I downloaded a great app that analyzed some recordings I had of her talking. Based on the frequencies of her voice, it turns out she's a girl our age.
Marinette is voiced by a fully grown woman, so I don't think your app is all that accurate. If Alia has recordings of Ladybug's voice, then she should already recognize it as Marinette's. And before you start bringing up quantum masking, the magic of quantum masking doesn't work on technology, remember? That would include recordings. You could argue that somehow the recording stores the magic and relates it to the viewer, but if that were the case, Kwamis would be visible in recordings to any human viewer. Clearly, magic cannot be stored in or affect technology in any way, which means any recordings of the superheroes or their voices weaknesses would be stripped of the quantum masking effect. When it comes to this whole quantum masking thing, I think I would have preferred for them to not try to explain it at all, as I'm sure the fandom could have done a much better job with it than they did.
Oh yeah, the orange juice?
It's not ours! It's the Sapotis!
Orange juice is both highly acidic and sugary, so why are you not having them brush their teeth? Do you want them to develop cavities?
We were about to watch a movie!
Hey, look, more evidence that our superheroes are licensing out their images for profit. Except, in order to do so, they'd have to sign contracts with their legal names, as well as provide bank account details linked to their real identities. Plus, they'd have to pay taxes. There really isn't any way they could possibly earn money without risking their identities, so I guess this is a case of some sicko stealing their likenesses for profit and them being unable to do anything about it without exposing themselves. What a shame.
She's like a high school girl, so to figure out who she really is, all we need to do is find a girl our age who's always late.
Alia, this is cool and all, but you already knew she was a high schooler because of her textbook, remember? You also already knew that she goes to your school. You didn't need to analyze her voice to figure this out. Also, if Alia is no longer convinced that Ladybug is 5,000 years old, and she's given it this much thought, she should know Ladybug's identity by now. And that's even if quantum masking works exactly the way the show wants it to. With Alia's knowledge that Ladybug is a girl that goes to her school, plus her close relationship with Marinette and her first-hand experience of how often she disappears, it would be easy to figure out who she is.
Get out of bed one more time, and no one will be going to the amusement park tomorrow.
Once again, they need to brush their teeth.
Kids should be able to do whatever they want to do, however they want to do it.
Wow, Hawkmoth, you're both a psychopath and a hypocrite. I am really tired of bringing up the same arguments every time Hawkmoth akumatizes a child, so I'll just refer you to my puppeteer video and add 100 sins for Hawkmoth making the same mistake over and over again. I've been told the animation in this episode is better, but we're not off to a very good start, are we? For the first time in 4 episodes, I'd like to make a video that doesn't have a bonus round.
Fly, my little evil one.
Well, if I knew who Ladybug really was, I'd keep it a secret. I would even help her. Like, say, if you were Ladybug, I'd cover for you.
Alia, even though I know that's exactly what happens, I still don't believe you. You've tried to figure out Ladybug's identity on the Lady blog way too many times for anyone to trust you. After all, you're the reason everyone knows she's a high school student in the first place.
You serious? If I was Ladybug, I'd totally tell you, because I tell my best friend everything.
You tell your best friend everything, huh? At the end of the episode, Alia ends up not disclosing her identity as a superhero to Marinette. And while that was the right decision, she's still technically lying here, and lying is a sin.
It's mine! No, this one's mine! No, it's mine!
Why are you fighting over the hat when A, Alia put them on your respective sides, and B, they're the exact same? Ugh, kids.
Okay.
Sapotis?
So which one of these Sapotis is the original? There's only one hat, so only one of them could be wearing the actual akumatized object. How did Hawkmoth's magic decide which one of them gets the honor of wearing the actual hat? Throughout the episode, it's impossible to determine which Sapotis clone belongs to which twin, as they are identical in every way. Even though they are identical twins, they should have at least some variations in their personalities. I may not be a twin, but I'm certain that all twins on Earth disagree with this portrayal. So this sin goes out to every identical twin out there who is sick of being lumped in with their sibling all the time.
Maybe you were a little too strict with them.
It's not Alia's fault. It's Hawkmoth's for being such a creep.
Time to transform. Cheeky! Boston! Ha!
Why exactly do I find the scene so uncomfortable? Is it perhaps the way Marinette's voice line gets cut off, the way the music is turned down, this terrible lighting, or the way Marinette is transforming right in the open? Who's to say, really? Jagged, rich as he is, would not be taking a taxi
To the airport.
You mean to tell me that these little demons managed to drive the car this normally up until now? Yeah, I don't buy it.
These miniature monsters.
Wait, have I been pronouncing miniature wrong my whole life? No, she must be the one who's wrong, right? I'm gonna add a sin here, but it's not because I'm in denial or anything, it's because I'm right.
Flag, claw down!
Once again, they lowered the volume of the music at the start. I don't know if it's better or worse this way, but I do know that I hate change.
A teapot?
Of all the objects the Lucky Charm could have given her, it gave her a random teapot? There are a mountain of ways she could have interpreted that. Why not give her a miniature miracle box like the one her Miraculous came in, or a copy of the spellbook that led her to meeting Master Fu in the first place? How on earth Marinette managed to interpret that correctly, I'll never understand.
Marinette, I taught you all about the Miraculous and their powers. You know that yours works in a very mysterious way. I think it's trying to tell us that you need help this time.
Is Fu implying that the Lucky Charm is an entity entirely entirely separate from both Marinette and Tiki with its own knowledge and experience? I suppose that works, but it's such a weird way to do it. It would make much more sense if it was just Marinette's subconscious figuring out ways to defeat the villain. And in case you were wondering, it still shouldn't be able to tell the future because time travel is a bunny and snake thing, not a ladybug thing.
I already took an enormous risk by putting 2 Miraculous into circulation.
And you were right to do it.
No, he wasn't. I would elaborate, but like I said earlier, I am really tired of repeating sins, and I'm sure you get the point even without me saying anything. Alia's costume is 1,000 times better than both Ladybug and Cat Noir's, and on any other day I'd sin that, but since this is the first appearance of a new superhero, I'll remove a sin instead. Yeah, I know, I'm super generous. That being said, why does Rena Rouge's mask have eyebrows? I'm pretty sure King Monkey is the only other superhero with eyebrows on his mask. Well, other than Pegasus, but he doesn't wear a mask, so that doesn't count. Personally, I think the eyebrows are kind of weird.
Rena Rouge. Yeah, my name is Rena Rouge.
Rena Rouge's introduction being a callback to Cat Noir's introduction is just perfect. Perhaps I was too hard on the writers, and sometimes they really do watch the previous episodes.
So I was right. There are indeed other Miraculous in the city.
Letting Hawkmoth know the Miracle Box is in Paris is a bad idea, and of course leads to some horrible events, like Fu losing his memory, Marinette becoming the Guardian, and like all of Season 5. Granted, Ladybug didn't have a choice in this situation, but like I've said in the past, it would have been better for everyone if Fu had kept the Miraculouses hidden, as Hawkmoth would have had no choice but to give up his search for them eventually. In trying to help, Fu only doomed himself and everyone in Paris to infinitely more suffering in the long term. At the very least, he shouldn't have— Wait, gosh darn it, I said I wasn't gonna repeat myself, but here I am, repeating myself. That's gonna cost you.
Brakes, unicycle wheel, traffic cone, tape, trash can.
Rena Rouge says traffic cone singular, but there are 2 traffic cones here. Normally I wouldn't sin that, but Ladybug never uses the second traffic cone, so I'm not entirely sure why the animators added another one.
Lucky Charm! A unicycle? All right, Rena Rouge.
If the seat and pedals of the unicycle weren't necessary, why didn't the Lucky Charm just give her the wheel by itself?
My necklace is flashing. That means I'm gonna change back soon, right?
Yeah, but it's okay if I see who you are. I can keep a secret.
Naughty kitty. You know very well that our identities must remain secret.
Good job. You're a fast learner.
If you need any superhero tips, you know where to come.
I love this friendship so much.
Now I know there are other Miraculous in Paris, and most likely a Guardian.
There is a Guardian. I don't know about an Guardian, though.
You've really helped us a lot.
How did Rena Rouge's timer end first when Ladybug conjured her Lucky Charm long before Rena Rouge used her Mirage? Did the writers forget what just happened?
Kids should be able to do whatever they want to do. Fly.
Right, like I'm telling you. Nuh-uh.
All you have to do is to take Ladybug.
Time to transform.
Hide you in this mission. Choose wisely.
Give superheroes their superpowers, right? Yeah, my name is Rena Rouge.
If you need any cool superhero tips, you know where to come.
So band together and take their Miraculous, or I'll remove your powers and there'll be no more mischief.
You know, if I held on to it...
This foreshadowed theme. For some odd reason, this episode is labeled incorrectly on Netflix. Does that have anything to do with the show itself? Not really, but it is kind of strange.
There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Can I have a few minutes of your time?
I'll tell Natalie to let you know as soon as I'm available.
It'll be too late then.
Adrian, just say it now while you have his attention. You might as well, since you know he's not going to get back to you about it. And if you'd done that, the entire plot of this episode probably wouldn't have happened, which would actually be a shame for us, but it'd be great for Adrian. I'm not entirely sure which episode this is from, but I'm certain there were no cameras around to capture this. Reusing old clips is cost effective, but it does destroy your world building.
That's impossible.
Why is the Cat Miraculous's camouflage mode on Adrian essentially just a white version of the activated mode? The few times we see other people wearing it, it's at least a little different. The answer is that the writers hadn't thought of the individualized camouflage modes when they wrote this, but that's not the real problem here. The real problem is the show giving Gabriel a clue to Cat Noir's identity and then dismissing it for 4 more seasons. Also, it's been several episodes since Gabriel first noticed the ring. Why is he only now focusing on it when he seemingly forgot about it completely?
Adrian has managed managed to leave his room without either of you noticing.
Gabriel, this is not the first time this has happened. Maybe it's time to reflect on why Adrian keeps running away, no? Oh, who am I kidding? We all know you don't actually care.
Radiant, carefree, dreamy. Adrian, the fragrance.
Naming a product after a model, especially one who's a minor, is just weird. Gabriel's exploitation of his son knows no bounds.
See, Adrian aggressed? This is awesome! The first time I saw you in that ad, I told myself, Wham, I got to meet this guy. He's so cool!
Wham's line makes it sound like he only became a fan of Adrian's due to the new perfume ad, but back in Glaciator, he was still dressed like an Adrian clone. And yes, Glaciator comes before Gorizilla in both release and chronological order. Also, Wham's shirt is missing the stripes now. It was a good choice on the animator's part, but I don't see why he would suddenly decide he wants to look less like Adrian.
Hold up! Could you autograph my cologne bottle of Adrian and my life-size cutout?
Where did you pull that from? Oh my gosh, that is terrifying. Why did they think red was a good eye color? Again, why the red eyes? Tamu Manon. Adrian has never been mobbed like this before, and I was going to excuse the inconsistency since I figured the perfume using his name probably made him more of a celebrity than he was before, but this is ridiculous. No one cares enough about a random teenager to fly a helicopter after them.
Marinette, haven't you forgotten something?
How did Tiki manage to follow Marinette and yell after her without her parents or anyone else noticing? Even if her parents aren't home and there's no one else around, it seems like an unnecessary risk to take.
Right now, and Adrian and his girlfriend in the fountain!
I wish I could say no one would do this, but there are people out there who absolutely would. So this sin is on all those creeps out there who forget celebrities are still just people.
Do you think it's gonna be okay between you and your father?
How could anything bad happen with my Marinette lucky charm?
Well, Meerkat is my favorite ship. I just can't deny how cute Adrianette is. You better hurry and take a sin back before Adrian says Marinette is just a friend again. It is super dangerous to stand that close to the subway as it takes off, and I would say I hope they're okay, but after mobbing a literal teenager, I think they deserve what's coming to them. See, I told you it was dangerous. This guy lost his entire torso.
What kind of parking job is this in the middle of Paris? You think you own the streets?
He doesn't think he owns the streets, he thinks he owns the sidewalk. There's a clear difference.
And assaulting a police officer on duty.
Assault? For a piece of paper? Roger, I already hated you, but you are making it so much worse.
What do you think you're doing? Don't pick up, I'm talking to you. All right.
What have you done? Where's he?
Are you writing him a citation just because he picked up his phone? Gosh, I really hate that cops like this actually exist. Gorilla picks up his phone only to be met with a voicemail message. Did his voicemail inbox just call him? That's not how any of this works. Roger's arm clips through Gorilla's and then he teleports farther away in the next shot. I'm really trying to not send the animation errors too harshly this time, but sometimes they're just too noticeable to ignore.
I'm giving you the tracking abilities you'll need to hunt down the person you've lost and accomplish your mission.
I like how Hawkmoth doesn't tell Gorizilla to take the Miraculouses because that's not the point of akumatizing him. The point is to find Adrian. Ew, removing a sin because of Gabriel? Mark my words, this will never happen again.
Good thinking, Marinette. Without these disguises, we never would have made it here.
Where did this helmet come from? Was Marinette carrying it around with her? Is she starting to develop the ability to see into the future, just like the Lucky Charm? Grom Films? As in Grom de Vanilli? A Bourgeois? As in the mayor, Andre Bourgeois? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure how all these threads line up. I'm just impressed that the writers remembered this later.
Adrian in a helmet at the movies with his girlfriend wearing a towel! Adrian's at the movies!
How did you get here so fast? The picture was posted 2 seconds ago. There's no physical way you could have gotten here this fast. How is he doing that without breaking any windows? They cut the shot only to have the helicopter fly right into the same eye, so it just looks like it teleported.
Sorry!
Why are these people not evacuating? King Kong over here is rampaging on top of their office building and it's just business as usual? Ladybug is no longer holding the remote control and yet the helicopter is still moving. Not only that, the controller teleports back into her hand after the sequence is over.
Jump, Adrian! Quick! You have to trust me!
Always.
Yeah!
No! Adrian, she didn't say to jump off the building, she just said to jump. You could have jumped literally anywhere else while Gorizilla was distracted. Also, I'm not entirely sure how Adrian even managed to make this jump without his superpowers.
If you don't transform soon, you might wind up like a gooey pile of camembert.
I can't, Plag. Not in the open like this.
If indeed you are Cat Noir, then transform, son. Please. Drop Ladybug!
Well, that was stupid. If Hawkmoth wasn't Adrian's father, he would have died right there, and Ladybug might have been defeated without Cat Noir there to help her. Would Ladybug have risked Adrian's life if she knew he was Cat Noir? I don't know, but it doesn't really matter because her plan was dumb regardless. Speaking of which, it should seem rather odd to Ladybug that Gorizilla let her go. She could chalk it up to Gorizilla not wanting to hurt Adrian, but given the fact that she's already suspected Gabriel of being Hawkmoth, this should be examined a little more closely. Also, why didn't Gorizilla go after Adrian himself? He might have been able to hold on to Ladybug and save Adrian if he had tried.
Adrian, the fragrance! Now you won't be able to sniff out Adrian, will you big hairy ape?
Nice one, Wayham, but how did you know that was his power?
I need some help!
So, how exactly did Wayham manage to find them when even Gorizilla couldn't? Plot convenience? Yeah, probably.
Don't worry, Adrian. I won't let him touch a hair on your head.
Adrian and Cat Noir side by side. So I was wrong. Just as well.
Gabriel, that doesn't necessarily mean he's not Cat Noir. There are a myriad of ways he could have faked this, and you should know, seeing as you pulled the same sort of stunt to make it seem like you aren't Hawkmoth.
I got to be in Adrian's shoes for a few minutes. A dream come true. I'm really sorry I posted that photo on the internet. He must be mad at me. Is that your email?
If you can manage to stop running after me screaming, I'm sure we could be good friends.
I was going to take a sin off for this, but then I realized that this is essentially glorifying stalking and harassing celebrities until they finally give in and become your friend. First Pixelator, then Princess Fragrance, and now this? I'm starting to think the writers have a not-so-secret agenda. I'm pretty sure these sound effects were meant to match up with the lights turning off, but someone must have forgotten to tell the animators that because literally nothing happens. Okay, that was epic. I cannot think of a better possible way to reveal Emily's situation than this. Sometimes I think these writers are geniuses. Other times, well, let's just remove a sin and leave it there.
Adrian? The Adrian aggressed? Adrian! Adrian! Adrian!
Too late.
Adrian!
Come with me!
It's Adrian!
Adrian!
This rebellious theme.
Do you realize it's our very first concert?
Yeah, she does realize that. That's why she's here, helping to clean up. The writers still haven't gotten any better at delivering exposition.
What if he doesn't know Julika's address?
I've never lived on a boat, but I don't think they have addresses. Also, can someone who's from Paris or knows about these types of things tell me what the logistics are for a houseboat? Is this even legal?
I'm cleaning up for tonight. Your boat's gonna be clean as a whistle.
You're cleaning? We never pick up in this house.
First of all, it's not really a house, and second of all, that's beyond rude. It's common courtesy to clean up when you have guests, and ruining Marinette's work like that right in front of her is even worse. Also, not having a clean living space is child abuse, Anarcha, so I sure hope you're exaggerating about the whole never cleaning thing. That is not what he played.
Are you sure you're practicing, Adrian?
Just doing the same exercises over and over again. I think I could make better progress if I could just play with other musicians.
We agrests are soloists. We're not mere group members. I suggest you rehearse your piece some more.
Who cares if Adrian is a master pianist? I could understand it if Gabriel was, but he's not. He's a fashion designer. And besides, Adrian is right. As a pianist myself, I can tell you that at a certain point, practicing a piece too much makes you play worse. Of course, this was just thrown in here to create artificial tension, so why do I even care?
Never place a metal object next to a compass, you hear, lass? Metal attracts the needle just like a magnet, which is why you can't get them anywhere near each other.
Maybe I'm just like this statue and Adrian's my compass. Maybe we're meant to stay away from each other forever.
What the heck are you talking about? His dad is abusive. Stop making this about you. Alia's eyes glitch. Poor Luca doesn't even get a curtain, much less a door for his room. I'm starting to think Anarcha is just as bad as a parent as Gabriel, just in different ways. I don't like or dislike Luca, but I will point out that he was obviously meant to be older than Marinette since he doesn't go to their school, but later he became Julica's twin. Maybe the writers finally realized that age gaps are kinda creepy. That, or they realized that if Luca was older, Jagged couldn't be both of their fathers without knowing about him. I hope it's the former, but knowing these writers, it's probably the latter.
My name's Mama, Mama Marinette.
Hello, Marinette. Sorry, I tend to make more sense with this.
Luca, you just made fun of her stutter, which, for all you know, could be a medical condition. I think we are way past being bad with words here.
That's strange. It seems you have something like this in your heart.
Again, I don't dislike Luca, but did they have to make his introduction so creepy?
You like Jagged Stone's music?
He's my favorite singer.
Of all the singers in the world, Luca's favorite is the one who just so happens to also be his father. What a coincidence.
I think I better go and join the groove you said. You're a funny girl, Marinette.
Luca's voice actor sounds very strange during this entire episode, although I'm not entirely sure why. I get that they were still figuring him out, but it's uncomfortable to listen to.
I'm thinking Marinette the Compass has found herself a new statue.
What? Luca? No way, you're being ridiculous. Sure, he's cool and nice and everything, but there's only one statue that drives this compass crazy.
He can definitely hear you. I hate this whole love triangle thing so much. Luca himself is fine, but we all know Adrianette is the end goal, so why add any of this? It's just unfair to Luca, and since he's such a good guy, you end up feeling bad for him and disliking Marinette for leading him on. Besides, love triangles are the worst trope in all of fiction, so screw this episode for starting this whole thing.
Oh, sailors! Let's give them a show whenever you're ready, Luca!
This speaker wasn't covered earlier, so did they cover it just for this grand reveal, even though they've all already seen it?
You're going to need these, believe me.
That's impossible. And if it was possible, Anarcha would be in jail faster than Luca could strum that guitar again. Not only did she cause a ton of property damage, but if that sound wave was strong enough to push over cars, then you know it was powerful enough to cause serious bodily harm to a ton of people. And that's on top of rupturing their eardrums. That strum was so violent it yanked all of their earplugs out. That or the animators couldn't be bothered to add them in, even though we can clearly see their ears.
This is Anarcha. Are you completely out of your mind? I'm reading 160 decibels. That's 10 times the sound of a jet engine. You just can't do this. You'll have to play something else. It's a music festival, not a noise festival. If you don't turn the volume down, I'll ban your concert altogether.
Roger is right, and I hate this episode for making me agree with him.
Maybe we could just turn the volume down a bit, Captain? Then there'd be no more problem, right?
No! Out of the question! I didn't name my galleon Liberty for nothing, you know. It's a matter of principle. Haven't you ever heard of freedom of speech, Roger?
Anarcha is incredibly selfish, not just to all of Paris, but to her own kids. By refusing to bend to reasonable requests, she ruins the concert for everyone involved, not to mention the damage she's doing to their hearing. This whole liberty and freedom of speech theme feels more American than French. But since I'm not French, I could be wrong, and this could very well be something French people are really passionate about. Feel free to correct me in the comments.
You asked for it. One more ticket for making me use too many tickets. One more for your attitude. One more because I can't sleep. One more because I'm seasick. One more because I say so.
Okay, Roger, you're losing me. This is why I didn't want to agree with you earlier.
I refuse to give in!
How did someone as abrasive and independent as Anarcha raise the soft-spoken and well-mannered Luca and Julica? One could argue that it's their father's genetics, but Jagged's not that much different from Anarcha.
Raise the mainsail, me deckhands!
This is a missed opportunity for a part of the ship, part of the crew style akumatization, and I'll never forgive them for that.
Fire!
You'd think, given their history, Captain Hardrock would attack Jagged more fiercely, but you'd be wrong. Granted, I don't think the writers knew about that at this point, but hindsight is 2020. This guitar must be blessed with the power of quantum masking to not break as soon as Captain Hardrock starts kicking down the door.
I command you to stop in the name of the law.
Roger, why even try? All you can do is get in the way.
Any idea where the Akuma is?
It's gotta be on the ship somewhere.
In that case, a cataclysm will settle this.
Wait! There are prisoners down in the hold. If you sink this boat, they might drown.
So, just save them or Miraculous Ladybug them back to safety. It's not like they're going to spontaneously combust the second they hit the water. Honestly, it's pretty odd that Hawkmoth created such an easily defeatable villain, but since he did, the episode should end right here.
I command you to stop your acts of piracy in the name of the law.
Him again!
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Ladybug! Don't worry, guys. I'll find a way to get you out. We've got a problem, Cat Noir. I couldn't free the prisoners.
Your only problem is the fact that you didn't even try. You unchained them and just left. Don't act like you tried to free them. You probably should have started running before the flying boat got close enough to ruin your ice cream, but maybe that's just my common sense talking.
Seasickness? Time to raise the sails, milady.
Cat Noir used his cataclysm after Ladybug used her lucky charm, and yet his ring starts beeping before her earrings do. Ladybug's animation resets.
Miraculous Ladybug!
The animators forgot to erase the chain, so now it's just floating there.
Would you like to play this piece with me, Father? As a duet? Please, Father, if I'm not allowed to go to my friend's concert, at least grant me this.
Musical pieces can't just be magically separated into 4 hands, so was this song originally meant to be a duet? That can't be, since it doesn't sound any different. Besides, why would Gabriel have his son play a duet when he clearly hates the idea of working with other musicians?
Adrian, you okay, buddy?
No one knows how to play it.
I know how to play it.
Great. Welcome to the band, Adrian.
Thanks.
You can't just join a concert you've never practiced for, especially when you aren't given any sheet music to follow. What is this musical malarkey?
Sometimes disorder can be a good thing. If this keyboard hadn't been lying around, we wouldn't have gained us a keyboard player.
He also could have hit his head when he fell and died, Anarcha. This is kind of a weird message to send to kids.
Our name is Kitty Section! 1, 2, 3!
Did you forget about Adrian, or do you just not consider him an actual part of the band yet? Which do you think is worse, this song or Smelly Wolf from season 1? I'm not sure, but either way, whoever thought it was a good idea to hand Rose a microphone needs to be imprisoned to prevent any future crimes against humanity. Kitty Section is by far the worst reoccurring plot point in this series, and I will send it accordingly. This disgusting theme.
That's better. And now, hug each other.
If my teacher ever forced me to hug someone, I'd report them. That is so flippin' weird, especially since this guy isn't even in their class.
I'll give her a braid of hair to thank her for her breathing class.
A braided hair? Not only is that a strange gift, that box is way too big for that.
Breathe deeply. Think of your emotions like the surface of a quiet lake.
I thought Miss Bustier was their homeroom teacher. Why is she teaching them yoga or whatever this is? French people, is this normal?
How about you, Marinette? I'm sure you've come up with something awesome as usual.
As usual? This is the first time Miss Bustier's birthday has come around since you started attending here, so how would you know Marinette gives good gifts? She hasn't even given you any gifts other than the scarf that you don't even know is from her. And just so you know, I'm not counting the lucky charm because that wasn't meant to be a gift.
If we wish to change the world?
Why is Marinette's finger moving from right to left? Even though it's upside down, most people would flip the direction to follow the actual order of words.
How about you, Chloe? What's your present?
And what about you, Adrian? You're grilling everybody else, but you don't seem to have a gift. Also, I know Adrian is an optimistic idiot when it comes to Chloe, but come on. We all know she didn't get a gift, so why even ask?
Nothing. Just like every year since kindergarten.
As a veteran of the school system, I can confidently tell you that no one cares that much about a teacher's birthday. Actually, none of us even knew our teachers' birthdays. Maybe it's different because they've apparently had Miss Bustier as a teacher since kindergarten, but even then, Chloe's reaction should be the norm. Also, how is it even possible to have a single teacher for that long? French people, I must again turn to you and ask, is this normal?
I do have a present for you, Marinette Dupencheng.
Chloe did not have enough time to even open the box, yet alone pull out the purse so she could draw on it. I see Marinette's super speed is starting to rub off on her.
What? I know you did this, Chloe Bourgeois!
A 99.56% certainty.
So uncool, Chloe.
They can't even see what happened, and yet they all attack Chloe instantly. This shows just how normal this type of behavior is from her, and it's ridiculous that she hasn't been expelled yet.
I think this present is wonderful. It'll be my new cosmetics bag. Then I'll be able to think of both of you every time I use it.
Miss Bustier, I know you're trying to help, but that's not fair to Marinette. Chloe ruined her present. She has every right to be upset, and Chloe should be punished. You brushing this off is disrespectful grateful to the time and effort Marinette put into your gift.
At least half the city has gotten akumatized because of her.
Paris has a population of 11 million people, Alex, so that may be a bit of an exaggeration.
As the class representative, I want you to set a good example for your classmates. Don't give in to feelings of anger. Try to forgive Chloe instead.
The emotions have weakened.
I'm sure people like Chloe are capable of great things. The problem is they only think of themselves. They don't understand the meaning of love, and we can't force them to change. But perhaps we can show them by setting a good example.
This whole argument is ridiculous. You can show her how to be a better human by punishing her when she screws up, like you would for anyone else. Chloe's problem isn't that she's not shown love. Her problem is that she's never given consequences to her actions. You know, I bet you just don't want to punish Chloe because you're afraid of what her father might do, Miss Bustier. All of this moral grandstanding is just an excuse to avoid angering the mayor, and it ticks me off that this episode goes on to try to make it seem like she's right when she clearly isn't.
Anakuma! Oh no! Go away! I won't let you evilize one of my students!
There, the mere fear that harm might come to her little protege. Fly, my little evil one, and akumatize her!
You thought you could slip that one past me, huh, Hawkmoth? I hate to break it to you, but you couldn't be more wrong.
Hello, miss.
You can't force me to do evil!
Who said anything about evil? I want to help you unite everyone together with love at last.
Breathe deeply and focus!
For someone who was just preaching about morality, you sure gave in quickly. Now that you can punish Chloe without facing the mayor's wrath, you're all for it, huh? This episode may be trying to make you seem like a hero, but I see through your lies. In all seriousness, we later see Alia, a teenage girl who actually was emotionally distressed, reject an Akuma. The fact that Miss Bustier, a fully grown adult who wasn't in any emotional distress, couldn't reject the Akuma speaks volumes about her character. Apparently, Marinette's emotions weakening was enough to stop the Akuma, even though she was clearly still upset when it got there, but Miss Bustier's fear at simply seeing the Akuma was enough to akumatize her instead. This whole situation makes it seem like Hawkmoth doesn't actually need negative emotions to akumatize someone, which completely contradicts everything we've been taught. Was this just an excuse to avoid akumatizing Marinette, or is there an actual rule set to Hawkmoth's powers that I'm just not understanding? Marinette, just go break the lip balm, or at least take it with you. With how long this is taking, you could have transformed, broke it, and captured the Akuma by now.
Please, Miss Bustier, you've got to snap out of it!
I'm not Miss Bustier anymore!
Ladybug, why are you here? No one's even realized there's an akumatized villain yet, and how would you know who she is unless you were there when she transformed? You wouldn't happen to be the student who left with her and hasn't come back, would you?
Oh, what is that thing? It's suddenly gotten very warm in here. What is wrong with you? Chloe.
Okay, I understand why biting might be a bad match for a kid's show, but kissing is even worse. Whoever thought of this episode concept needs to be in jail, and I'm not even kidding this time. This is legitimately criminal behavior.
Milan! Are you okay?
I feel feverish. I can't... So...
Why is the infection time so wildly different between people? Sometimes it only takes a second, and sometimes it takes a full minute.
Chloe!
Excuse me, didn't anyone teach you to knock?
I don't like knocking.
Zombizou just destroyed this door, but now it's perfectly intact. Zombizou's mask cannot decide if it has holes in it or where those holes might be.
Ladybug!
Ladybug just gave Chloe a TBI. Maybe that's why Chloe acts so strange for the rest of the episode.
Kissy boo.
I know it's kind of hard to notice when you're panicking, but Adrian's eyes are clearly still green. Maybe Ladybug hasn't noticed that all the infected's eyes are purplish pink yet, but it is worth mentioning.
Yet again, it seems citizens of Paris are in great danger. Since this morning, a strange disease is spreading. Hordes of kissing zombies are spreading throughout Paris.
This is by far the worst zombie apocalypse I've ever seen. Not only are they just normal people, but since they aren't trying to hurt you, it should be easy to keep them at bay. Honestly, this is such a lame threat that the regular old police department should be able to handle it. Zombizou herself is the only actual threat here.
Chloe. Always Chloe. You only think about yourself.
I don't know why we don't just give them what they want.
Yeah, good idea.
Well, sure, but her whole goal is to infect everybody, so I don't think giving up Chloe will change anything.
And we need her as bait to lure Zombizou when the time is right.
Come on, Chloe!
Slow down, Chloe! Oh.
First of all, how is she supposed to do that? And second of all, how did you mess that up so badly?
Hello? Who's gonna come and save me?
No.
I can't just leave her by herself!
As always in zombie media, an overly empathetic idiot ruins everything and causes others to get infected. I'm so glad we can rehash these old tropes. The zombies couldn't reach Chloe where she was, so everyone should have just stayed put until Ladybug could go grab her. Overly complicating things. Yet another classic of the zombie genre.
You take care of Chloe.
Kim wasn't kissed earlier, so when did this happen?
Kissy.
Rose.
Don't just yell at her, go help her.
Let's take Chloe to the top of the Eiffel Tower. People need to stop invading my personal space!
This whole thing was stupid. If they were really committed to using Chloe as bait, they should have just taken her and left the rest behind. It's not even heartless as it would normally be, because they're at no risk of getting hurt, and they'll all be brought back to their senses by the Miraculous Ladybug. By not doing that, they risked getting infected and wasted a ton of time, which led to them being vastly outnumbered and at risk of being overwhelmed by the horde.
Just go and save us all.
Nino? Nino!
In an actual zombie movie, this would be a big deal because there is no cure for the infected and they are all at risk of being torn apart and eaten by the zombies. Here, these emotional outbursts make no sense because none of this is going to last.
It doesn't matter that we're the only ones left, Bugaboo, since you'll fix it all in the end anyway.
Cat Noir acknowledging this only makes it worse because it shows that the writers know this and yet they are still trying to pull at our heartstrings like this is an actual zombie movie. Know your genre, guys. In the end, only the three of them are left. If they had done what I suggested earlier, they would have gotten here 10 times faster, and with a lot less drama.
Ladybug, catch!
How did Ladybug know this place was empty? She could have just been feeding Chloe right to the zombies for all she knew.
You're the only one who can fix this for us. No arguing now.
So why did we need Chloe again? Zombizou was going to have to come after you for your miraculouses anyway, and now we've lost Cat Noir because you, for some reason, committed to dragging around this dead weight.
It's down to you and me. Chloe?
Ladybug, are you blind? This is the worst hiding spot I've ever seen. How did you not notice her for even a second?
Hand over Chloe and your miraculous, Ladybug.
Hey, Zombizou, why haven't you taken Cat Noir's miraculous yet? You might want to do that before Ladybug magically pulls a 180 and saves the day.
Victory has never been so close.
That's just because the characters are all idiots. In a realistic world, this would have been over 20 minutes ago. But then again, idiocy is a requirement for zombie shows. You know, I'm glad we're sticking with all the worst zombie tropes and ignoring all the good ones. It's much more interesting that way.
Don't worry, kitty. You'll get your kisses. But first, I have a lucky charm I need to use.
He'll get his kisses? What the heck does that mean?
Save us all, Ladybug.
If Chloe, a regular girl, had enough time to jump in the way, Ladybug, the superhero, definitely had enough time to dodge. And it was that easy. So why exactly did it take us 18 minutes to get to this point?
I let my negative emotions get the upper hand. How terrible. I'm terrible.
That's not true.
It is true, and don't you dare try to gaslight me into believing otherwise.
But I hurt a lot of people.
No, I did. And when I saw everyone had prepared a gift for you, I totally lost it. Because I, too, would have liked to offer you something. I'm sorry, Miss Bustier.
You should be apologizing to Marinette, not Miss Bustier. After all, it was her present you ruined. What, you thought I was gonna praise her for this? Praise what? This sloppy character development that doesn't make any sense, that is incredibly shallow and performative? Yeah, after what I just had to sit through, that's an impossible task. Y'all aren't gonna help them down? I'm sure there's a way down, but it seems rude to just let them figure it out when it's your fault they're up there in the first place.
I heard you helped Ladybug and saved Miss Bustier. Awesome!
Girl, are you still zombie-zoofied or what?
I've realized Chloe has a heart too. She just doesn't know how to use it. Hopefully she'll learn if we continue setting a positive example.
Chloe has had 13 years to learn from your examples. Why on earth would that suddenly change now? And that's a question to both Marinette and the writers. If you want to start character development, there needs to be an actual catalyst for the behavioral change, and personally, I don't see any. I cannot overstate enough how uncomfortable this episode made me. Normally, I'd only give Infinite Sins for major plot contradictions, but this episode's very existence is a sin. I honestly don't even want to make this video. That's how bad it is. This surprisingly unmusical theme.
Escaped animals are invading the city. But Ladybug, Cat Noir, and their new friend Rita Rouge are already on the spot.
How did this even happen? Is everyone in Paris just incompetent? Actually, on second thought, I think we all know the answer to that. Why do we need Rita Rouge for this? Handing out the Miraculouses is incredibly dangerous and should only be done when absolutely necessary. This situation, one that could realistically be handled entirely by the city, is not one of those times.
I wish I could be a superhero. The powers, the secrets, the costume.
Episode teases King Monkey, but doesn't deliver King Monkey until a full season later.
I have a serious crush on this boy, but he has no idea. I asked Chloe to come, remember? The girl I told you about in my class?
Ondine knows Kim likes Chloe, but continues to crush on Kim anyway. She and Cat Noir should start a club called My Crush Likes Someone Else, but I'm too stubborn to move on. Granted, this does all work out in the end, and I'm glad it does, but most people would have given up by now. Also, why does Kim still like Chloe after what she did in Dark Cupid? I know he's an idiot, but surely he's not that much of a doormat.
Boy I'm crushing on is you.
That actually says, Kim, I love you. I'm only pointing that out because what she said makes more sense than what is written. Maybe this is a translation issue, but you know me, I'm going to send it regardless.
How about some tasty chops instead?
I thought the Fox Miraculous could only summon up one illusion at a time, like how the Butterfly and Peacock Miraculouses can only make one Akuma and one Amok at a time, but apparently that's not the case, as if it was, touching even one of these meat chops would have caused them all to disappear. So this sin is for the inconsistency between Miraculouses and how confusing this whole thing is.
Found it! Hey, where are you going?
Rena's about to transform back.
No, she is not, as it has only been 5 seconds since she used Mirage. Does Rita Rouge just de-transform a billion times faster for some reason?
So you're allowed to know her true identity, but I'm not?
Because I have to get her Miraculous back.
So what's my role then? The guy who's always left in the dark? What else are you hiding from me?
Cat Noir is right, and the show never does get any better at telling him what's going on. Normally, I wouldn't care since Marinette is the main character, but the show clearly wants us to think the Cat Miraculous is just as important, and yet it never treats it or Adrian as such. This terrible tier animation.
I'm giving you the power to turn Paris into your own underwater kingdom. For you and your prince. In return, you must bring me Ladybug and Cat Noir's Miraculous.
It sounds like they sped up Hawkmoth's line at the end so it'd fit the lip sync better. Listen, guys, we know the lip sync isn't going to line up, so just focus on making it sound natural. After all, what you ended up with doesn't even come close to fitting anyway.
Cat Noir's asking more and more questions. He's tired of being left in the dark.
Tell me, Marinette, do you put the noodles in the water before the water boils?
No.
Exactly. That's because there's a right time for everything.
Fu, your stupid metaphors tick me off. Just say you don't care about Cat Noir and leave it there. Or, if we're trying to be generous, say you didn't mean for Marinette to know your identity and you have no intention of telling Cat Noir if he doesn't need to know. I would vastly prefer that over you trying to act so mysterious and all-knowing all the time.
For example, to trigger aquatic powers, you need a branch from the Dragon King's garden. That's seaweed. Then secret kept in a shell. That's an oyster pearl. But the last one still puzzles me. A tear of joy. I can't figure it out.
Fu overcomplicating this is pretty funny, but it's also stupid. Why would you not at least try an actual tier just to make sure? Also, why would the ingredients all be written in some kind of rhymey code, but the tier is meant to be taken literally? I guess the original Guardians were all secretly trolls. They didn't even try with this animation.
What's going on? The stairs! Quick, everyone, up on the roof!
The flood has been shown to be gradual up until this point, but now the floodwaters are rushing in like a tsunami. Why the sudden change? Was it just to make their escape to the roof more dramatic?
Marinated in Emmental juice.
Gabriel, what would you have done if Adrian drowned? Where did all the concern you showed in Gorizilla go?
Come on, guys!
Kim, why not at the very least take off your hoodie before jumping in? There is no way this is comfortable to swim in.
Kim! I found you at last!
Syren apparently exhales the exact perfect combination of nitrogen, oxygen, and other gases to ensure Kim doesn't die of oxygen toxicity. What a strangely specific power. While we're on the subject of Syren's powers, she can cry endless tears, do all the fishy things, help other people breathe underwater, and apparently turn other people into merpeople if she kisses them. But she can't do anything with her voice, which is, you know, the one thing Sirens are known for. Hawkmoth, you are the king of missed opportunities. We know that the yo-yo is capable of being used as a rebreather, so why isn't she using it here?
I'll be right back.
Wait, where are you going?
I can't
say anything. Yeah, I know. But we are a team, aren't we? I'm tired of all these secrets.
I'm sorry. It's It's not exactly easy for me either, trust me.
Ladybug, stop trying to make yourself the victim when Cat Noir is getting needlessly shafted over and over again. This is not about you.
The tear of joy? I've tried everything.
Have you tried a real tear of joy?
What?
Come on, tell me a really, really funny joke.
Do you think this is really the time to have fun?
This would be a great opportunity to bring in Cat Noir naturally and explain everything to him, since he's the jokester of the pair and should be able to get Foo to laugh. Am I saying I could write this better? I'm not, but you can think whatever you want.
Why do you go to bed at night?
I don't know.
Because the bed won't come to you. What goes up but doesn't move? Stairs! What does a snail say when it's riding on a turtle's back?
These jokes were not funny enough to produce a tear. Honestly, most people wouldn't even be able to laugh in this situation, let alone laugh so hard they cry.
Aqua Tiki! Aqua Tiki! Awesome! Yeah!
This Aqua design is so beautiful, it almost makes up for how boring her original costume is. Almost. But since I don't actually hate this episode, I'll just take a sin off anyway. I think this long shot was meant to show us the webbed glove, but it doesn't even look webbed.
Hello, Cat Noir.
Huh?
Thank you, young man.
You!
No way Adrian remembers this. I barely even remember it, and I've watched it at least 5 times.
Right now, you must go and help Ladybug.
Oh no, I hate transforming.
Not showing us Adrian's transformation is by far the worst sin this episode could possibly commit.
The 3 of us can do together. I'll even share my popcorn.
Oh, maybe that's why they didn't show us Adrian's transformation. They must have used up all the budget on Ladybug's costume because Cat Noir's looks terrible. I feel like Aqua Charm would have been a better name. Or we could have just stuck with the tried and true Lucky Charm. This show's obsession with changing the names every couple of episodes is really aggravating. Locking the doors is completely worthless, as Syren could just unlock the door from the inside and escape. And for some reason, she doesn't do that, even though she has plenty of time to do so. Also, how did Ladybug know which car these keys belong to? Would it have worked for any car? Can the Miraculous Ladybug be used for car thievery? I'm, asking for a friend.
Looks like I got a nibble!
This airbag should not have stayed inflated for so long. In fact, I'm not even sure it would have deployed in the first place. This Akuma isn't colored properly.
My little girl's mini macaroons are ready.
Magical macaroons?
The show still doesn't understand the difference between macaroons and macarons, and at this point, I don't think they'll ever figure it out.
1 Magicaroon, 1 transformation.
The blue one looks yummy.
You'll see. I'm told it's icy.
Foreshadowing. 9 episodes in advance.
Wanna play a game of secrets?
Wanna go to the movies with me?
Ondine, you're supposed to throw it in the water. Now you've completely ruined the whole point of the game. No, but actually, this was really cute, and I'm glad it worked out. Take your sin back and be happy about it.
Over here. Lower. Hello, I'm Mr. Chan. Adrian's Chinese tutor could not come today. I'll be replacing him.
Foo, what did you do to Adrian's Chinese teacher?
Adrian, here's Mr. Chan. He'll be your substitute teacher for today.
Hello, Adrian. I think you and I should have a little talk.
Showing up at the house of a man you have once suspected to be Hawkmoth is a terrible move. Just have Ladybug tell Cat Noir to meet you somewhere private. I have to give credit where credit is due. This new power-up system is very well done and is extremely interesting. Not only that, Adrian was finally let in on at least a few secrets. After the disaster that the last episode was, I was worried about this one, but thankfully the writers did a pretty decent job. This rhyming theme.
Don't you stop dancing to the
was Clara Nightingale's hit single, Big Bang for Us.
Big Bang? With those lyrics, I thought for sure the title was Don't You Stop Dancing to the Music or something. Tiki's eyes glitched through her eyelids.
Apparently, you've been singing dance in your sleep. Do you ever stop?
Never, you see. Dancing and singing are everything to me. See that, Tiki? She's a true artist.
If being a true artist means to be so unhealthily obsessed with one thing that you make it your entire personality and alienate everyone around you, then yeah, I guess she is a true artist.
Auditions will be held at the Grand Valley Hotel. Is that right?
I'm going to give Alec the benefit of the doubt and assume he simply pronounced Grand Palais wrong and didn't just say Grand Valley Hotel, because that wouldn't make any sense. That aside, there is no such thing as the Grand Palais Hotel, and even if there was, the auditions are clearly being held in the Grand Palais itself, so I'm not sure what the writers were thinking. And yes, as far as I can tell, this is also in the French version, but take that with a grain of salt as I don't speak French. Can we talk about how ugly Gabriel's model is? And why are his eyes colored like that? I think he's somehow gotten more ugly since the first season.
There's no way I can wear this!
Yeah, I've always found that little bell so ridiculous.
Seeing as we learn later that the costume came from Adrian and none of the other Cat Miraculous holders have had this bell so far, Plag is specifically insulting Adrian's fashion sense. And to be fair, he's right to do it. That bell is ridiculous.
No, Plag, I mean that everyone's gonna realize that I'm the real Cat Noir.
No way! People are blind.
If they see me with this mask on, they're all gonna recognize me for sure. I can't wear it.
The whole conflict of this episode stems from this idea of them accidentally revealing their identities by wearing the costumes, but it's stupid. It's not that people are blind, people will simply assume you look exactly like Cat Noir because this is a music video, and you're supposed to look like him. They have no way of knowing how much of it is makeup and costuming choices, and how much of it is just you naturally looking like him. Not to mention the fact that no one's really interacted with Ladybug and Cat Noir up close enough to be able to tell the difference between the actual superheroes and someone just wearing the costume. In fact, I think the only people who might be able to recognize you in these costumes is each other. Also, this episode clearly shows that the quantum masking concept was not planned from the beginning and was only added later to explain things that didn't really need to be explained. Just write the story a little better and you wouldn't feel the need to magic away your plot holes.
Didn't I tell you that Adrian looks a little bit like Cat Noir? Whatever.
Marinette is so shocked her eyeliner disappears.
You must be starving from all this waiting. There you are. Here's a hug because you are Ladybug. Say it so. Will you please play Ladybug in my video?
You don't even know if she can dance yet, and yet you're offering her one of the leading roles in your dance video? This is some Foo level logic.
Your Ladybug has arrived. So when does the shoot begin?
Everyone has to audition, you know that.
Oh yeah, that little formality.
This is a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier. With a bit of makeup, Chloe would be virtually indistinguishable from Ladybug. And I know some of you might think I'm contradicting what I've said in previous videos about Marinette and Adrian's identities being obvious, so let me explain. Their identities are obvious due to their actions and the fact that they look exactly like them. For example, they respond to akumatized villains they shouldn't even know about, they show up in places they shouldn't have access to unless they were already there, they know things they shouldn't about akumatized villains, and their civilian selves are always conveniently disappearing right when the superheroes show up. It was never just about their looks. Like I said, the secret identities concept doesn't need quantum masking in order to work, it just needs better writing. For someone who's a super fan of Ladybug, Chloe's costume isn't even accurate. There should be another spot right here. Chloe's eyelashes must be the animator's worst nightmare.
If I were Ladybug, I wouldn't want a brat like Chloe playing me. Hey, wait! I've changed my mind. I do want to be Ladybug.
Marinette, don't do it. I know what I said earlier, but it's still better safe than sorry. Just because anyone could look like Ladybug with enough makeup and styling doesn't mean no one will notice you look exactly like her even without makeup and a wig. This is a terrible idea, especially with all the identity revealing mistakes you've already made. Tiki is definitely visible to literally everyone here.
But sweetie, there's no way we can cancel the shoot now.
I'm going to call Mom and tell her how all my dreams have been crushed.
Let's not disturb our beloved queen for such a little matter, right, my little princess?
So, tell me one more time why this idiot keeps getting re-elected when he continually abuses his power for his narcissistic daughter. Are the people in this universe really that stupid?
1, 2, and 3. Your dance moves need to be synchronized if you can, so you'll need to hold each other by the hand.
They can't do the dance you just showed them while holding hands, Nightingale.
Not like that! Don't be shy, like lovers do. Give it a try.
Once again, someone assumes Ladybug and Cat Noir are lovers, despite Ladybug clearly stating that they are not. Granted, this is typical fan behavior, but it annoys me all the same. I really like that they didn't just use the real suit textures here. Even the ring is a little bit different. Since they're wearing the costume versions of their Miraculouses, neither of them can wear the real ones right now, which is incredibly dangerous. Are we not going to learn a lesson about that? Spoiler alert, no we are not. Not for another season at least.
Go ahead, put them on you two. We've got a lot of singing and dancing to do.
How the heck are these masks supposed to stay on anyway? They have no strap to tie to their heads, so are they covered in glue or something? Considering everything that I've already said about these dramatics, I'm just gonna skip.
I'm sorry. My administrative staff just realized you never submitted permit A38 as stipulated in the circular B65 that one can only get at counter C, 3rd floor of City Hall, which is the last closed for renovations until August, which means you don't have a permit for the shoot anywhere in France, including Paris.
If this is true, that means no one can obtain the permit needed for filming in Paris, which is, let me remind you, one of the most famous cities in the world until the department opens back up in August. There is simply no way that could be the case, and even if it is, it's not Nightingale's fault that your government sucks, Andre. Also, why would she not be able to shoot anywhere in France? You're the mayor of Paris, not the president of France. She could definitely go to another city and get a permit to shoot there. Just because your city hall sucks doesn't mean everyone else's does.
I don't understand. It means no more dancing, no more singing today. The Nightingale can spread her wings and fly away. Oh, did you hear that? I made a rhyme. How talented am I?
Once again, Chloe does something illegal and nobody cares.
The video needs to be shot here in Paris, the capital of love, the city of Ladybug and Cat Noir. This ruins all of my plans. I'm so sorry, my beloved fans.
I feel like this moment would have been more impactful if she didn't rhyme for once. Again, I'm not saying I could write this better, but you can draw whatever conclusions you want.
Sing, dance, or rhyme, or you'll be frozen in no time. Dancing and making rhymes, and why not play the trumpet too while you're at it?
Please, please, I'll keep up this rhyme. Don't make me freeze, not this time.
Oh, bravo.
Chloe and the mayor had plenty of time to rhyme or dance, but these poor extras don't even get a chance.
Nice work. Ladybug and Cat Noir cannot fight back. They're too busy singing and dancing while we're on the attack. Now hurry, my sweet Nightingale. It's both of their miraculous that I lack.
I'll admit it, it's true. I admire how Hawkmoth is rhyming, even though he doesn't have to.
Why is Cat Noir so dumb? He doesn't even know 50 plus 50 is a sum.
Yes, I do. The dummy is you.
50 plus 50 is 102. Huh?
Your math is crazy. Count again, milady.
50 plus 50, the sum doesn't rhyme. One more false move and you're trapped big time. Oh.
This trap is what's dumb. Why would you ever tell her the sum? Cat Noir may be lacking in wit, but this is really pushing it.
Our last weapon can do her harm. It is my Lucky Charm!
Sound the alarm! For the first time ever, a villain has noticed the Lucky Charm.
Cataclysm!
These recycled animations are different, don't you see? The animators added the outline and it fills me with glee.
Hey, look out!
Whoops, sorry, milady.
They're not for her. They're meant for us. Connected, we're one. Our movements are synced. So let's get a move on because we are linked.
As if you were dancing without thought. Take the shot!
This is a nice callback to the start. Wait, am I a fan of this episode at heart?
Miraculous Ladybug! No more evil doing for you, little Akuma. Bye-bye, little butterfly. Found it!
Breaking the Akumatized object didn't detransform her, and neither did the Miraculous Ladybug, and yet Ivan was able to detransform even though Ladybug never even captured his Akuma? Is everyone in the writer's room just allergic to continuity? This is the main theme, obviously, and it would be fine for it to be written in-universe if it wasn't for the fact that that is clearly Marinette's voice.
I prefer this version too. I couldn't have pulled off playing Cat Noir.
This obvious audio splice.
I know, worlds apart. What I meant was that you'd be more lame as Cat Noir than in real life. No, not that you're lame in real life, right? Just compared to Cat Noir, you're just, you don't look a thing like him, that's what I mean.
And you don't look a thing like Ladybug either. I'm sure she's not as funny as you are.
I can't tell if they just insulted each other or what, but I still think their identities shouldn't be a secret from each other anyway, so send it I shall. These masks do not match the ones they were wearing in the video. I do think these pairings make a lot more sense, but I would prefer a little consistency. As I've learned while writing this video, rhyming is surprisingly hard to pull off, and I'd assume it's even harder when you're also translating from French into English. The translators and writers did a really great job with this episode, and I'd be remiss if I didn't remove a sin for that. Well done, guys. Well done. This forgettable theme. Penny clicks this pen 3 times, and since it started open, it would end up closed, so she shouldn't be able to write with it.
Penny, I found the perfect way
be okay with—
This door was closed, but now it's open. Or perhaps it's missing entirely? I really can't tell.
I'm sorry, Miss Penny, but you cannot allow your crocodile to just roam around the hotel by itself.
As I just mentioned, these doors were both wide open before, but I guess Andre closed them just to force Penny to go through the minor inconvenience of opening them again. Now that is petty. Bob, you can't force Jagged to do anything that isn't in his contract, and you know that. This man is so cartoonishly evil that he doesn't even make sense.
Now that's what I call a rock and roll idea! Penny, you're the best. What would I do without you?
Even by European standards, that kiss was weird. Jagged, please tell me you aren't exploiting your overworked employee or anything. Do I need to contact HR?
Welcome to Fill My Shoes! You're joining us live on a new episode, and our guest today is the one and only Jagged Stone!
Does Alec just do everything related to game shows in Paris, or do the writers simply not want to come up with a new character?
No.
Why is Jagged still wearing these gloves? That's a health hazard, as the fibers could get stuck in the dough, and they probably haven't been sanitized. Plus, Jagged isn't wearing a hairnet. No actual baker would ever allow this in their establishment.
So, Miss Penny, what's it like working with a star like Jagged? He seems so cool.
Oh, yes, he's wonderful. He's awesome.
This show and its glorification of unhealthy power dynamics in relationships. I'm not saying that every relationship with an unequal power dynamic is automatically bad, but I am saying they very easily turn toxic, and for that reason, they probably shouldn't be portrayed to Miraculous's young audience in such a positive light.
By the way, what are you gonna bake for us today, Tom?
Haven't you already been baking? What was that bit with the dough earlier, and why are there uncooked pastries everywhere if you haven't?
Can you grab a bag of flour, please, dear?
Sure, Dad. Uh-oh.
Hey, look! I look like a ghost! Rockin' boo-hoo!
This actually made me laugh out loud, so as unhappy as I am about it, I'm obligated to take a sin off. Curse me and my sense of humor. Why did Tom ask for more flour when there was already a bag right in front of him?
Are you sure it's up here?
He said upstairs.
Wait, this isn't the restroom.
This must be Marinette's bedroom. Cool. Hey, there's a sink.
How on earth did you guys go through the living room and somehow not realize the bathroom is probably on that floor? And even if the bathroom isn't there for whatever reason, we know there's a kitchen sink on that floor in full view of the front door. I could see Jagged being that stupid, but Penny? Also, there should be a sink down on the main floor, as no kitchen is complete without a sink. Realistically, Jagged should have washed up there, and then the entire episode wouldn't have happened. Why is Tiki up here and not with Marinette? What if something happened and they were separated? This is such an unnecessary risk to take. I swear Marinette's room is not normally this pink. It's giving me a headache already. How can she stand it?
Where's Jagged?
In the restroom upstairs.
Thanks. Follow me. We'll improvise.
Tom, Sabine, don't let a bunch of strangers with cameras snoop around your house, especially not without you there.
Hey, look! Man, Marinette's got some serious talent. Hey! I know this guy.
Penny, you need to stop Jagged from snooping around a teenage girl's room. You should realize there's no way Marinette meant to use the sink in her room and go back downstairs to look for the actual bathroom already.
He's here! Come on, start shooting. In 3, 2, 1.
And we're back on the air with Jagged Stone filling the shoes of a baker. Let's see how this rock star cleans off all that flour.
Hey, there are more photos of this dude than of me. I think the baker's daughter's got a little crush.
Jagged, I had a high opinion of you before, but this is unacceptable. Why are a bunch of fully grown men perfectly fine with filming a teenage girl's room? And Penny, why haven't you stopped this yet?
Keep calm, Marinette. It's not a big deal.
Tiki, what the heck? If you had gone back downstairs, why didn't you warn Marinette that Jagged was in her room?
Penny, do something! You heard the lady.
Yes, this is a frustrating situation. I mean, I too would be frustrated if I had to work with a bunch of perverts who have no problem rifling through a teenage girl's stuff, but this problem is easily remedied. Have the film crew go back downstairs and interview Tom and Sabine, find the actual bathroom with Marinette's help, then go back downstairs to get the show back on track. Penny must deal with situations like this all the time, so her immediately breaking down and getting overwhelmed doesn't make any sense, especially when she could have circumvented this whole ordeal by not allowing Jagged to hang around Marinette's room in the first place.
Sounds like a plan, Hawkmoth.
That is visually interesting, but lore-wise, why would she only be transformed after clicking the pen? I guess Hawkmoth's magic is just as dramatic as
We won't allow that.
Then you should have said that when they first tried to leave the bakery. I'm glad you're standing up for your daughter, but it is way too late for that.
Aha! See?
Whoa, how dare you! Yeah! Whoa. I demand an apology!
Why is Sabine suddenly a ninja? Why does she grunt like a monkey? Why is this animation so goofy? Actually, I have a better question than those. Why does this episode even exist? Wait, you have a lockdown button for a bakery? Why do you need such tight security, Tom? Baker's voice is really annoying. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but I think it's because she talks so slowly and doesn't have much variance in her speech patterns. Whatever it is, I'm upset that I have to listen to it, so here's a sin.
Shooting the show here definitely wasn't a good idea.
Marinette, I think the bad idea was none of these grown adults being taught the value of privacy. Saying it like this makes it seem like it's your fault when it's not. Don't victim blame, especially when you're the victim.
Here comes trouble again, Jagged.
Why is Troublemaker specifically focused on messing with Jagged? Of all the people involved, he's probably the most innocent. Not that he is innocent, just that he's more innocent than, say, Alec.
Penny, stop! It's not rock and roll!
I hate rock and roll, Jagged.
You don't like rock and roll? Then why are you dressed like, well, that? I can't express exactly why, but I just know the physics are wrong in this scene.
Oh wow, that's a lot of pictures.
We can take the grand tour later, Cat Noir.
Why does Marinette have so many pictures of Adrian? Heck, I don't even have that many pictures of my actual boyfriend. This obsession is creepy no matter how you slice it. Why are there pictures under the bed? What is wrong with you, Marinette? Where did these ones even come from? And how much money did you spend printing these out? Photo printing isn't cheap, you know.
The claw is inside the pen!
Touch me if you dare.
Ladybug, did you forget about your super fast magical yo-yo that has been shown to pick up things like this in the past, or do you just know the episode isn't supposed to end yet? One of you should have stayed behind to distract Troublemaker while the other one grabbed the pen. Sometimes I wonder how Hawkmoth hasn't won yet, but then I remember that he's somehow even more stupid than these two.
You've already lost half the battle, Ladybug.
Excellent, Troublemaker!
Stop gloating and just grab the other one. This detransformation is different from the last time we saw this happen. Also, I still think she should detransform immediately if even one of the earrings is removed.
That was a close call. Certainly not how I dreamed we'd share our secret identity. Oh no, not like that.
Identities, Cat Noir. Also, that line was horribly written.
It'll have to wait, at least until we kick Trouble's butt and Hawkmoth.
I have it on good authority that you never learn each other's identities, even after Hawkmoth is defeated, so you, Ladybug, are a dirty, filthy liar.
Stick-in time.
Take her, Miraculous!
What? Having some trouble?
Oh, my poor bugaboo. Another supervillain fan has literally glued themselves to you. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm the only one to stick to milady.
No superglue can withstand the superhuman strength of an akumatized villain. Maybe if it was magic superglue summoned by the Lucky Charm, but normal superglue? No way. Those earrings are coming off, even if Troublemaker has to rip both of Ladybug's ears off in the process. Hey, if superglue does work, why don't you all superglue your Miraculouses on? And if Hawkmoth did the same, you'd be at a complete stalemate with no one being able to win or lose. At that point, he'd be forced to Troublemaker had done what she did before and gone for one earring at a time, as she would have had a hand free to click the pen and escape. I guess Troublemaker heard the writer's command to wrap things up and decided to make it easy on them. Why would she suddenly become unglued when she detransformed? I, for one, would love to see Ladybug try to de-evilize the Akuma with Penny holding on to both of her ears. Yay! These ladybugs were kind enough to remove the flower from Jagged's face that he had even before Troublemaker was akumatized. I suppose they must like the taste of flour and couldn't bear to leave even look back, otherwise he would have seen her detransform. And let's just forget about all the people on the ground that definitely saw this and pretend like her identity is still totally a secret.
Phew! Hopefully, he didn't see me.
Hey, Marinette.
If you teleport behind that locker one more time, Adrian, it will have to become a cliche, and trust me, you don't want to be a cliche.
Look, about what you saw on the show, the photographs in my room.
You mean the photographs?
Photographs, exactly! It's not what you think. I'm really into fashion and...
One of my fans.
Adrian, if there was a Venn diagram showing the people who are in love with you and the people who are your fans, they'd practically be the same circle. Adrian absolutely knows this, and besides, having that many pictures of someone in your room isn't normal in any sense of the word. There is no way Adrian doesn't know about Marinette's crush, and instead of rejecting her right here and now, he continues to lead her on despite having no interest in her. Adrian is a total jerk. This miscommunicated theme.
This is a team-up of Ladybug and Mighty Illustrator fighting Queen Wasp together.
Mighty Illustrator is a stupid name. It's also not the name he originally chose. Not to say that he can't change his mind, I'm just saying he started out with a bad name and somehow made it even worse. We haven't even met Queen Bee yet. Is this yet another sin for the confusing episode order? Yes it is. Deal with it.
Mark, you made it! Come meet everyone. This is Mark, the boy I told you about.
I saw your drawings on the school website, but they're nothing compared to the real thing. The movement, the expressions, the attitudes, they're all so... Thanks.
This line is kind of funny when you realize the creators of the show are praising their own art. Granted, they're right, they are good drawings, I just thought it was humorous. Mark's notebook mysteriously vanishes.
I've never seen drawings so
messed up. All he ever draws anymore is Ladybug, ever since she de-akumatized him. As if Ladybug could care less about a guy like him. Of course I've got a project, a unique masterpiece that will revolutionize the art world. Let me guess. Another collage of selfies. That's ridiculous. You don't deserve my art anyway.
Well, Alex, if Chloe really did have an art project, it's too bad we didn't give her a chance to tell us about it, isn't it?
Shut up. Why are the adults in this universe so annoying when it comes to Chloe? Are you really so afraid of her father that you would prefer for her to stick around and bully your students some more? Also, this is Nathaniel abuse and I won't stand for it.
By the way, Mark, you've shown up at the perfect time. Marinette told us that you're always writing and Nathaniel is looking for a scriptwriter.
Sorry, gotta go!
Hey, wait!
Mark's had a death grip on that notebook this whole time. There's no way he would be able to drop it without noticing.
Diary of Ladybug? I saw the evil illustrator again today. Now that he's no longer controlled by Hawkmoth, he's become a true superhero like Cat Noir and me. I'm sure he'd make an awesome partner, but I'm too shy to ask him. It's not exactly the truth, but it's definitely a fun read.
Marinette, you creepy stalker, don't go through Mark's stuff. I know you're trying to help, but you know what they say about good intentions. Mark's model is just terrible. I mean, just look at it. Why are his legs so tiny? Man, I wish erasers were this good in real life.
Nate! Someone gave me this for you.
Who's someone?
I can't tell you who just yet. It's a secret. But even though we won this fight, something keeps bugging me. I can't stop thinking about him. I know his real identity, so sometimes I try to catch a glimpse of him when I fly over his school.
Okay, I can't be the only one to find this weird, right? Nathaniel and Ladybug are both actual people that Mark is shipping, and somehow both Marinette and Nathaniel are not only okay with it, but impressed? Am I the only one who sees a problem with this?
It's rude to spy on people.
It's not what you think at all. It's just that it's gonna be Nathaniel's birthday soon, and Mark and I wanted to give him a disguise. I mean, surprise!
Very typical of you, Marinette. Well, if you need any help with that, let me know.
Nathaniel's birthday was back in Evil Illustrator, and since time moves slowly in this universe, it's only been in a few months at most. You might assume Adrian wouldn't know this, but this is the same class that celebrated their teacher's birthday and organized a surprise party for Marinette. It'd honestly be more weird for Adrian to not know Nathaniel's birthday. Actually, looking back on Evil Illustrator, no one seemed to realize it was Nathaniel's birthday. The only solution to this is that Evil Illustrator was lying about it being his birthday, but that assumption is Nathaniel abuse, and I won't stand for it.
First, I need to know if you're willing to meet the person who wrote it and entrusted it to me.
Is it who I think it is?
I can't tell you anything. Please don't insist.
Sure, of course.
Nathaniel, do you seriously think it's Ladybug? Who else could it be other than the person Marinette already tried to introduce you to, who also happens to be an author? Not to mention the fact that you saw Mark carrying that exact same notebook. Also, the story is very clearly fiction because you don't have superpowers. The writers are dumbing down Nathaniel for the sake of the plot, and I simply won't stand for it.
Final phase of Operation Comic Book, Tiki.
Why are you recording them? Even if this went exactly as planned, recording them like this is still weird and creepy.
Ladybug? Huh? What? You're not Ladybug. You were trying to make a fool of me, weren't you? Do you think it's funny to toy with my feelings?
No, not at all. I just want to make a comic book.
A comic book? Us? Together? Never!
Look at how they massacred my boy. I will not stand for this.
I'm giving you the power to invert anyone. The strong will become weak. The brave will become cowards. Reversion!
Ouch! What's happening to you, my little pigeons? Where are you going? Wait, come back, please!
Shouldn't that make him hate pigeons? Why would the magic be able to affect things it hasn't hit?
You told Nathaniel I was someone else! Hey, you! What is this thing? Vehicle registration, please.
Reversion!
Do whatever you want with that paper plane of yours. I've got other plans.
That is not how tasers work. Boy, are we lucky that this police officer doesn't carry a gun for some reason. But then again, maybe his employer realized that he was too stupid to carry a gun even on a good day. In that case, it makes you wonder why he even has a job at all.
You used to be quick on your feet. Now you've got 2 left feet. Reversion! Yeah!
Oh no!
Thank you, Ladybug.
Gotcha!
Just because he has 2 left feet doesn't mean he doesn't know how to swim. I'm not saying to not save him, but I am saying to not fall into the obvious trap.
Lady?
What's up, kitty? Got vertigo?
Reverser seems to only be able to reverse 1 personality trait at a time, which I'm fine with, because otherwise he'd be a bit too overpowered, but in that case, why would you not reverse their desire to keep their Miraculouses? Then they would give up their Miraculouses willingly, and you wouldn't have to fight them at all. The answer is that the writers thought it would be funnier this way, and didn't give a darn about anything else.
Locate them, Reverser! The Miraculous are so close!
They are powerless now, Hawkmoth. We've got all the time in the world. I'll take care of them as soon as I've inverted Marinette and Nathaniel.
Fine, but hurry. I want my Miraculous.
Why did these villains always find a way to shoot themselves in the foot? You did not spend enough time looking for them to justify giving up. They're completely helpless right now. Don't give them time to come up with a counterattack.
Great! Now I'm sure I'm gonna catch a cold.
You have a magical suit. You shouldn't be able to get cold. Yeah, sure, Cat Noir is probably imagining that he's cold and convincing his body to react accordingly, but I'm still going to sin it because this shouldn't be happening anyway.
Thanks to our space dumpster program, all our trash is now stored in orbital dumpsters, making Paris the cleanest city in the world.
The mayor of Paris does not have the authority to do something like this. Heck, even the president of France would have a hard time pulling this off. Do the writers think that just because Paris is the capital of France, its mayor has equal or greater power to the president? Because that's not how any of this works. Also, no country on Earth possesses the money or resources to dump our trash into space. Maybe if this was a throwaway gag, it wouldn't annoy me so much, but it's central to the plot of the episode, and none of it makes any sense.
Paris, the cleanest city? We'll see about that. Reversion!
I'm going to order our satellites to release all the dumpsters back down toward Paris, making our city the biggest trash heap the world has ever known.
Why would he have a tablet that can just do that? Would you not treat these super expensive and potentially dangerous dumpsters with the same level of security as the actual space station? Speaking of the space station, that thing has to make adjustments to its orbit about once a month in order to avoid crashing into the Earth, and it doesn't look like these dumpsters are capable of doing that. Mayor Bourgeois has managed to create several potentially deadly meteorites, and apparently no world leader had anything to say about it.
Maybe you should have given him a chance to explain.
Alex, skating around the Louvre like that is going to get your dad fired. Alex's helmet, while making her safer, also has the unfortunate side effect of pushing her hair into her skull.
Lucky Charm! A bamboo roll?
Reverse's power must suck if he couldn't even slightly nerf the power of the Lucky Charm. Oh, Ladybug, how the plot gods favor you.
Then I'll reverse Nathaniel, and he'll have no choice but to make a comic book with me.
Why do you still want to work with Nathaniel after what he did? Nathaniel has my favoritism, and I know why he did what he did, and even I wouldn't want to work with him after that meltdown.
Go, Cat Noir!
Okay!
Listen, magic can explain a lot, but a human person cannot fly on a kite. This is a blatant disregard for physics, and I, you guessed it, won't stand for that.
I guess that space dumpster thing was a bad idea after all.
Yeah, it was a bad idea. A bad idea to write this episode.
And I will win.
This awkward silence gets me every time I watch this episode. And for your information, this is in the original dub too. They wanted this to feel awkward. Nathaniel managed to fall in love with Marinette as both herself and as Ladybug, something that takes Adrian 5 whole seasons to accomplish. For this reason, I will stand by Nathanette until the day I die. This waste of a theme. Alia and Nino were the dancers for a Just Dance game? I wish we could see that plot instead of the garbage this episode is about to subject us to.
Are you sure your dad won't let you come? It's such a bummer.
You know how overprotective he is.
He could just sneak out like he does every day as Cat Noir. Sure, saving the world is a tad bit more important than hanging out with your friends, but so far Gabriel hasn't done anything to stop him from sneaking out, so why not?
We're waiting for it to get dark. It's the World Cup fireworks show tonight, remember? We're gonna watch from the Place de la Concorde Ferris wheel.
Why would you waste milk like this? Just so you know, my list of favorite things goes Nathaniel, my boyfriend, and milk at number 1, so this is a big deal to me. Also, what kind of psycho drinks directly from the carton? Do you want everyone to get sick? Because this is how you get everybody sick.
Oh no! Baguette and Cappy can go with Cell Phone Boy if they want, but you're staying here. It's way too dangerous!
The list of milk-related crimes in this episode only grows, along with my hatred for this character.
Besides, Mom and Dad are totally cool with it.
There have been way too many akumatized peeps in Paris these last few weeks.
First of all, you're not her parent, so what you want is irrelevant. Secondly, why do you suddenly care now? And thirdly, Alia has been attacked and even akumatized herself several times. That ship has not even sailed, it's sunk.
That's so ridiculous! The twins were akumatized right here at home!
Well, that would have never happened on my watch! I won't let anybody mess with my family!
Oh yeah? And how would you have stopped it? Punched the magical butterfly to death?
You mean like the other day at the square?
What happened?
Well, we came across a man handing out flyers. Nora thought the man was akumatized and wanted to turn Alia into a banana zombie.
How was I supposed to know it was some stupid costume?
Because akumatized villains are really obvious and a man dressed as a banana clearly isn't one of them. I knew I was going to hate Nora from the moment she first opened her mouth, but I didn't think it would be this bad.
Once you flyweights can actually defend yourselves like me, we'll talk about it.
You think you could beat up an akumatized villain? You're just like Roger, only somehow more annoying. I didn't even know that was possible.
It doesn't matter because Ladybug and Cat Noir would save us if there were any problems.
Uh-huh. And what if Mr. Whiskers is catching a mouse and that beetle's been sprayed with bug spray? What do you do then?
Ladybug and Cat Noir have always come to the rescue, and even if Alia was hurt, the Miraculous Ladybug would just restore her to normal. Yeah, emotional damage or whatever, but as I mentioned earlier, Alia has already been through worse. There's no point in being so worried about this.
Okay, Alia can go out with you guys. If you beat me at an arm wrestle.
Why do they care what Nora thinks? Just leave, and if she tries to stop you, call the cops. That may seem like an overreaction, but this would qualify as wrongful imprisonment, and maybe some time in jail would teach Nora that she can't just muscle her way into getting what she wants.
We gotta go, or else we'll miss the fireworks.
Forget it. You guys go without me.
Nora's overprotectiveness is going to lead to Alia's akumatization eventually. Not like Nora would care, since she seems to think she'd win that fight, but watching Nora get thrashed by an akumatized Alia would be a much more enjoyable experience and provide a more believable character arc than whatever nonsense this episode is about to come up with.
Oh, over there, an Akuma!
What?
And the winner is Nino!
Huh? Oops, my bad. It was just a fly.
There's no way they didn't notice that. Nora and Nino would have felt it at the very least.
They don't understand. They have no idea of the dangers. They're so clueless.
I think they are acutely aware of the dangers, actually. You're the one who's never gotten caught up in an Akuma attack.
They didn't want your support and protection. Well, I'm giving you the power to show them just how dangerous the world really is.
This whole plot was already shown in Hotel Transylvania, and it doesn't make any more sense here than it did there. It is not nearly dark enough out for fireworks.
Need a hand, kitty cat?
Thanks. I hate it.
Go fetch the Ferris wheel. Come and get her if you're not a flyweight.
Oh, yeah.
Nino!
People have asked me why I think Ladybug and Cat Noir should know each other's identities, and it's precisely because of situations like this. If Cat Noir knew who Marinette was, he'd know he needs to get her to safety first so she can transform. In this case, Nora let Marinette go, but if Alio was Ladybug, they'd be screwed since Cat Noir wouldn't realize he needed to prioritize rescuing her. I was going to ask how she did all that without moving her head, but then I realized that I don't actually care.
Tiki, I think I messed up. We've got to stop Nino and save Alia!
Once again, the show blames Marinette for something that isn't her fault. Nora was being unreasonable, and Marinette's actions were completely justified. Marinette's highlight is glitching. I'm not sure how they managed to mess up what should be mostly recycled animation, but they did.
The Akuma must be in her headgear.
How do you figure? Is it perhaps because it's literally the only thing she's wearing?
Seriously? Milady, I think I got myself into a sticky situation.
Well, duh. It's a web. Why didn't you just cataclysm it? Clearly, you're strong enough to break the threads, so just do that.
You're like a cat caught in a spider's web.
Technically speaking, spiders don't actually eat cats.
Cat Noir would be excellent at miraculous sense, except I wouldn't have found myself in this situation to begin with.
Lucky Charm! Candle?
Once again, why is the Lucky Charm so cryptic?
Maybe I could help you? I'm no superhero. I tried to save Alia, but guess I'm not strong enough.
When you're facing a supervillain, strength doesn't make a difference. Courage and determination do. Use this to defend yourself and distract her. I won't be long.
I hate to break it to you, but strength absolutely does matter. That and a magic suit to keep you alive. Neither of which he has, by the way.
Cat Noir's magic jewel is a ring!
Why didn't you just say so?
Hey, Arachnid!
Ah, so you're back, Cappy.
I know Nora is dumb and would fall for this easily, but Hawkmoth should know better. Just make her ignore Nino and retrieve the miraculous now. Once again, Hawkmoth proves he is deathly allergic to winning.
Pick an ally you can trust to fight alongside you on this mission. Choose wisely. Such powers on hand to serve a greater good.
Remember when I said these sound effects not matching up? Surprisingly, they fixed it, and they did so by simply not having the bottom drawers open at all, which is kind of a slap in the face to those Kwamis. Not only is your miraculous on the bottom shelf, the drawer doesn't even open automatically when the rest of the miracle box does.
What are you trying to do with that little stick?
On your left! No, on your right! No, the other right!
I didn't think Cat Noir could get any more useless, and yet here we are.
I suggest you stay down, Cappy.
So why isn't Nino dead yet? Considering how far he's being flung, his organs should be nothing but mush by now.
Just you and me, kitty cat.
Cataclysm! No! Don't touch his ring. It's charged with destructive energy. Cat Noir is called on his power, but he can't use it. Just be patient and wait for him to transform back. Then the ring will be uncharged once again and you'll be able to take it from him.
Whatever.
Nora could just grab something and press it into his hand, copycat style. I have to give it to him. Hawkmoth is extremely skilled at snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Nino Lahif, this is the miraculous of the turtle.
Hey, Ladybug, how do you know my last name?
It's all up to you, Captain Turtle. Use your power now.
Shelter!
Nobody taught Nino how to use shelter, so how does he know what to say?
Cat Noir, you know you're irreplaceable.
Yeah, Cat Noir is irreplaceable, until Ladybug literally replaces him.
You're gaining more allies, Ladybug, but don't rush to rejoice. Soon you might just be outnumbered.
Foreshadowing? I would respect it if I didn't have to sit through 20 minutes of filler to get here, and it wasn't even the good type of filler either.
Want a scoop? You're the best.
Hard disagree. I think she might actually be the worst. So, the moral of the episode is that normal people should step in and fight supervillains even when they're severely underprepared and will most likely die in the process? I'm not so sure about that one, guys. This news of a theme.
The Kwame Nuru's transmission is...
Hawkmoth's Kwame?
Yes. He's celebrating his 3,500th cycle today.
I find it hard to believe these immortal beings celebrate or even remember their birthdays. I barely remember my own birthday, and I'm only years old.
Kwamis are able to communicate with their kind on their cycle or birthday, but we won't get another opportunity for a long time. See, a Kwami's cycle lasts several hundreds of human years.
You could find out where he is. How would you do that?
The Kwamis must gather in the Miracle Box at a specific time.
When would that be?
Tonight. Because Master Fu doesn't want us Kwamis to leave our owner's sides. He says we have to be able to take action immediately if someone becomes akumatized.
I get Fu's hesitancy, but finding Nuru should take priority over everything else. Who cares if one akumatized villain runs free when finding Nuru would mean no one ever gets akumatized again? Also, the Kwamis would be able to tell if someone was akumatized because Hawkmoth would be transformed. There's no risk of Ladybug and Cat Noir not responding, as Tiki and Plag would then return to their holders right away. And just so you know, I figured that out before it happened in the episode, so it's a reasonable thing to conclude even if you aren't a guardian who ought to know these things.
Well, I'm afraid it might not work if I don't go. The more Kwamis that are present, the better chance we have of succeeding. Waze, Plag, and I had an idea. Plag and I would go and gather with other Kwamis inside the Miracle Box. Waze would stand guard. And he'd let us know right away if anyone becomes akumatized.
This plan would mean Waze has to sit out on the summoning, so in the end, there's only one extra Kwami to participate. I don't know how Kwami magic math works, but I highly doubt one Kwami would make that much of a difference. But of course, in the end, they need all the available Kwamis in order to make this work, but that's less to do with logic and more to do with tension building, so I still call bull on this. Far be it from me to question Kwami lore. No, wait, that's literally my job. In that case, I have to point out that this whole concept is stupid. Why would this cycle contact ritual even exist? Think about it. If the creators of the Miracle Box wanted a way to find lost Miraculouses, why would they make it this complicated? They can only attempt this once every couple hundred years, far longer than the typical human lifespan, so it's completely worthless to the holders. You might assume it's part of the Kwami's magic, but if that's the case, why would it require the man-made Miracle Box? Also, the Kwamis, before they became known as Kwamis, were concepts, and they wouldn't need some ritual to be able to contact each other, nor would they measure their age in any unit of time. This is 100% just random nonsense the writers threw in here to get our hopes up and has no actual place in this world. And the worst part of this is, it's not even helpful. This is all just a waste of time.
I am exhausted. I'm off to bed.
Good night, Plag.
Plag not telling Adrian doesn't really fit with his character and also doesn't make sense. There's no universe where Adrian would forbid Plag from leaving anyway, so why not tell him?
Where do you think you're going, Nuru?
I just wanted to go out. Master, it's my birthday today. I thought...
You obviously haven't grasped the rules, Nuru. We're going to have to make them even simpler. From now on, you won't be able to communicate at all.
But Master...
It was a joke, Nuru. I'm not that cruel.
Thank you, Master.
Once again, let's think back to the creators of the Miraculouses and ask ourselves why on earth they would give the holders the ability to control their Kwamis like slaves. The Kwamis existed before the Miraculouses and already wanted to help humans. There would have been no reason to enslave them. I'm starting to think this whole miraculous concept is a lot darker than it first appears.
Change of plans, Nuru.
So, Hawkmoth's powers work even when he's not transformed? Just when I thought his powers couldn't get any more nonsensical, the writers throw a curveball like this and somehow make it even worse.
Hey, Waze! How's it going? Shh! You'll wake up Master.
I find it extremely hard to believe that Fu would be asleep during such an important night. Sure, he sucks, but I don't think he sucks that bad. Are you implying one of these Kwamis brought a whole piano in here? Do you know how heavy those things are?
Your owners were wise to give you permission to come.
Yes, Seth. Mara...
You forgot about the magic spell. We can't say our owners' names to each other, remember?
Yes.
Talk about exposition purely for the audience's sake. You do realize we could have figured that out without the heavy-handed explanation, right?
Marinette. Do you want to know my secret?
Goes to bed, Fred.
Yummy. I've always dreamed of gobbling up a baker.
Why would Tom be affected by the sand only now and not the first time Sandboy passed over their house?
Plag! Wake up! Plag! No! Who turned you into a sock?
Okay, I have to give them this one. That was funny.
We must put our voices together in order to achieve this. Kwamis, sing!
If this sounds weird, it's because they used the French audio and didn't re-record with the English actors. Also, why are they singing? Why not a chant or some catchphrase like how the Miraculouses generally work? Why singing, of all things?
We won't make it, Sass.
We are missing a few Kwamis. What if we brought Waze in? Okay, let's go.
Once again, I have to ask why this ritual is so complicated. It takes place in the Miracle Box, so it must have been designed by the creators of said Miracle Box, but why like this? Why does it specifically take 17 Kwamis and not 16? And if they've done this before, which they must have in order to know that it's even possible to begin with, wouldn't they know exactly how many Kwamis are required to power it? Why can it only happen on specific days? If they had the ability to make this possible, why not make it doable whenever they need it to locate a lost Miraculous? This is the problem with having such a loose magic system. Technically, you can say whatever you want and make it canon, but in the end, it will only bring more questions than it answers.
Quick, Master, don't stay here.
Ooh, we are the ghosts of the Order of the Guardians of the Miraculous.
Were you just about to force the Guardian of the Miraculouses to abandon said Miraculouses? Especially right when they're about to contact Nuru, who you know is being controlled by the villain? Are you trying to sabotage yourself, or are you just plain stupid?
You caused our downfall and lost 2 Miraculous!
It was not my fault. I did not do it on purpose.
Yes, it was your fault. Your fault.
Not your fault and not on purpose are two very different things. It was your fault, but I will admit that you didn't do it on purpose. Doesn't make what you did any better, though. This is a rather silly nightmare considering what actually happened. All of Fu's family and friends were eaten alive because of his actions. I would expect a lot worse than just 3 floating cloths.
This is disastrous, Marinette. There's no way of communicating with the Kwamis when they are in their magic world.
That seems like a massive design flaw. I suppose the creators of the Miracle Box were not only villainous, they were stupid as well. Although I guess everyone in this universe is stupid, so what can you expect? Also, there's no way that's true. If it was, why didn't Nuru and Dusu just stay in the Miracle Box rather than getting separated from the others? Apparently, they didn't have to go with their Miraculouses when they fell into that pit. Also, imagine Marinette takes a Miraculous from the Miracle Box only to discover that the Kwami that it belongs to wasn't paying attention and stayed in the Miracle Box. What's the point of having the Miraculouses if you can't summon the Kwami that pairs with it? And on that note, since it absolutely should be possible to contact the Kwamis inside the box, Fu should have been the one to stand guard so all the Kwamis could perform the ritual, since, as I said earlier, finding Nuru should be their top priority.
What is that?
That's not Nuru.
It's Hawkmoth.
Keep singing! We must try to find out where he's hiding!
It's me who's going to find you, little Kwamis.
His will is so powerful. We must cut off all communication. Hawkmoth is trying to track us down.
I had the same thought earlier as well. With the two-way connection, Hawkmoth could easily turn the tables on them. Fu should have realized this was a possibility and moved the Miracle Box to a new location during the summoning, so if that did happen, he wouldn't end up revealing the location of his actual home. There were a lot of ways Fu could have planned this out to mitigate the risk, but he didn't do any of it because he's the true villain of this series. That's right, I'm back on the Fu hate train, and it's time to tie this old man to the tracks and be rid of him once and for all. Also, the Kwami's not immediately cutting off the connection when they realized it wasn't Nuru is stupid. The fact that Hawkmoth can even overpower the will of 17 immortal magical beings is stupid. This entire summoning thing is stupid. In fact, it's so stupid that I've run out of new ways to describe how stupid it is.
I just felt the Kwami somewhere on the right bank of the Seine. Find them, capture them.
Kwami in sight.
That's Cat Noir's Kwami. Capture it or follow it all the way to its owner.
The Sandboy just checked in. Now nightmares can begin. I'm your worst nightmare.
You failed.
Maybe don't announce your presence to the magical being and instead follow it silently so it doesn't think to escape. Man, Hawkmoth, you must really want to lose.
Cataclysm! No time for daydreaming.
How did he manage to destroy all of those bars with only one cataclysm? Off-screen rechargings? That can't be it, since he doesn't even think to recharge before going off to fight the villain, which is extra stupid, by the way, and deserves an extra sin.
Who's about to get a pretty magic duel?
Cat Noir, why have you just been standing there watching this whole time? Why is Sandboy struggling so hard to reach the earrings? Why do I even try to make sense of the show anymore?
Sandboy just checked in!
You still have your powers.
Losing mine is not what I'm afraid of.
Cat Noir!
Bad kitty! I'll never love you! I've always wanted to get rid of you!
I do like the psychological aspect of this episode, showing what they are most afraid of as their civilian and superhero selves, so I'll take a sin off even though this episode is a complete mess. Let it be known that I am not completely heartless. So they're screwed, right? With the plot-armored ladybug after them, there's no way they stand a chance. Unless, of course, Hawkmoth's magic can't replicate the writer's favoritism. That was a rhetorical question. Of course the real ladybug's plot armor wins out in the end.
Lucky Charm!
Ladybug, I'm about to transform back. Any ideas?
Looking now!
Why would a Lucky Charm, even a dream one, be capable of breaking? Now, if Cat Noir had used his Cataclysm on it, that I would understand, but like I mentioned earlier, he didn't recharge it even though he definitely had enough time to. In order to manifest people's worst nightmares, Sandboy's power would have had to read their minds, right? And despite casting that magic on Ladybug and Cat Noir in both civilian and superhero form, he still wasn't able to read their minds enough to know who they are? Why can't Hawkmoth just make a supervillain that straight up reads everyone's mind? Oh wait, no, that's already his superpower, and yet for some reason he can't even tell Cat Noir lives in his own house. Hawkmoth's magic is both limitless and extremely limited depending on whatever the plot calls for, and it's extremely aggravating.
I watched a movie on TV. It was kind of scary. And then I went to bed and I had a really bad nightmare. I woke up and there was a black butterfly in my room, and a weird man spoke right in my face.
In your face? I think he probably talked in your head, no? Unless you're implying you could see him. There's no way that's how akumatizations have worked this whole time, right?
He fed off the negative emotion from a nightmare.
That's what happens when you let kids watch anything they want on TV.
That's a weird thing to say. Nightmares happen regardless, so maybe we should blame Hawkmoth for being weird enough to take advantage of a child instead of the poor kid's parents.
It's all my fault, Master.
No, it's mine.
No, Marinette, it's my fault.
Yeah, that's true. It's their faults.
Why was Cat Noir not invited to this meeting? Sure, he didn't know Plague was going to sneak out, but the whole reason they snuck out in the first place is because Fu didn't want them separated from their holders, but now it's suddenly perfectly fine for Plague to be away from Adrian? I thought you had finally decided to tell Adrian everything back in Syren. Was that all a lie? Of course it was. We all know Fu doesn't care about Cat Noir at all and prefers to put all of the pressure on Ladybug. I've said it once and I'll say it a million times more. Fu is the real villain of this series.
Next time, come and talk to me.
It kinda seems like they did, and you said no. Why would anyone rely on you anyway when you're the reason this is all happening in the first place?
Now I know that they're close, and that there are many of them, and Ladybug and Cat Noir won't be able to stop me ever again!
That was weirdly abrupt. Ran out of airtime, eh? Let's recap. What did the heroes learn? Nothing? Alright, but what did Hawkmoth learn? That there's a lot of Kwamis and that they're nearby? But he already knew that based on Raina Rouge and Carapace's appearances. So let me get this straight. Nobody learned anything new in this episode? This filler episode is trying to disguise itself as a plot-relevant episode and failing miserably? That's actually so on brand for Miraculous that it hurts.
The Sandboy just checked in. Now nightmares can begin. The Sandboy just checked in. Now nightmares begin. The Sandboy just checked in. Now nightmares can begin. The Sandboy just checked in. Now nightmares.
Master, wake up!
The Sandboy just checked in. Now nightmares can begin. The Sandboy just checked in. Now nightmares can begin.
This moronic theme.
Mayor of Paris Andre Bourgeois is expected to attend the show with his wife, the great and highly respected fashion critic.
Honestly, Marinette, it's perfect the way it is. I feel like it's the ugliest hat in the world.
Isn't it really strange that she only designed the hat? I'm not part of the fashion world, but I'm pretty sure designers generally make the whole outfit, not just one item.
But what if people see that it's a synthetic pigeon feather and not a real one? They're gonna think it's lame, aren't they?
First of all, it was never real because real pigeon feathers don't look like that, and secondly, Adrian is super allergic to feathers, so what's the point of even bringing this up?
Anthony, Andre, be a dear and fire the chauffeur. I can't believe Gabriel allows his staff to drive like that.
You can't fire somebody else's staff, you incompetent wench.
It's Andre Bourgeois! Only the harshest fashion critic in the entire world. I didn't know she was coming.
The newscast you were just watching mentioned her attendance, plus this has no doubt been planned for months, and as a participant in the fashion show, you would know that she'd be there. Writers, I promise you can give out exposition in a way that doesn't make the character seem brain dead.
What is this carpet? Is it fabric? Why isn't the red carpet made out of marble like I said?
Because, by definition, a carpet cannot be made out of marble.
You're fired!
Once again, I must ask why Andre was elected when both his wife and daughter are known to be power-abusing morons.
For your information, the trend this year is glitter.
Glitter? There's no glitter on my hat. This is a fashion disaster.
Oh my gosh, who cares? You can't change it anyway, so stop wasting my time with your whining.
By the way, Mom, I have a little something for you.
Chloe, what is this? This wrapping paper is ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. You're fired.
Darling, please, you can't fire Chloe. She's your daughter.
Watching a mother abuse her daughter while her useless doormat of a husband does nothing to protect said child fills me with pure rage toward everyone involved in making this happen. Maybe it wouldn't anger me so much if there was some sort of lesson or moral to all of this, but no, that's just the way it is, and the show doesn't address the abuse or rescue either of the bourgeois children from it. Now that I think about it, it's the same story with Adrian and his father. I'm sensing a pattern here, and it's disgusting.
This fashion show just might be one of the most important in Gabriel Agreste's career, as evidenced by Audrey Bourgeois' presence.
Considering what happens later, Gabriel is definitely richer and more important than Audrey, so calling this the most important fashion show of his career just because of her presence is insane.
Where are you going? You heard Audrey Bourgeois, right? I can't let Adrian model this hat. There's no glitter on it. Zero trend potential.
So you were just going to ditch? If you had done that, your reputation would be ruined, and you never would have been able to design for anyone ever again. All this anxiety and whining is just here to stall for time, and it's ridiculous.
Mr. Agreste has reserved a seat for you.
Finally!
In the second row.
What? My mother always sits in the front row.
Not today.
I know Gabriel is just doing this to tick Audrey off, but man does it feel good to watch her be put in her place. Too bad this entire plan is stupid.
Gabriel cannot do this to me. I'm the one who discovered him. Without me, he'd still be drawing his unworldly designs in his dismal, cramped studio.
I can't really tell what she said, and it's not in the subtitles, but I think it was unworthy or otherworldly designs, neither of which makes sense. It's clear that she's insulting his designs, but if she thinks so lowly of them, why did she discover him in the first place? And clearly the creators think the same thing since they left it out of the subtitles.
I can feel my prey has more malice in her than anyone I've ever akumatized before. She will be my masterpiece.
You're leaving the case open? Wouldn't she rot? Or is she just unconscious? Somebody please tell me if this woman is dead or not.
You will now be able to revenge those fashion disasters.
Revenge those fashion disasters? Sounds like the translators need some grammar lessons because that is not at all correct.
They'll see who's queen, hawk moth.
Sometimes Audrey has an accent and sometimes she doesn't. I wish you would just pick one and stick with it. Is this not an official Agreste fashion show? Why is a teenager DJing for it, one that Gabriel dislikes at that, and why does there seem to be only one piece and one model? This feels like a waste of time for everyone involved, including, no, especially me.
Where's that ungrateful Gabriel Agreste? I demand that he kneels before me.
My father isn't here.
Well then, if Fashion Disaster Daddy isn't here, I'll just have to settle for Agreste Jr. You're fired!
Gabriel once again places his son in direct danger, except this time it's entirely on purpose. Somebody get him the Father of the Year award. I think he deserves it.
Uh-oh, we've got a problem.
Why was Plag not with Adrian? I know it's because he needs to be around later to help Ladybug, but it's not like the characters know that.
Don't you need an assistant?
Fine, I'll take you on trial.
Mom, Style Queen.
Once again, if Chloe, a regular girl, had enough time to react, Ladybug, the superhero, definitely had enough time to at least try to dodge.
If you want to find Gabriel Agreste, I know where he lives. You can take care of Ladybug later. She's worthless anyway.
It's not a completely idiotic idea.
Turning her into glitter would have destroyed the Miraculous anyway, so I guess it's a good thing Style Queen agrees to this, even though it was a stupid move. Gabriel, stop her. This has happened time and time again, and it has never worked out. Tell her to get the Miraculous now. Why does Gabriel keep akumatizing the dumbest and most self-centered people in the world? I don't think Audrey can even brush her teeth by herself anymore. Why would she be able to outsmart Ladybug and Cat Noir? Where was Chloe and all that? It's not like Style Queen turned her into glitter since she was still making noise, and besides, I don't think Style Queen can reverse the transformation, so what gives?
Keep this for me, Sleeping Beauty.
This altar and this force field are not an aspect of Style Queen's powers, but I guess the episode got an episode. Where was she keeping this rose? It wasn't on her, so was she keeping it inside of her? That doesn't seem fair. If she hadn't willingly given away the rose, she would have been unbeatable. If Hawkmoth can make villains that are this overpowered, why doesn't he keep doing it? Oh, and why doesn't he choose people who won't do stupid things like leave their akumatized object in the open?
Cat Noir, I don't know what you're doing, but there's a witch of a villain running loose, and I really need you. Where's Cat Noir? I wish I knew.
The fact that Cat Noir hasn't shown up should tell everyone his identity. There were only a few people who were turned into glitter statues, and Gabriel, who has already suspected his son of being Cat Noir, should put this together quite easily.
A mallet? Of course, Master Fu,
This lucky charm is completely inaccurate. Ladybug doesn't even end up using the miraculous she takes from Fu, and it's not like her going there affected Plag's decision to help her. Maybe the lucky charm somehow planned for Chloe to find the miraculous, but considering how that ended up, I doubt it. The lucky charm has literally never messed up this badly before, not even when Ladybug's powers were affected by the villains, so this is obviously all just an excuse to give Chloe her time to shine, which is unforgivable, frankly.
Don't worry, Cat Noir is fine. He's just lost his miraculous.
That Tomcat's really got himself stuck up in a tree this time.
Let me guess, you're Cat Noir's Kwame.
Out of order episodes. My favorite. This is a stupid excuse, and Ladybug is a complete dolt for accepting it. If Cat Noir really did lose his miraculous, then Plag would just return it to him, like we see him do several times in the future. The only reason Cat Noir wouldn't be able to transform is if he was turned into a statue by Style Queen, and again, there were only like 4 people who were transformed. It would not be difficult at all to figure out which one is him.
As a result, he's lost his ring, and it's just me that's able to help you out.
No, it's out of the question, Plag. You are way too dangerous without an owner.
Who cares if Plag destroys everything when the Miraculous Ladybug will fix it all immediately? It's better than letting Hawkmoth win, right? And since that's exactly what ends up happening, I'm once again going to point out that Fu is the true villain here. He's sabotaging Ladybug with his sheer incompetence, and he's wasting my time.
Pick an ally you can trust to fight alongside you on this mission. Choose wisely. Such powers are meant to serve the greater good.
They fixed the sound effect issue, but they did it in the worst way possible. Honestly, I cannot fathom why they decided to do it this way.
Ladybug! Watch out! Lucky charm!
A tube of glue.
A glue diet, but I'm still going to. Oh! I'm gonna squash you like the nasty bug you are! Shoulder pads!
Once again, Ladybug struggles to defeat a villain she otherwise would have had no problem with, just to set things up for Chloe to have her moment. Technically, breaking the object should have deakumatized her and left her with a giant hole in her stomach. Of course, the Miraculous Ladybug would fix it, but I do wish I had gotten to see Audrey bleeding out. Yes, this episode has annoyed me so much that I've turned violent. Blame the writers, not me.
If you only knew what a great team we made. What if I went back to New York with you?
Don't be ridiculous, Casserole. Chloe.
Chloe, she hates you. It's time to give up and be a better person. Is that harsh? Yes, it is. But I'm too aggravated to phrase it any better, so you get what you get.
Oh, the fashion show. My father's gonna worry about me.
It's on my way. I can give you a lift if you want.
Ladybug. The Bee Miraculous is much more important than a stupid fashion show. They're going to pretend like she thought the Miraculous Ladybug would bring it back, but there's no way she would think that's how it works. If it was, then Adrian, Chloe, and Audrey would have been returned to the Grand Palais too. Once again, Ladybug's character suffers just to elevate Chloe. If you have to bring everybody else down just to highlight one person, you probably shouldn't be focusing on that person in the first place. Lila.
Style Queen was my greatest masterpiece. How could she have failed? How could I have failed?
You failed because you chose a narcissistic idiot who can't plan ahead to save her life. The malice they hold is not what's important, it's the type of person you evilize, you moron.
Sir, you took a big risk today, especially regarding Adrian.
If only I could tell Adrian why I'm doing this. He would understand.
No, he wouldn't, and you know that, otherwise you tell him. Once again, screw Natalie. She's the only one with the power to free Adrian from his abusive household, but not only does she not do that, she enables Gabriel. I don't care what kind of redemption arc they try to give her, she is just as irredeemable as Gabriel himself.
Thank you, Ladybug.
I have to go. Bye. Wait, if they didn't, then I lost a miraculous. I have to go back to the Eiffel Tower right now.
Marinette!
The Eiffel Tower is that way, Marinette. Actually, I don't know the geography of Paris, but that is the direction she and Adrian came from, so I'm going to assume the Eiffel Tower is somewhere over there. And if it's not, then the sin is on them for entering from the wrong direction. Also, you should go as Ladybug, not as Marinette. Sure, she probably can't transform right there because there are people there, even though they somehow didn't see her detransform. But in that case, she should run away from the crowd of people, not toward them.
Actually, I have
No, you don't. Come on. We can't miss the beginning.
Don't worry, Tiki. No one will find the box. We'll get it right after the show.
Marinette, go get the miraculous. I don't care what excuse you have to make, what violence you have to enact, or what feelings you have to hurt. That miraculous is much more important than any of that. Again, this episode has to screw Marinette's character over completely just to allow Chloe her moment, and that by itself makes anything Chloe might do, good or bad, completely meaningless.
Hello, my queen.
Great, more Chloe, just what we needed. Aside from my personal feelings on the matter, if they really wanted to give Chloe a Miraculous, they could have had Ladybug save Chloe when her mother tries to turn her into glitter. Then Chloe could beg Ladybug to help her save her mom, and Ladybug agrees because of all that bullcrap back in Zombizou about Chloe having a heart. That way, you still get the Miraculous to Chloe, and you don't have to make everyone else seem like a bunch of morons in the process. Well, Ladybug would still be a moron for deciding to trust Chloe, especially when she could have easily defeated Style Queen on her own by using the glue strategy, but Queen Bee was something the writers had already decided on, so at least the character assassination would be significantly reduced this way. I still wouldn't like it, but it'd be better.
Ugliest hat in the world.
Don't know, my dear. For your information, the trend this year...
See? Mrs. Bourgeois, Mr. Agreste has reserved a seat for you.
Keep this for me!
Make her tell you where he's hiding!
This ridiculous, utterly ridiculous theme. I've discovered during this recording that I cannot pronounce the word wasp correctly, so I'm going to send the episode for forcing me to sound like an idiot.
Coming to you live from the Grand Palais Museum, I'm Nadia Shimon. Gabriel Agreste's fashion show was recently delayed after the Queen of Fashion, Audrey Bourgeois, was akumatized.
I know recycling animation is cheaper, but come on. This is supposed to be a newscast. How would they have gotten this footage?
I can't keep putting our son in danger. I'll never be able to fulfill my wish without Ladybug and Cat Noir's Miraculous. Forgive me, Emily. I'm giving you up, Nuru.
I see here that there are 3 more seasons of this, and I personally don't appreciate being baited. What sort of magical light system is this? How does it know exactly when to turn the lights off? I've talked about unhealthy power dynamics in relationships before, so I'm just gonna say ew and move on. Screw this enabling witch. Am I going to send Natalie every time she shows up now that we know she's working with Hawkmoth? Yes I am. I don't even care if it gets repetitive. I will never let anyone forget that she does not deserve a redemption arc.
Scoop, the hat Adrian Agreste is wearing was made by my BFF Marinette. Anything you'd like to say during my live stream?
I don't think fans of the Lady Blog care, Alia. How the heck did Gabriel get here so fast? We saw earlier that he was watching the livestream of Adrian walking down the runway. He then talked to Emily, went upstairs, had a little pout, then somehow made it all the way to the Grand Palais before Adrian finished his walk. Either the writers lost their sense of time or Adrian was walking at the staggering pace of 1 inch per hour while he was off screen.
Scoop number 2. Gabriel Agreste has just turned up, and that means we'll be seeing your hat in every single photo and news broadcast.
Not really. Adrian took it off, so it won't show up in the pictures of them hugging. And would you look at that, I'm proven right in the very next shot. So my assumption earlier was correct. There's only one piece in this so-called fashion show, and Gabriel didn't even design a matching outfit for it. Considering that this is supposed to be the most important fashion show of his career, Gabriel did not put any effort in.
My dear Audrey, I heard about the unforgivable misfortune you had to endure. Only one row in the house is befitting to Audrey Bourgeois, and that's the first.
Ew, you suck up. I liked you better when you were making evil plans. They were stupid and not worth my time, but they were better than this.
This hat is not a Gabriel Agreste. Are you responsible for that?
I'm the one who created it.
It's the most exceptional thing I've ever seen.
Surprisingly, I actually really like this development. Audrey appreciating the hat shows that she's actually a fashion critic, not just Chloe's abusive mother. It feels bad to remove us in after saying that last part, but oh well.
You want to be a fashion designer, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then come to New York with me. I'll make you the biggest name in fashion.
I've never been to New York with you, and you're taking Marinette Dupen-Chang?
I'm taking her because she's exceptional, Chloe.
I'm exceptional, too.
The only exceptional thing about you, my dear, is your mother.
Abuse in my kids' cartoon that none of the adults acknowledge and is never resolved? That's exactly what I like to see.
I'll show you how exceptional I can be. I am Chloe Bourgeois, and from now on, I'll be your new superhero.
Chloe transforming in front of everyone proves that she does not have what it takes to be a superhero and is solely in it for the attention, and yet Marinette goes on to give her the Miraculous several times over. How does that make any sense? At the end of the last episode, we see Chloe take the Miraculous back to her room at the hotel and open it for the first time. However, we know that the fashion show continued immediately after Style Queen was defeated, so there's no possible way for Chloe to have gone all the way to her room and then back to the fashion show. What gives, writers? Was the last episode so bad that it gave you brain damage? Well, me too, but that doesn't excuse you since you're the ones who wrote it that way.
Spinning time!
Chloe's weapon being a knockoff version of Ladybug's is kind of funny, but also pretty lazy.
How could Marinette have given the Miraculous to that Chloe girl?
There is no way she would have given it to her.
It would have been better if she did. That way, Chloe's betrayal would actually mean something, and Marinette's lesson about responsibility would have more impact. Making this whole thing a mistake severely diminishes any lessons that could come from it. Also, even Fu knows that Chloe doesn't deserve a Miraculous, and yet Marinette still gives it to her time and time again. You know it's bad when even Fu would make better decisions.
There's nothing exciting going on in this city. No one to save. If you want it done right, you have to do it yourself. Come ASAP. I'm about to rescue the passengers of a metro that's in peril. You have got to film this.
The first thing Chloe does with her Miraculous is put people's lives in danger, and yet Marinette still gives her the Miraculous over and over again. Will I ever stop bringing this up? Sure, once it starts making any gosh darn sense.
We'll open a bakery in New York and introduce our Dupan Chang pastries to the Americans.
What should I do, Tiki? It's like my dream come true.
Who will protect Paris from Hawkmoth if you leave?
Somebody else, preferably an adult? Is Marinette supposed to put her entire life on hold simply because an old geezer randomly gave her superpowers? Absolutely not. Marinette should go. Also, nobody hears this.
Cat Noir. Rena Rouge?
Only Ladybug can capture Akumas. I wouldn't be able to come to New York with you.
Once again, that is not true. Cat Noir at the very least can destroy Akumas, and another Miraculous like the Rooster could definitely purify them. In fact, it would be better for the Ladybug and Black Cat Miraculouses to be separated so Hawkmoth can't get what he wants. Again, Marinette should go. Even if she has to leave Tiki behind, why should she give up her future when literally anybody else could take her place?
Colin, back on!
Nuru! Dark Wings rise!
Flag, claws out!
Tiki, spots on!
As much as I love transformation sequences, 4 in one episode is a little much. The fact that the storyline should have been one episode is showing, and it's kind of embarrassing.
Cat Noir, what are you doing here?
Waiting for the next train.
How on earth did two people on foot manage to outpace a speeding train?
I'll take care of the driver.
You're welcome. It was nothing.
Why did the venom wear off when Chloe is still transformed?
Give me back your Miraculous.
Finders, keepers, losers, weepers.
Did you lose a Miraculous?
Listen, you lost a Miraculous once too.
Ladybug, take the Miraculous back before wasting time arguing with Cat Noir. And Cat Noir, why would you bring that up now? Gosh, these two are so stupid.
I was busy taking care of Style Queen all by myself. Queen Bee! Chloe! Wait!
I have no words, but I know that I'm angry.
I bet the Akuma's in her Miraculous.
That makes sense, but Miraculous are indestructible.
Except the Rabbit Miraculous. That one is extremely fragile. How the heck did these wasps not realize where she went? Are they brain damaged from the awful riding too?
You can't escape my wasp. Bring Ladybug and Cat Noir to me!
I think it would be more effective if they spread out rather than grouping together, but I guess visuals are more important than common sense in this show. Also, it should be easy to find them if you just surround the Sen. They have to resurface eventually to fight you, after all. If you sting them the second they exit the water, there wouldn't be much they can do about it. Yeah, that's not suspicious at all. These wasps are extremely bad at their jobs. Then again, Chloe doesn't seem to realize what's happening either, so I guess they reflect the intelligence of their creator. That is to say, they don't have any.
Now!
Why did these wasps immediately scatter? Why would they not try to sting them? Maybe if Ladybug and Cat Noir had used a hose to spray water everywhere, making it so the wasps couldn't fly, I would believe it, but as it is, it looks like the wasps just dispersed because they knew it was time for Ladybug and Cat Noir to win. I'm pretty sure this cataclysm would not have worked, given how garbled it is. Why didn't they just use their aqua forms? If it was me, I would have let her drown. Hey, she's the one who got herself into this mess. She should reap the consequences. Ladybug, you take the pieces. Do not allow her to hang on to them.
I have to get the Miraculous back, Chloe.
Give me a second chance, please!
No. End of story. You do not deserve any more chances. This entire episode shows that you cannot be trusted.
Chloe just clearly demonstrated that there is nothing exceptional about her.
Anyone can make mistakes, even a superhero. I personally made one by losing that Miraculous. Don't make the mistake of not giving it back. Act like a hero. Thank you.
Ladybug, Cat Noir, I'm sorry.
I don't understand people who think Chloe had a redemption arc plan because she doesn't show any signs of change. She gave up the miraculous purely because she had no choice, and even then, she had to be pressured into it. And as we see later, she continues to idolize her mother and mirror her abusive tendencies. If the writers wanted to give her a redemption arc, they would not have written it this way. They would have done something more like this. Have Chloe realize that her mother is a terrible person and that acting like her has only turned all of Paris against her, including her mother. Then, deciding to forsake her mother's example, she gives back the miraculous without any convincing and tells Marinette that if she goes with Audrey to New York, she will exploit her and it'd be better for Marinette to make it on her own. That way, Chloe begins to grow by showing some care towards her worst enemy, and Marinette actually has a reason to not go to New York. Or something like that. The point is, a redemption arc is simply not possible with the version of the character we have in the show, and y'all need to accept that. Write and read whatever fanfiction you want, but don't project that fantasy onto the show writers when they clearly had no plans of delivering that fantasy.
I won't be coming to New York with you. I still have so many things to do here. All the people I love are here. My parents, my friends.
You're making a mistake, Marinette.
Your parents were going to go with you, Marinette. Audrey is right. This is a bad decision, plain and simple, and the show trying to make it seem like the right decision is just, I don't even have a word for it.
Why don't you love me, Mom?
But, of course I love you.
You're also wrong about your daughter not being exceptional. In fact, Chloe is exceptionally mean. She may be more heinous, pompous, and selfish than you. Compared to both of you, even a rock seems more capable of love.
How dare you!
See, you're both much more alike than you think.
I think I may have judged you unfairly, Chloe. You are exceptional, just like me. I've decided I'm staying in Paris with you.
This is not a wholesome ending. An abusive relationship does not end because both parties are abusive. It only becomes twice as abusive. This is what I mean when I say that the writers had no redemption arc planned. They were given a chance to have Chloe separate from Audrey and her bad example, but instead decided to make it a good thing that Chloe is like her mother. Of course, it's a bad message. I completely agree with that, but the canon version of Chloe is not one that can be redeemed. She was given the chance to change, and she did not take it. Oh, and of course, abuse is bad. Stop glorifying it. Saying that the only way a child can be loved by their abusive parent is by also being an abusive person is a terrible message. All that said, why does Marinette entrust Chloe with a miraculous again, especially after encouraging her to behave terribly and showing her that she can't be loved unless she does? I don't know. I really don't know. I'm kidding. I think I do know. It was done so Chloe could ultimately betray her and lead to Ladybug becoming the Guardian, and I do truly believe that was the plan, not any so-called redemption arc, but when you consider it from the character's perspective, it doesn't make a lick of sense. Chloe has already shown exactly what she'd do with the miraculous. Why would Marinette trust her?
Ladybug and Cat Noir made a mistake today, and there will be others. Then we'll finally be together once again.
They've made mistakes before, and yet you always lose. If Style Queen caused him to want to give up, Queen Wasp should have the same effect. He akumatized someone with a miraculous and still lost. If he can't win in that circumstance, there's no way he'll ever be able to pull it off. Also, the main reason he decided to give up was because he was putting Adrien in danger, and that has not changed, so neither should his decision. Of course, we all know Gabriel was never actually going to quit. This was just bait, and like I said before, I despise being baited.
You said you were going to stop.
And you said, well, actually, I don't have a witty segue for this, but screw you. I hope you die in a fire. This unbearable theme.
Welcome to my secret lair. I may be a superhero, but I'm always happy to share my thrilling life with all my fans. I admire Queen Bee so much. She's shown me what being a superhero is all about, and always fixes the messes Cat Noir and I get ourselves into.
Hey, that's not Ladybug, that's you, Chloe!
Of course, that's the real Ladybug!
Once again, Chloe is clearly only in this for the attention, not because she wants to help people. Their identities are a secret from the general public for a reason.
Our assignment was to choose an important person in French history, and I actually saved France.
So far, you've done literally nothing but put Parisians in danger. What you did was literally terrorism, and yet nobody seems to care. She should have been arrested for what she did, but she gets to become a superhero instead? What is this backwards logic?
I saw you laughing with the other idiots. You're fired.
How could you not laugh, Sabrina? The whole superhero stitch is totally gone to her head.
You're the one who paralyzed the metro driver, aren't you?
How does this technology work? It seems like a really bad idea to allow the students to put whatever they want on the projector. I know exactly how that would go down in the real world.
We might not deserve to see your documentary, but you don't deserve to be called a superhero.
Marinette, you're right. So why did you keep giving her a miraculous? This episode is actively trying to gaslight me, and I do not appreciate it.
You're all ridiculous. utterly ridiculous.
Seriously, she'll never change.
I agree. This is the second time someone in the show has said as much, and yet Queen Bee is still a thing. Yeah, I know, she only shows up like 3 times, but as I said in Style Queen, Queen Bee should not exist in the first place, let alone be trusted with a miraculous 3 whole times. Her entire existence is nonsensical.
I demand that you close the school down for good. And I want you to banish Marinette Dupen-Chang from Paris. That monster hurt your little girl's feelings.
I could close the school for a few days, a week at most.
Not good enough. Shut it down forever.
But that's impossible. I love you, Chloe, but you're asking too much of me this time.
What's the use of this stupid sash you're wearing if you can't actually use power? This is ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous.
Just as I thought, Chloe's so-called bond with her mother has only made her behavior worse. Chloe acts way more manipulative in this episode than even the last 2, and that confirms my theory that she wasn't meant to be redeemed. In fact, her behavior has actually made me start to agree with this comment, that Chloe was meant to be a warning about manipulative people who pretend to change but never actually do in order to keep people close to them. I didn't think the writers were capable of creating a lesson that intricate, but unfortunately for them, it seems they did a little too well, seeing as a big portion of the fan base still defends Chloe even after all she's done. Whether or not this was on purpose is irrelevant, however, as this entire debate irritates me to no end.
We need to change cities, that's what. We'll go to New York.
But I can't be the mayor of Paris if we're living in New York. It's too far.
It won't make the slightest bit of difference since you're so powerless anyway.
Not only are you incapable of solving a simple problem for your own daughter, you're also refusing to come with us?
Why does this matter? Audrey was already living in New York, so what changes if Chloe goes too? And if you care that much, Andre, just quit being the mayor and go with them. It's not like you need that job, seeing as you already own the hotel. Is there a reason you have to be the mayor of Paris? This episode would be infinitely more interesting if it was focused more on Andre and his attachment to being the mayor. Perhaps even growing to realize he values his position more than giving in to his daughter's selfish whims. But unfortunately, this is a Chloe episode, and Andre isn't meant to be anything other than incompetent. It really is too bad. I would have given anything to never have to deal with this stupid family ever again.
Hey there, losers! I'm headed to New York with my mom. I'm leaving you all behind in your pathetic little school and your pathetic little city. Adieu!
Chloe and Audrey literally just decided to stay in Paris and now they've suddenly changed their minds? This plot is so dumb. You might as well have just said yada yada, Audrey gets akumatized, yada yada, Chloe gets miraculous, yada yada, end scene.
Chloe's leaving? Forever?
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Without Chloe around, Paris will be filled with a lot less negative emotion.
And less akumatization.
What are we celebrating?
Chloe's gone. She's moving to New York.
Chloe left? For good?
Yeah, isn't it great?
No, I think it's terrible. How can you celebrate a thing like that?
Oh great, here comes Mr. Perfect, here once again to virtue signal about Chloe. Adrian, you know Chloe has been bullying all of them for years, so why are you acting like this is a bad thing? She's a terrible person, of course they're glad she's gone. Even you yourself have acknowledged that she's a bully and won't change, and yet you try to make Marinette feel bad that her childhood bully is leaving? Whatever attachment you have to Chloe does not justify making everyone else feel like crap for being justifiably happy that that bratty, power-abusing, straight-up evil bully is leaving.
Chloe's a total brat to everyone. She was useless anyway.
Nobody's useless. Not even Chloe. She left angry and unhappy. I can't celebrate that.
She didn't leave upset. Chloe has always wanted to go to New York with her mother. She's also incapable of being truly upset about things like this because she's a narcissist and will always believe she's in the right. As her friend, you should know both of those things. She's not useless, she's harmful. She's been bullying everyone at the school for their entire lives. No, not just the school. She's been terrorizing all of Paris. Adrian, you are a manipulative, emotionally stunted, completely brain-dead moron for saying any of this. This kid has a massive superiority complex that makes him difficult to like and is never more obvious than when he deals with Chloe. If the writer's goal with this episode was to make me hate one of the main characters, then congratulations, it worked.
Come on, girl. Just because Adrian's bummed out doesn't mean you have to be too.
Yeah, but I think I was a bit harsh on her earlier. What if Adrian's right and Chloe isn't just a brat?
What else could she possibly be?
Oh, would you look at that? Marinette is being made out to be the villain despite doing literally nothing wrong. Again, this show treats Marinette like she's the worst person in the world while simultaneously acting like Adrian is a perfect golden boy. Actually, that's pretty much how the fandom views the two of them too. Coincidence? I think not.
Looks like Chloe managed one last victim before she left Paris.
Yeah, and I might be partly to blame.
No, this is entirely Chloe's fault. You know what I said earlier about how the writers did too good of a job at delivering their message? I take that back. They did an awful job. When you really examine the writing choices, it is clear that Chloe is meant to be irredeemable and manipulative. But when the episode itself is trying to gaslight you into feeling bad for Chloe, it is really difficult to notice that, which is probably why we ended up with so many Chloe defenders. In short, while the writers are terrible at delivering their message, they are really good at brainwashing brainwashing the audience. Good for them, I guess.
While you figure that out, I'll take care of Malediktator.
Of course! Cat Noir, wait!
By the power vested in me, I declare that you are a cat!
Oh no!
First of all, Malediktator shouldn't be able to launch a ball before finishing his declaration, and secondly, just tell him to give you his Miraculous. I'm starting to notice that every time it's a Chloe episode, the plot just doesn't make sense, just like her so-called redemption arc.
Cat Noir's Miraculous!
Cat Noir! Kitty still has claws. Hold on, Cat Noir. I'll be right back.
Grab Cat Noir's Miraculous!
Malediktator, can't we keep him just a little longer?
If it makes you happy.
Don't let me down, Malediktator, or I'll take away your powers.
He's completely harmless now. Taking his Miraculous would be like taking candy from a baby.
At least Hawkmoth's aversion to winning is consistent.
Master Fu, a villain has transformed Cat Noir into a cat.
Perhaps you shouldn't have left him by himself. He's at Hawkmoth's mercy.
I know, but the lucky charm led me here.
And the lucky charm never fails.
Except it literally did 2 episodes ago. Also, I'm pretty sure the lucky charm did not tell you to leave Cat Noir with the villain. It told you to go to Fu. Everything else was your own moronic decision. Why is this the animation you decided to stick with? I think I would have preferred the version where the sound effects didn't match up to whatever this mess is.
That's it. Wait, what am I thinking? Follow your instincts, Marinette.
Are you sure you want to give it back to her?
Don't worry, Master. I know how to make good use of it this time.
Definitely don't follow those instincts. Also, Fu, why are you assuming that she's going to give it to Chloe? She could give it to literally anybody in Paris, even Hawkmoth himself. See, that's a reference to the fact that giving a Miraculous to Chloe is practically the same thing as handing it directly to Hawkmoth.
Don't make me show all of Paris just how powerful I can be.
We can't find her, Malediktator.
Well, keep looking. She's got to be hiding here somewhere.
How did he not see her? Oh, right. Chloe episode. Mom, Chloe's eyelashes are glitching again.
I need you to tell me what happened.
It wasn't totally Marinette's fault. Daddy got angry all by himself. It was me. I hurt my daddy's feelings because I want to leave Paris forever.
Because of what happened in school? I'm sure Marinette probably didn't exactly mean what she said.
Actually, I don't even care about her. It's because I have no reason to be here. Nobody likes me. I have no friends. I'm useless.
Yes, you are. And those crocodile tears won't change that. You could have learned your lesson from Queen Wasp and not pretended to be a superhero, but you did. And then you tried to manipulate your father into punishing people who rightfully called you out for it. These tears are specifically engineered to make Ladybug feel bad for her and hopefully give her another chance with the Miraculous. It's the same thing as her so-called apology she gave in the last episode. I saw people arguing that her saying sorry is a sign that she knows she did wrong and is growing, but that is not true. Manipulative people absolutely can and will apologize to make you think that they are learning from their mistakes, all while they don't actually care and don't plan to change. Let's look at her actions and see that Chloe has not changed at all. She's still mean to Sabrina, she's still lying about being a superhero, and she's still trying to use her father's powers to hurt others. Chloe may be getting a lot of help from the gaslighting writers, but I will admit she's very good at manipulating people. However, it's extremely annoying that Ladybug, and a large portion of the audience, fell for it even after all she's done. Along the whole, an apology means she's growing line, Chloe has never once apologized to the right person. Back in Zombizou, she destroyed Marinette's present and ended up apologizing to Miss Bustier, but never to Marinette. Last episode, she almost killed a bunch of people, but instead of apologizing to them, she apologizes to Ladybug and Cat Noir. In this episode, she hurts her father, and she admits blame to Ladybug, but she does not genuinely apologize to him. That is a clear sign that Chloe does not actually care. She's apologizing specifically to appear better to people whose opinions matter to her, and they matter to her because she can get something from them. Her apologies don't mean anything. Also, I don't personally think Chloe expected her father to shut down the school. She did what she did specifically to make her father feel like it was his fault that she was leaving Paris, which is absolutely insane. If you want to leave Paris and start over, just flip and say that. She's lying and manipulating even when she doesn't have to. If that's not a sign of an abusive person, I don't know what is.
Chloe Bourgeois, here is the Bee Miraculous. You will use it for the greater good.
I won't disappoint you this time, Ladybug.
The Miraculous teleports and her glasses vanish.
Mr. Mayor, Malediktator, you are surrounded. Please renounce your Akuma and we'll forget this ever happened.
Roger. How are these regular people withstanding blows from literal superheroes? The shields would not help when they're 10 times stronger. Oh, right, I forgot. This is a Chloe episode. We can't move on until she has her time to shine.
Lucky Charm! Well, that's an effective Lucky Charm.
No way I'd use one of those.
Why did the Lucky Charm do all that when it could have just given her a laser pointer? I didn't realize the Lucky Charm has a sense of humor. Too bad I don't find it funny. I didn't mention this last time, but I will now. The Venom animation looks stupid, and that's not just a Chloe thing. It looks bad no matter who does it.
No!
Turns out knocking over the guards was super easy, barely an inconvenience, as you would expect from a superhero facing normal human beings.
Daddy! Mommy! Come on. Let's go home.
Again, notice how Chloe doesn't apologize. She says they should go home because of course she doesn't want to leave Paris now that her manipulation worked and she's a superhero. If I didn't know any better, I'd say she was working with the scriptwriter to achieve that very same goal. Either that or her powers of manipulation are so next level that she can see into the future. I would be impressed if it weren't so annoying.
Sorry, milady. I feel like I was pretty useless this time around.
You were literally a statue 2 episodes ago. We're used to it.
All right, I came to your stupid party. Now what? Look there. We're having a party in honor of the girl who saved Paris. Queen Bee. But Queen Bee is me. You're having a party for me?
Yes, give the narcissist exactly what she wants. Attention. What a great idea. I'm sure this won't end terribly.
If she feels like she can be useful, I'm sure she'll change her attitude.
She cannot. And even if she could, she revealed her identity to the entire world. She shouldn't be given a miraculous purely due to safety concerns. And the show itself eventually remembers that and agrees with me. How strange is it that that only happened once Chloe was in a position to be willingly akumatized and help Hawkmoth get rid of Fu? It's almost as if that was the entire point of giving her the miraculous in the first place. 3 Chloe episodes in a row is more than I can handle, and in order to show my disdain, I'm tripling the sin count. Yes, you heard me right. You better hope Chloe's not in the next episode, or I swear I'll do even worse. Let it go, let it go. Oh, wait, wrong show. My bad.
Don't forget your bouquet.
Be careful on your way back.
For you, milady.
Cat Noir continuing to flirt with Ladybug even after she clearly rejected him is not okay. Hasn't this boy ever learned that no means no? Also, Cat Noir just stole that guy's rose.
And then we won't have to keep secrets from each other anymore. We'll be united.
I know this is a fantasy, but writers, it really is that easy. So why don't you just do it? Why do you insist on torturing us for years to come? What sort of sadistic plot is this?
Then we can both run away to an island, far away from everything. We'll live off nothing but fruits, and we'll have a little pet hamster, and we'll name it
Cat Noir.
The hamster thing is adorable, but why does Adrian want to live on a deserted island? Why not a normal house in a normal town? I get that he probably doesn't want to be famous anymore, but this seems like a bit of an overcorrection.
I'm in love with someone else.
I know, milady, but if he weren't here, would things be different between us?
This question is stupid and manipulative, and I wish the show would address that. He is here, and that's that. The what-ifs aren't important. This is harassment, plain and simple.
I really gotta get going, and you'd better do the same.
I see that Ladybug is still swinging around on clouds. Gabriel has to be the richest man in the world to be able to spend this much money on marketing. This ad literally covers every inch of Paris.
Do you ever get the feeling that you're stuck, Kagami? That no matter what you do, it's the same old story over and over again? That things will never, ever change?
Well, Adrian, things aren't changing because you refuse to move on. You're only suffering because you're being stubborn, so just stop. This could end up being a good lesson, but, well, you'll see.
The biggest mistake a fencer can make isn't choosing the wrong technique. It's choosing the wrong target. Change targets.
Adrian, I know what I just said, but this is not a decision you should make so quickly. No one wants to be a rebound, and doing this is unfair to Kagami. Moving on is good, but it's only been a couple of minutes, and you haven't even really decided to move on yet. Even if he somehow can't see that Kagami likes him, he should not be giving her false hope and leading her on like this.
After all, it's not an issue, and I'm definitely not jealous, because there's nothing between us. I always stumble my words around, so how could I even manage going out on a... Whenever I talk to him as a friend, I hardly sound right.
I actually really deeply agree with this. You should not be that nervous around a potential partner because you don't want to feel that way the rest of your life. This is a sin, however, because the show goes back and forth on this issue until it's too jumbled and messy for anyone to make sense of it or even care about the resolution. You had the answer all along. Why can't you just implement it? Anarcha has somehow managed to park her boat in the void.
Personally, I think a girl like you deserves to feel more like this.
Obligatory, that's not what he's playing. Sin.
And whoever made you feel this way is nothing but a...
Thanks, Luca.
I didn't really have an opinion on Luca before, but rewatching this now, I like him quite a bit, which is a problem. We all know Marinette and Adrien are endgame, even if the show likes to go back and forth on it, and introducing a love interest that works just as well, if not better than the main ship is a recipe for disaster. At best, you're wasting our time. At worst, you're making Marinette seem like a terrible person for leading Luca on. This is such an odd decision to make, and I cannot fathom why the writers would do this.
Adrien, aren't you supposed to be working on your fencing moves?
I'm heading out for a one-on-one lesson with my strongest partner, Kagami. If you don't mind, could you drive me to the ice rink? I told him I was going for a one-on-one lesson, but I didn't say it was a fencing lesson.
Aw, Gorilla, you're great. I want to dislike Andre for this, but if no one is using the skating rink, then replacing it is reasonable. Sure, Adrien somewhat fixes this problem with his fame, but that's most likely a temporary solution, and I don't agree with the episode framing Andre as a villain for this, which sucks because Andre is the worst.
It was really cool of you to bring Luca, Marinette.
Of course. That's what friends are for.
Adrian's skates teleport onto his feet, apparently.
Hey, young man, have you ever thought about signing up for ice skating lessons?
That's nice of you, sir, but my life is already filled with music, and I might have a brand new song to write, so...
No, I think I ship it. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Curse you, Miraculous Ladybug!
Just that I asked Marinette to help me.
Help you with what?
To perfect my figure skating skills.
But you don't need her for that.
Why are both of them randomly so good at skating? Also, there's a distinct lack of falling over in this episode, and as someone who's been ice skating before, my immersion is ruined. I don't like Kagami, particularly her relationship with Adrien, because she's controlling. She has a very specific idea of what she wants Adrien to be and does not consider his thoughts and feelings as she pushes him towards being that person. Considering Adrien's background of his father being abusively controlling over everything he does, this is not a healthy relationship for him. However, this is a good thing, at least from a writing perspective. You do not want the secondary love interest to be better than the main love interest for obvious reasons. But if the writers understood that, why is Luca Luca?
Are you okay?
Why is Adrien wearing his ring outside of his glove? As someone who wears a ring every day, that is not normal or comfortable.
I'm sorry, Philippe, but the ice rink will be closed down tonight.
A burning passion that's about to be put on ice. What perfect bait for my Akuma.
Gabriel, are you not surprised that Adrien is here? Are you not concerned about putting him in danger again? I mean, we all know the answer to that, but pointing stuff like this out is my job, so...
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You're supposed to be in love with Ladybug, and now you ditch Kagami to go after Marinette?
Me? Going after Marinette? No, she's just a friend.
First of all, it's completely natural to go check on your friend after she runs into a wall, but still, Adrien, shut up. Can we not drag this out for 3 more seasons? I really don't see the point.
Is that ice? Whoa, let's try out Master Fu's Magic-a-roon. Tiki, power up! Select Tiki.
Flag, power up!
Flag Glacier!
I still think these name changes are stupid. It looks like they just shortened the animation to shove this movement in there, which I understand, but it looks really weird. At least we got to see Adrien's transformation this time.
Ladybug and Cat Noir!
Oh, that's just terrible, actually. Why does he look like that?
We need to set up a trap.
My feline instincts prefer to track and observe before I attack.
Please don't tell me you're mad about the road. I get it. We should really...
It's not like...
Cat Noir, you were literally just on a date. Pouting like this is extremely hypocritical. Also, I thought you learned that pouting over this was wrong back in Glaciator. Why are we evolving backwards?
My cataclysm could destroy his skates, but he'd have to be up in the air. You were right, milady. We're gonna have to set a trap.
You were right, too. We observed and now we know enough.
Seems we're just missing a little push of luck to get the edge on him.
Are we just not gonna address Cat Noir's random outburst? At least he apologized in Glaciator. You really are moving backwards. The yo-yo looks so plain compared to the rest of the outfit, and that makes me sad.
You still keep doing what other people want you to do.
No, I just want him And I'm not changing my target, even if it means failing over and over again, because one day I will succeed and hit.
Adrian, you do realize you just led her on, right? I really don't like the messaging in this episode. If your crush doesn't like you, just keep trying. And when they still say no, get mad. And if that doesn't work, lead someone else on to make yourself feel better. The worst part is Adrian keeps repeating this cycle over and over again, and the show never really goes into why it's wrong and what he should be doing instead. What a lovely message to send young boys, am I right?
The day you realize you've got the wrong target, I'll be here.
Do you want to take the subway together, Marinette? You should probably go over and talk to him. Thanks for inviting me out today.
Let's compare Luca and Kagami again. Kagami thinks Adrian and Marinette might have something going on, so she taunts Marinette and goes out of her way to get Adrian away from her, all while ignoring Adrian's feelings on the matter. Luca, meanwhile, accepts Marinette's feelings, even going so far as to encourage her to talk to Adrian. How are we supposed to want Marinette to end up with Adrian, the guy who doesn't take no for an answer and leads girls on? How on earth are we supposed to support him over Luca? Were they truly planning on replacing Adrian? If so, why is Kagami not a better love interest like Luca is? I am so confused.
I love you, Adrian. Even if you love Kagami, I just had to tell you. There.
Kagami? I don't love her. You're the one I love.
Writers, why must you tease me so?
I just wanted to say that we should go and skate at the ice rink more often.
You mean just you and me?
Oh, no, come on. Because, we should take the whole day there. Luca, Kagami. Cheeky, please don't tell me I did it again.
Don't worry, you'll get there one day, Marinette.
Will she? Will she really? Because it really doesn't feel like she will. This overly transformed theme.
If it were to fail, Natalie, I could never forgive myself.
Well, Gabriel, it looks like you'll never be able to forgive yourself then, because you're not the main character and you'll always fail. Such is the way of this universe.
Lila has been harboring her rage against Ladybug for months, and today, wherever she looks, she'll see the object of her hatred. And as predicted, her anger will reach devastating heights.
Gabriel, I keep telling you, it's not their emotions that matter, it's the type of person they are. Lila is a compulsive liar who isn't even good at lying. There's no way she would be able to defeat Ladybug and Cat Noir. Plus, all you needed her for in this plan was the power of illusions. You could have akumatized Natalie and done that yourself. Heck, you could have akumatized literally anyone and achieved the same result. Also, the implication that two grown adults have been stalking a supposed teenager is really gross. Could you two get any more despicable?
Tell us about your week in the Kingdom of Achu.
Prince Ali invited me and my parents to his gorgeous palace.
Excuse me, Lila, but Prince Ali couldn't possibly have invited you because he is in the United States.
I never said he was actually there, Marinette. I just said he invited us, that's all.
Marinette, if you want to really expose her lie, you should have asked her what she did with the prince and then brought up the fact that he's not even there. Right now, you're just making yourself look bad. When dealing with a compulsive liar, you want to allow them to lie their pants off and then confront them with proof of their lies only after they've dug their own grave. That aside, it should be pretty obvious that Lila is lying simply because no one's life is that extraordinary without being a celebrity, and if she was a celebrity, you would have heard of her before she joined your class. Lila is such a terrible liar that everyone else has to turn brain dead in order to accommodate her, which is just as annoying as it sounds. Also, who video chats with a student during school? Don't you have teaching to do? Man, Miss Bustier, you must really want to beat Miss Mendelea for that Worst Teacher of the Year award. I hate to break it to you, but you're going to have to try a little harder than that.
His parents hosted the visit.
She's lying, and I'll expose her for the fake that she is.
Oh no, Marinette, not that again. She's not a liar. You're just jealous of Lila because she tried to hit on Adrian.
Alia, you're generally a pretty good friend, except when it comes to Lila, because of course we have to character assassinate everyone else to make Lila a threat. Even if Marinette was just jealous, why would you speak to your best friend like that? This is obviously just a photo behind her. The trees and water aren't moving, there's no lens flare from the supposed sun, plus she should be casting a pretty large shadow on it given where the light source she's using is. I know people were a lot less suspicious of fake videos back then, but surely someone would have noticed.
I miss you guys so much. It's so hard being away on this magical trip so far from my friends, and especially on Heroes Day.
Dude, you were in class once. They are not your friends. Why is everyone awing about this?
What good deed are you planning on this special day?
Today, I'll be meeting up with Prince Ali to show him an idea I came up with. During our world travels, my diplomat parents have helped me convince the leaders of several nations to agree to reduce world pollution, and I'm very optimistic that the prince will jump on board.
Okay, no, I won't accept this one at all. Everyone, and this time I really mean everyone, should be able to tell that this is a lie. I've actually never heard a worse lie in my entire life.
Oh, that's incredible, Lila. Thank you on behalf of planet Earth.
Miss Bustier, why would Lila be the one doing that and not the actual actual diplomats? And what the heck does reducing world pollution even mean? What is the plan, exactly? How do they intend on doing that? Do you really think the world governments had the means to do that this whole time and only decided to implement it now because of a single teenager? And that's not even covering the reality of lobbying and vested interests. Bustier, you need to step down because you are clearly way too stupid to teach anyone anything.
Superheroes like Ladybug might save lives, but they couldn't care less about the environment, so somebody has to come to the rescue.
Lila is a witch, and everyone, again, I mean everyone, should realize that after what she just said. They go on to talk about how much they love Ladybug and Cat Noir, and yet they don't even bat an eye when Lila outright insults Ladybug? How can you guys be so moronic?
And school still hasn't reopened yet?
No, it's too dangerous with all these accumatizations happening.
No mother would just accept that. Sure, immediately after this she says the principal is calling, but it seems like Lila has been absent from school for a while, and her mother should have already called the school to confirm, thus exposing Lila's lies.
Ah, there he is now, your school principal.
Do not answer him! He's been acclimatized too!
Wow, this girl is a terrible mother. If my daughter ever snatched my phone out of my hand like that, you better bet she's getting punished. Unacceptable behavior on all sides here.
All these acclimatizations are quite concerning. I'll bring it up at our next embassy meeting.
And what do you expect the embassy to do about it? It's not like they can defeat Hawkmoth.
This year, Ladybug and Cat Noir have been our heroes, protecting us from the terrible Hawkmoth.
So this year, I'm gonna visit the elderly residents down at the local retirement home and play them all their favorite songs.
Today I've planned to give my fencing classmates a lesson in Chinese and my Chinese classmates a lesson in fencing.
Last year I wrote an article about equipping public buildings with disabled access. I decided I too could do better, so I got the mayor's approval to improve facilities so that handicapped kids could actually attend our school.
Sorry, what? No kid is going to be able to do that, and also, why wasn't that the case already? Andre's terrible management strikes again. Also, does France not have laws about that kind of thing?
What about you, Marinette? I have macarons.
Wow, like every year? You obviously went above and beyond, Dupan Chang.
Hey, she did what she could, and that's better than nothing.
Now that I'm a superhero myself, I'll be signing autographs for anyone who wants one.
I'm actually organizing a school-wide macaron tasting. There'll be more than just macarons, too. There'll be pastries and pies and fruits and cakes for anyone who wants them. I invite everybody to the biggest tasting ever at the park tonight.
Marinette, I know macarons might seem lame, but I guarantee your classmates will appreciate that good deed more than some random kids getting fencing lessons or some old people listening to music, and they'll definitely appreciate it more than getting Chloe's autograph. Plus, no one was making you feel bad about it, and Ollie was even defending you from Chloe, so why lie? Also, Marinette, if you're gonna lie, why not lie about something you can actually pull off? Like, say you organize for Ladybug to come to the school or something. Yeah, it would still be stupid, but at least it'd be doable. Or you could say you're going to design an item of clothing for everyone. I know you have a stash of gifts for Adrian, so you can just draw from that and replace the gifts later. Of course, the best solution to this is just to not lie and say you forgot and that you'll figure something out later. No one is going to judge you for that. Also, I don't know how many times I have to tell you guys this, but those are macarons, not macaroons.
If I didn't have this giant ladybug cake to finish by tonight, I would gladly rise to the challenge.
Tom, what exactly have you been doing all this time? That cake has not progressed at all since we saw it this morning.
Liar! Traitor! Coward!
How is Ladybug any of those things just because she called you out for lying? I really don't get why she's so mad. Sure, she called you out in front of Adrian, but you literally only met him that day. Why are you so attached to him? Even as far as psychopaths go, this obsession over Ladybug is a little much.
And make this hero's day a nightmare for all Parisians.
Look at all these Parisians.
Hawkmoth pronounces it as Parisians, and this girl and myself pronounce it as Parisians. Which one do you think is more correct? Obligatory, that's not what she played. Sin.
It's not nice to deny a request from a friend of a friend.
We probably won't be friends again until you're de-akumatized.
What's with the dialogue? It's not like anyone's close enough to hear it, so why include it, Volpina?
Catalyst, I gave you the ability to boost powers.
Hawkmoth, I give you the power to release as many Akumas as you desire.
This is cool and all, but why can't Hawkmoth just Akumatize himself to be able to Akumatize more people? We know he can mimic and enhance existing Miraculous's powers and Akumatize himself, so why involve Natalie at all?
From now on, you are the almighty Scarlet Moth.
Again, a name change. It's cringy and stupid.
I've got 32 minutes before the end of lunch break at a rate of 10 macarons per minute. That works out to one big fail. Anyone can get carried away from time to time.
Marinette, this is awesome. My father gave me permission to come to your tasting. You didn't bake enough pastries for me, is that it?
Oh no, we've got plenty.
Marinette, you know you can't pull it off, so why are you digging your hole even deeper? It doesn't even make sense for her to do this.
You're right, Clara. There's no sense in celebrating Heroes Day either.
You You can hear Jagged say, "Oh, ha ha, that is horrible," but his mouth doesn't move. Or maybe it's, "Oh, ha ha, that's adorable." I really can't tell.
Don't let fear control you, Julika!
That's it! We can't let fear get the better of us!
It worked!
This should not work. I addressed this back in Zombizou, but Hawkmoth's power does not or should not work like this because his power is to turn people into his slaves. Nuru even says as much back in Origins. So why would he need to make people upset in order to akumatize them? Let's talk about it. When Hawkmoth akumatizes people, they do things they would never normally do. Plus, they lose their memories, implying that they were not the ones in control, Hawkmoth was. If Hawkmoth's power was just the ability to give people superpowers, he wouldn't be able to make these people do his bidding, because no matter how angry you are about your best friend's dad ruining his birthday party, you're not going to want to destroy the world. Even if his power just heightens emotions that are already there, that's still a form of brainwashing, because these people never would have done these things under normal circumstances. I've seen some theories that say they have to willingly accept the power first, and then Hawkmoth takes control of them, but if that's true, why would anyone accept this request? Like I said before, these people are not psychopaths. Well, most of them aren't, and they would not accept this deal unless they were being influenced by his powers to begin with. In short, Hawkmoth should be able to akumatize everyone in Paris, regardless of how they feel about it. Then again, this show can't be consistent for even a single episode, so maybe I just have to accept these convoluted and nonsensical rules and move on. I don't like it, but I guess it is the way it is. Doesn't make it any less sinful, though. These butterflies just vanish. They don't even get an animation. They just cease to exist.
We must go see Master Fu right away!
Why are you transforming? With so many villains around, it would be better to go as Marinette so they don't think to follow you.
Good, Gorizilla.
Why did Gorizilla's eyes change colors here? That doesn't normally happen when Hawkmoth communicates with his villains.
Whatever happens, do not release Adrian. His safety is your #1 priority.
Flag didn't say Cataclysm. Is that not required for Kwamis? If so, why did he say it back in Style Queen? For dramatic flair? On second thought, that does seem like something Flag would do. Also, doing this pretty much reveals your identity, Adrian. Cat Noir is nowhere in sight, and it's not like the streets would just crumble for no reason. If Hawkmoth has any sort of brain cells left, he would realize what just happened.
See that? I barely destroyed anything.
Acknowledgement does not a sin undo. The damage should have been much more severe considering what we saw in Style Queen and everything we've heard about Plague so far.
Do not let her out of your sight, Vanisher. Without knowing it, she's going to lead us to the Guardian of the Miraculous.
I knew it! No more evil doing for you, little Akuma.
How did you know where the Akuma was, and how did you grab it when you can't see anything?
I'm going to tell them all not to lose hope. Well, it is Heroes Day after all.
Ladybug assumes Vanisher was the only one following her, even though Hawkmoth has all of Paris under his command, any number of which he could have turned invisible in order to follow her. The worst part is she's actually right.
I always knew that Hawkmoth would one day realize just how powerful he could be. That day has come, Marinette.
And yet, he literally never does this again. Also, he could already pretty much do this as seen in Stoneheart. He's just really stupid.
You must pick an ally you can trust to fight alongside you on this mission.
Once again, the bottom drawers don't get the honor of opening.
Oh yeah, we know. You guys like action movies, right? I know I'm revealing your secret identities, but I don't have time to find a good excuse to give them to you separately. Rena Rouge and Carapace, I need you both.
Hawkmoth should be able to see through these Akumas and should now know their identities. Maybe there's too much for him to keep track of, but he should be on the lookout for Ladybug, right?
I've got a mission for you.
Whoa.
Ladybug sent over her second fiddle?
You know what? I'm sure I can find Ladybug a much better Queen Bee.
Okay, we're good. Give it to me. We've got work to do.
What's the magic word?
This is the way Adrian truly feels about Chloe, right? Then why did he lecture Marinette back in Malediktator? You clearly don't like her either, Adrian.
Could you give me my miraculous Cat Noir?
Please. I'm sorry I didn't get that.
Please!
Ladybug handed Cat Noir the Bee Miraculous without the box earlier, so she must have opened the box before meeting up with him, handed him the Miraculous, and then gave him the box to put the Miraculous in off-screen. That's a lot of extra steps for the benefit of an audience you don't even know exists, Ladybug. I swear, half of this episode is transformation sequences.
So, what's the hero's plan, milady?
You know, I really don't think we needed a two-parter for this. Just cut out the transformation sequences and the unnecessary Lila exposition, and I think we could have made it work with one. I guess that depends on how much actual story is in the next one, though. I suppose we'll see. This defeated theme.
You will have the chance to witness the victory of our great leader, Scarlet Moth!
Hail Scarlet Moth! Hail Scarlet Moth! Hail Scarlet Moth!
It's time, Scarlet Moth.
Hail Scarlet Moth!
Here's a sin for every time they said Scarlet Moth in the past 30 seconds. This episode is annoying me already, and we just started.
It's like he's been preparing for this for a long time. We're not prepared for this.
Yes, we are. We've already fought them all and won, and there are 5 of us this time.
I know our animation budget isn't large enough, but Paris had around 10 million inhabitants back when this was released. Let's be generous and say Hawkmoth only got 1% of them. That's still 100,000 supervillains, most of which have powers you've never dealt with before. Hawkmoth wins here and now, no contest.
Hawkmoth, I hope you enjoyed Volpina's illusion, because the real Ladybug will never hand you over her Miraculous.
What? I can't hear you. Do you have like a megaphone or something? Because otherwise there's no way I could possibly know what you just said.
Guitar villain, Frightningale, music.
Hawkmoth, for some reason, takes 2 of his villains out of play, even though Frightningale herself is probably the best villain he has, considering her ability to disrupt the hero's communications and movements. And just so you know, they disappear completely halfway through the episode and never show up again.
It's Queen Bee to you, Fox!
Shouldn't the phone be broken? Also, the akumatized objects are really confusing in this episode. Sometimes it's the same object it was originally, and sometimes it's the Heroes Day pins they're wearing in addition to their original outfits. Maybe this batch in particular switched to being the pins after they were reakumatized, but the pins were still a part of their outfits before that, and why would they be there if they weren't the akumatized objects already? I know it's just for animation purposes, but lore-wise, it's very confusing and contradictory. Hold on, these people were akumatized from the negative emotions that came from thinking Ladybug and Cat Noir were gone. Now that they see that Ladybug and Cat Noir are alive and well, shouldn't at least a few of them be able to deakumatize themselves? I guess maybe that explains why they are so easy to defeat here, since they no longer have the motivation to follow Hawkmoth's orders. In hindsight, this was a pretty stupid mistake on Hawkmoth's part. He should have started with a villain that can cause negative emotions, similar to Dark Cupid, and then akumatized his army from there. He could have done so with Lila, since she wouldn't deakumatize herself, and then hid her away so Ladybug and Cat Noir couldn't undo her transformation. That way, he wouldn't have needed the whole Volpina stunt in the last episode, and he wouldn't risk the villains essentially quiet quitting once they realize the negative emotions that got them akumatized in the first place are no longer valid. I mean, seriously, if Dark Cupid had come to his senses here, Hawkmoth's entire plan would have been ruined. After that, all Hawkmoth would need to do is akumatize more people with powers similar to Dark Cupid's, then sit back and watch the heroes fall one by one. Honestly, I think I'd make a pretty great villain. Give me the Miraculous, Gabriel, and I'll get you that wish. I'm not on your side, but at this point, I'd do anything to end this torture.
Nice work, Dark Cupid. The bourgeois family is now in place to follow my plan.
Where did these butterflies come from? Actually, several times during this episode, Hawkmoth appears to simply conjure butterflies from thin air, but to my knowledge, he never does such a thing again. Also, if he can do that, why does he breed actual butterflies? Maybe it's part of Catalyst's effect on him, but I feel like this is probably just something the Butterfly Miraculous can always do, because otherwise it'd be pretty useless. So why does Hawkmoth never use it except in this episode?
Get ready! I'm gonna need all of you!
Ladybug's stance here reminds me of the Mies and Wii Sports tennis game. Is that reference too niche? Oh well, I'm including it anyway.
The time has come, Dark Cupid.
What an incredible twist! Those lousy heroes didn't even see it coming.
Hawkmoth is using Dark Cupid to create all the negative emotions he needs.
You know, I have to give it to Hawkmoth and the writers. This is pretty smart.
And now watch Scarlet Moth's relentless plan to get rid of your precious protectors.
They are literally swinging at nothing. The animation in this episode is pretty good, all things considered, but things like this are so goofy they're hard to ignore. Reina saw this so far in advance that there's no way she couldn't have blocked it without sacrificing herself.
Hands off! Rena Rouge! Don't let any negative emotions take over you, or you might get akumatized too!
This isn't like the normal akumatizations. Dark Cupid's power is to make people evil. It's not something you can just fight against, so stop lecturing her and have Carapace kiss her already.
Let go of me, you weakling!
Easy.
If you're not going to kiss her, then take her Miraculous now. It's only a matter of time before she gets akumatized, and you can't let Hawkmoth control a Miraculous holder. Or, you know, just kiss her.
I am now Rena Rage!
I always knew Nino was a wimp. Also, Hawkmoth can read the minds of those he akumatizes, so he should definitely know their identities now if he didn't already.
Enjoy it, but don't take too long. We don't have much time.
Let's share it. You're gonna need it too.
You okay, Ladybug?
Hawkmoth has never reakumatized so many people in one go.
They should definitely recognize each other's voices.
You still think we can win?
We can't lose hope. People are relying on us.
I have an idea. If Hawkmoth needs negative emotions to akumatize people, just use the pig's power of jubilation to counter it. To get around only being able to use the power once, give it to an adult. I think it would fit Miss Bustier pretty well. Oh, what am I saying? The Pig Miraculous doesn't exist until season 4. My bad.
Don't forget to put your diving gear on! Tiki, power up!
Flag, power up!
Neither of them said their transformation phrases. This actually happens a lot in this episode with both transformation and detransformation phrases, so I'm just going to add 10 sins here and ignore them from here on out.
Which is exactly why we have to take on Hawkmoth directly. He's using his cane to reakumatize his victims. If we can destroy it, he won't have an army fighting for him anymore.
How the heck does Ladybug know they need to destroy the cane? The only reason destroying the cane works is because Catalyst channeled her power through it, but destroying it does not deakumatize her as the original person Hawkmoth akumatized. After all, it'd be like assuming destroying Ladybug's yo-yo would destroy an already manifested Lucky Charm. It doesn't make any sense. Ladybug should not know that it's the cane she needs to focus on and should instead go after the Miraculous. Of course, Ladybug has to go after the cane and not the Miraculous, because if she'd gone after the Miraculous, Gabriel would have lost, and we can't have that now, can we? I don't think that's right. I'm very glad they fixed this whole power-up system later, but that doesn't change how janky it was when it was first introduced.
Time to show everyone that the real Ladybug is back!
Look! The heroes are back!
Stop filming, Prime Queen!
She did not purify that many Akumas. Also, everyone would already know that Ladybug is back because they were watching Prime Queen's broadcast already. So why does this scene exist?
Parisians, we can be heroes just for one day!
Parisians are all on your side. We will slow them down. You two go save the world.
You're all fantastic.
I appreciate the effort, but you are all just gonna get attacked by Dark Cupid and then akumatized, making the situation even worse. The best thing you can do right now is hide. Or that would be the reasonable conclusion to draw, but it seems like Hawkmoth wanted this to happen so Ladybug and Cat Noir would attack his illusion. There are a lot of reasons this shouldn't work out and a lot of better plans Hawkmoth could have implemented, but it's a good message, I guess, so I'll let it off with just one sin.
Get them, my giants! Destroy Ladybug and Cat Noir, and anyone else who tries to stand in your way!
And why have all these villains just been standing here until now? Was that part of the plan, or was it just too expensive to animate them earlier? Also, Hawkmoth, leave poor August alone. Wasn't Glaciator akumatized at night because he would have melted during the day? That's what my comments told me anyway. If I'm wrong about this, I blame you.
Hey!
Where did you get bows big enough for this? And how did you have the time to set this up?
People are amazing!
I can only imagine how many Parisians are going to die off screen in this battle. Ladybug's Miraculous Ladybug may save their lives, but they will never be free of that trauma. On the bright side, it's never been a better time to be a therapist in Paris.
It's down to the three of us! Lucky Charm! It's a sign, Hawkmoth. A sign that your Miraculous will wind up inside this box.
Are you sure you're not making a serious mistake? How do you know the wish I was planning to make with your Miraculous wouldn't have been beneficial to everyone?
Well, if it was, he probably would have just asked them about it rather than doing all this. What a stupid question.
Unlike you, I'm not afraid to use these powers.
Since you are so good, why did you never bother to change the world for the better?
They're a little bit busy fighting Hawkmoth, idiot. Lila just sucks no matter what context she's in, doesn't she?
Not just by wishing it or at the expense of innocent citizens. It's not too late. You can fight for good. With us.
Ladybug, I don't like this attempt at reformation. Hawkmoth is a terrorist who, if caught, will likely be sentenced to death. He does not deserve even this cheap attempt at forgiveness. Why did Hawkmoth give himself away? He can command the Akumas no matter where they are. He should have just had them fly closer of their own accord rather than trying to sneak up on the heroes himself. This was done purely so Ladybug could spot him in time and turn the tables on him. Actually, almost everything that happens in this episode takes place just so Ladybug and Cat Noir don't lose, but also so Hawkmoth doesn't technically lose either. This episode is a battle of a ton of different factors, all working tirelessly to change absolutely nothing.
No!
You're such a coward, Hawkmoth! Now!
No!
Let me just point out that the Peacock Miraculous is kept in the safe behind Emily's portrait, so that bullcrap retcon about this Miraculous from Volpina being a replica is ridiculous. Because even if it was, and it definitely wasn't meant to be at the time, the real one is still in there. Plus, why would Gabriel make a replica, and why would he keep it in a super secret safe? Plague still should have realized, and Adrian still should have taken it, which, through the power of the butterfly effect, would lead to Hawkmoth losing here. Butterfly effect, get it? I'm so funny.
Alright, kids. Watch what a man who's got nothing to lose can do. You're never going to win. Not today or any other day. You're still so green, young superheroes.
Okay, what is going on here? Am I hallucinating? Are they? Is this real? Am I even real? Why are Ladybug and Cat Noir losing so hard all of a sudden? Hawkmoth says they're green, but he's never fought on his own. They technically have more experience than him. Plus, they outnumber him.
You're caught in our net, Hawkmoth. You're not going anywhere.
Hawkmoth, I am Mayura. Let your despair be embodied in a powerful protection.
What is that monster?
How did that happen? Ladybug's yo-yo was wrapped so securely that nothing short of cutting the Eiffel Tower into tiny pieces should have released it. Gosh, the animation budget must be running really low if this is what they settled with.
The second Miraculous that Master Fu lost
was a peacock.
Ladybug! Hawkmoth!
He must have escaped when that monster appeared.
He can't have gotten far, so go look for him. Anyone close to the Eiffel Tower is suspect. You have a few minutes to search for him, and after that, Raina Rouge and Carapace never used their power, so they have plenty of time to look around. Maybe they wouldn't have found him, but the fact that they didn't even try is insulting. Why is Gabriel limping? The Miraculous Holders are pretty much indestructible, and he didn't even really get beaten up to begin with. Nuru, yell for help as loud as you can. Hurry, before he stops you.
We've got to split, guys.
This is not animated correctly.
I told you never to use the Peacock Miraculous.
I had to save you. I want to help you all the way to the end.
It is absolutely ridiculous that this character gets to move on like nothing ever happened. She should have at least gotten jail time. Marinette is so surprised she sprouts another set of arms.
I wanted to tell you, you're always helping people. Like that day you helped Julika overcome her class photo curse. Or when you partnered Nathaniel and Mark together to make that comic book. That's why everyone jumped at the chance to help you with the picnic. So today, it was our turn to help you. You're our everyday Ladybug. Have a good evening, Super Marinette.
We never got the chance to see Marinette apologize for her lie, which makes the lesson they were setting up for fall flat on its face. But whatever, I guess. Learning morals is for nerds anyway.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Marinette.
Adrian, are you going to turn around and tell me she's just a friend again after that look you just gave her? Also, there's no way he doesn't know she likes him. I refuse to believe he's that dense. Just reject her already if you don't like her. Wasn't that the tray Adrian brought over earlier? How did it teleport over here? I just realized we never got to see the tribute to Ladybug that Gabriel had planned from the first part. How disappointing. I really wanted to like this episode, but truthfully, it was really frustrating to watch. The moment Hawkmoth realized he could send out multiple Akumas at once, he won. If he hadn't left his lair, Ladybug couldn't have destroyed his staff, and that would have been that. Vastly outnumbered, the heroes would have fallen. It's pretty ridiculous to make a character so insanely overpowered and then somehow still have him lose for virtually no reason. This episode is very ambitious, both story and animation wise, and I wanted to take a sin off for that, but I just can't. What a disappointing end to a disappointing season.
I gotta transform, Tiki.
We didn't even get in on the buffet.
The party's over, my friend. Plague!
It's time to save my Nona. At your service, Marinette. Quick, Adrian is in danger.
Plague, claws out! Claws in.
Time to transform.
Don't be such a baby, Plague. Plague?
Battle with Cat Noir instead. Time to transform. Ready to become a superhero? Tricks? Adrian needs me. Time to transform.
Ready to vocalize? Plague?
Where did Operation Comic Book go wrong? We better find out.
Plague?
And save Alia! I'm gonna need your help again.
Ways, show off!
This style queen just made a huge faux pas. It's time we rock Chloe down to earth.
Plague? Plague?
Your days of attacking innocent people will soon be over, Hawkmoth! Let's go!
Let's go! Get down, Mr. President!
Butterfly?
Happy to see me again?
At your service, Princess Fragrance.
Thanks for helping me out there. That was really nice of you. What? I am speechless!
Isn't he flawless?
Yeah! I was saving you, not kissing you!
Methinks the lady doth protest too much.
There's no use.
All right, okay, that's good.
That's good. It's enough slices!
Do you know what naughty boys get?
Elementary.
Bring me the miraculous Befana.
You didn't say the magic word. Why do you think I'm here?
Can you meet me at the park?
That I don't know my marionette. You will look wonderful in white, my pretty kitty.
Not convinced. I'm much more into black. Makes my eyes stand out. Go on, Marinette. You're supposed to touch me.
Touch you? Yeah.
I shall be victorious.
V, 5, 4, fun.
Then I'll go and find him.
Why are you yelling at me?
I will defeat you, both of you.
Child. Anyway, so.
Checkmate, Riposte.
You've got the wrong sport, Ladybug.
Hello. We're twins. We're twins. Yes, sir. I am me. She is she.
Paris' only hope in this dire situation is Ladybug and Catnip. Hey!
Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Crisscross.
Don't you love me anymore? Aren't we friends?
No.
Hello, sir. The parking sign.
Huh? Tell me about it. Those pigeons are such a nuisance.
Huh?
Lollipop! Hey, silly baby! This isn't a delicious lollipop!
Oh, look at the little baby. And now look at the big baby. Wow.
Best of those lives!
I am the best bird!
My name is Andre Glaciator!
My name is Bond. James Bond.
Where have you hidden Marinette?
I forget her.
And what kind of zombies will you be at the amusement park tomorrow if you go to bed late? Show 'em, Marinette.
So you mean we've got to catch them all?
Who's that Pokemon? I look like Lilo when she was akumatized in this suit.
Yes, but the superhero version.
Rena Rouge. Yeah, my name is Rena Rouge.
I'm, Cat Noir. Yeah, Cat Noir.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Don't eat that ice cream or things will get catastrophic.
Radiant, carefree, dreamy. Adrian, the fragrance.
Seriously, Bob, what is this trash? It looks like a perfume ad.
Come and play with us.
This is the best day of my life!
And today, Paris's timbers are about to be shivered by my cannons.
Oh, scary. Oh, shiver my timbers. Shut up, man.
I'm giving you an indestructible ship.
2 seconds later.
Raise the mainsail, me deckhands.
Evening, everyone! Our name is Kitty Section! 1, 2, 3! Camembert, you're the cheese of my dreams!
No way we're playing like this!
Mutiny on my ship. Liberty, seize these scallywags and throw them down into the hold. Nothing and no one will stop Captain Hardrock from playing her music.
Today, Rose, you seem less annoying.
So that was a lie.
From now on, everyone's going to hug and kiss and feel the love.
Oh, yes, you're angry. You won't be able to win this time. Ladybugs can't breathe underwater.
We'll see about that.
Poor little mermaid.
Wish I could be part of that world.
Come on, be bald.
Great choice of fabric and these seams. Amazing craftsmanship.
Sing, dance, or rhyme, or you'll be frozen in no time.
Don't forget to save a baguette for me. I just love camembert and sourdough.
You're just a floating stomach.
Defending Sally. Middle throw Sally. Underthrow Sally. Overthrow Sally.
This next sketch is brought to you by Cast Creations on YouTube. Alright, video done. Let me just upload it to Patreon. Why do I hear running? What the? This miscommunicated theme. Should have guessed.
That's how I got 3 counts of manslaughter.
I suggest you stay down, Cappy. You're gonna regret this big time!
You shouldn't have underestimated me, Legs.
One punch will be enough!
One punch, huh? Well, maybe if you could actually land one.
All right, listen, I didn't want to have to do this, but you leave me no choice. Here comes the smolder.
Flag! No! Who turned you into a
stinky sock?
Why are you running? Why are you running? Easy!
Ladybug doesn't pay her people. Sally didn't pay us. That means Sally is Ladybug.
Where is Gabriel Agrest? He usually never leaves his house.
Corporate needs you to find the differences between this picture and this picture. They're the same picture.
Counting died. Heartbreak emoji. Rest in peace. Heartbreak emoji.
It's probably not a good idea to stick around with Chloe Bourgeois thinking she's the bee's knees.
She dares to be late? Unacceptable! Utterly unacceptable!
Should we leave?
No, give it 1 minute more.
People are like, you should control your emotions, but why do I have to control my emotions when those people can't control their stupidity?
The following clip was created by Cast Creations here on YouTube. Howl, full moon!
That film's ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. I realize that now.
What the? Is he saying something?
By the power vested in me, I declare you all my slaves!
I'm secretly 2 goblins in a trench coat.
So from now on, all of Paris will be your ice kingdom.
A kingdom of isolation, and it looks like I'm the queen.
Predictable. Predictable. Predictable again. Too predictable. Way too predictable. Liar. Traitor. Coward.
Get in my vans, kids. Guys, am I cooked? I forgot December and January aren't the same month.
You will have the chance to witness the victory of our great leader.
Lord Taco 1. Lord Taco 1. Lord Taco 1.
Thank you to Emo Beast, Trip Myers, Monokuma, MC, Ali Onyx, The Original Starwalker, Beanman55, Adam Vimp, and Swanky Nugget for supporting the channel on Patreon.